2026 budget. For those of you watching online, we appreciate your patience while we're working through some technical difficulties. We still have some technical difficulties. However, we're going to carry forward because really you've got the audio, you'll see the presentations. The only cameras that we're struggling with right now are the cameras that provide pictures of whoever's speaking. So members of council, I think you can live without looking at us today. So, but you'll have all the information you'll need. You'll have the actual presentations themselves, and you'll hear the audio of what everybody here is saying. If afterwards you're interested in who said what, we can provide that information through the clerk's office if that's important to you. So with that, we've already done our land acknowledgement. Oh, I just did want to also say for those watching online, we really appreciate your suggestions. We've had some emails come in with specific opinions and solutions for some of the financial challenges we're having with our budget this year. And we encourage and invite anyone watching online to also weigh in. Comments that say it's just too much, we understand that and we value that opinion, but we're also looking for something more specific. Like, what is it that you think you can live without? What could we cut? What indeed really has to be in the budget? What's important to you? And those types of comments and suggestions will be really very helpful to us. And then finally, we will not be making a decision today, so you can still send in comments after today, and we'll be looking holistically at the budget early in the new year. I think our first council meeting in 2025. And with that, I will pass it on to our CAO, Jershel.
Mic's on. There we go. Good morning, members of council. Just wanted to take a few minutes, first of all, to thank you all for your engagement and attention and questions and discussion on Wednesday of this week. So we're back here for day 2. We look forward to more good discussion with all of you. We wanted to just spend a few minutes at the start of today addressing a couple things that came up during the discussion on Wednesday in the hope that it's helpful. So first of all, with respect to the parking lot, so we're going to continue using this parking lot concept, and I think that was working well on Wednesday, having the straw poll to put matters into the parking lot for discussion. So we just wanted to unpack that a little bit, and I wanted to offer a couple reflections on the items which are currently in the parking lot, which you see on the screen. I'll go through them in a moment. So with respect to the Building Safer Communities funding, that was the first item placed in the parking lot. I think I want to convey from an administration perspective, we also definitely see the value in this programming. And we are conscious of the fact that it is grant funded programming that is scheduled to end in 2026. I had a chance to talk a little bit with Mayor Dolan yesterday about this, and I guess my initial or preliminary recommendation for council to consider is that we may not need to solve this issue in this current budget cycle. Because remember that even though we do a 2-year budget, council each year refreshes that second year of the budget. So about a year from now, we will be doing a refresh on the 2026 budget. And my guess is at that point, we'll have a much better sense of what other grant opportunities are out there, whether there are any, whether there aren't, really what the needs would be, how we want to see that programming continue. I think we'll be better placed to be in a decision-making place about a year from now. So one option for council to consider is simply deferral of that issue until next year's budget refresh, as opposed to trying to find the money for those 2026 expenditures right now. So that's just a suggestion. And I'll come back, you'll see the last point on the slide, talk about how we actually confirm or reject the suggestions that I'm making. So the second two items in the parking lot related to using our basically OLG revenue to offset certain expenditures. So the first suggestion was made with respect to the Uber Transit program. You have seen in the proposed budget that the proposed expenditure is increasing, and that is one of the drivers behind the tax levy. So there's that one. And then the second one was suggestions around offsetting some of our economic development expenditures from the ARS. And so I just wanted to unpack this a little bit because what that sub-bullet there says, special use cases versus policy review. What I'm getting at is that for this year's budget cycle, council absolutely does have the option to look at one-time offsets for certain expenditures. And that could be from our ARS fund. It could potentially be from other funds, tax rate stabilization and reserves such as those. So Mr. Melanishin will speak to that in more detail this afternoon. So I guess I'd encourage council to think about like, what is it specifically you're trying to accomplish? You know, are you looking to reduce a program area expenditure? Or are you looking to sustain that expenditure and just pay for it a different way? And if it's about paying for it in a different way, I guess I just want to signal that using the ARS is one option, but not the only option for how to do that. And I'll just remind council and the community, you know, we do have a policy around the use of ARS funds, which Mr. Melanishin will speak to later today. But as a policy, council does have the authority to make a different decision in spite of what that policy says. So that is definitely an option. The other thing, though, I'd like to say here is that I think in the last number of years, I've heard a number of comments, questions from members of council. Should we rethink our policy on the use of that OLG funding? And that's a very fair question. In fact, if you look at the policy closely, it's actually posted on the budget page. If you look under the tab that shows financial policies, the policy is actually there if you want to refer to it. It actually says we should come to council in each term for a discussion about that policy to make sure it actually reflects your priorities for how to use that money. And I think what we'd like to suggest is that that policy review does need to happen. However, my recommendation will be that we do that comprehensively in 2025. It's a bit tricky to do kind of a wholesale policy review right in the middle of the budget process, after we've made the proposals. So that's kind of my current thought on that is that, again, when we're talking about specific use cases, like can we use ARS to pay for Uber? That's a very focused discussion that we can definitely have. But I'd also like to suggest we do a broader review of that policy in 2025. The third bullet that's on the slide there just reflects the request to reconsider 3 of the recommended FTEs in the fire service. And Mayor Dolan and I were having a bit of discussion yesterday around how and when should we talk more about that. And one of the realities is that because we're in 2 days of deliberations, you've heard the business case for some of the proposed FTEs in the budget, but not others. So you're going to hear about some of the other ones today. And the thought was that this is a topic we should revisit at the end of our conversations today, once you've heard all of the departments give their presentations. So there's definitely scope to talk about that. And this is another case where I think it would be very helpful to staff to get your specific direction on exactly what it is you're trying to accomplish. So for example, is it we want to take 3 FTEs out of the budget, but we're flexible about which ones they are? Or is it we really don't see these specific FTEs as priorities, and that's the discussion we want to have? So again, I think one key thing to keep in mind is we've got a couple hours set aside in our agenda for this afternoon to take a step back, to look at the big picture, to go beyond the individual business department budgets, to have these sorts of conversations. So like I said, I'm not trying to start a debate right this moment, but those are some initial thoughts on the parking lot items, and we can look ahead to the end of this afternoon for that discussion on what you want to do with them. I think the last point on this slide simply reflects my understanding of the parking lot is that that's council saying, hey, we'd like to have some deeper discussion on this issue. But it does not necessarily mean you've given us direction to make a change to the budget. That's my understanding. Maybe your understanding is different. But I think my last suggestion here on this slide is that before we end today's deliberations, it would be helpful for council to make specific motions and vote if you want to see changes in the budget with respect to these parking lot items or anything else, so that there's clear direction to staff so that we can prepare that revised budget for January. Maybe I'll just pause before I move on. Any questions about what I've said so far?
Any questions for CAO Gershow? Seeing none, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Dolan. The second thing I just wanted to briefly cover was the topic of assessment growth. Mayor Dolan did raise this issue at the end of our deliberations on Wednesday. And I'm not sure you said it exactly this way, Mayor Dolan, but if I could paraphrase, I think the spirit of your question was, if assessment growth, is indicative of how we're growing as a community, and if assessment growth for 2025 is only 2.05%, why is the tax increase bigger than that? I wanted to spend a few minutes trying to unpack that and a bit of advice about that. So starting with, what is assessment growth anyway? So really, it is data that comes from the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation and speaks to the value of new development that's actually coming online, actually being occupied in a given year. So that's a rolling process. And I'll give you a scenario to imagine. Let's say we're in Lefroy and there's a new little street that's just been built. 20 townhomes have been built there. And in 2024, families move into those 20 townhomes and start living there. That is assessment growth, because what it means is we've got 20 properties that we will begin levying taxes on that we weren't doing the year before, right? So you can imagine then you've got 50 people, let's say, living in those 20 townhouses who are starting to demand town services. But we've got 20 new houses that are helping to pay for that. So, there is that corresponding kind of increase in demand, but also increase in revenue. So in that sense, assessment growth does help to pay for growth. Absolutely. And I think it's true in many, really all growing communities in Ontario. When you're growing, you have that benefit of assessment growth to grow your tax base overall. Although let's keep in mind, assessment growth can include non-residential uses as well. So when the DSV warehouse, for example, goes into occupancy, that becomes, part of our tax roll. That's included in assessment growth as well. The trick, and I guess what's helpful to just underscore that point, it really does help us to pay for services without having to increase taxes further. But I think, the premise here is that as growth occurs, the demand for service grows up, revenue is going up for services at the same level. I think that's sort of the notional issue. And I think what I wanted to also unpack today is that there are things that assessment growth does not pay for. And I think that is the key to why the proposed tax increase is not the same as assessment growth, not the same as 2%. And I would say part of the reason we have the tax increase we're proposing, it's not just because of growth, it's also because other costs are increasing. So for example, if we look at that first bullet, increasing demand for existing services. So notwithstanding, we've got 20 new houses who we're starting to pay into our tax coffers. If folks across town start calling bylaw more than they used to, that represents an increase in demand for services that assessment growth will not pay for. Moreover, if we're adding new services or doing more things, cutting the grass more often, offering new programming, offering new events in the community, those sorts of enhancements, especially if we're talking town-wide, are not offset by assessment growth alone. I think the third bullet on the screen is actually a really important one in this year's budget cycle. If the town negotiates a new collective agreement that gives pay increases to our staff, you've increased the cost of providing a service without changing the service level, and assessment growth is not going to offset that. Now, in that example, we would say that was the right decision to make, to offer cost of living increases, to avoid labor disruption, to ensure we're competitive, trying to attract and retain staff. But the costs of providing the services we already provide are going up, and assessment growth doesn't necessarily cover that. Similarly, when Queen's Park dreams up new regulations that we have to comply with, whether that's firefighter certification, the treatment of excess soils, you name it, that also starts to impose additional costs on everyone in town that, again, assessment growth will not cover. I also reflect a lot on the history of taxation increases in the town. It was certainly the case that, especially during the pandemic, tax increases were kept low. But during that time, population was still growing, inflation was still going up, costs were increasing. So in a sense, we kind of began to dig ourselves into a bit of a hole. Catching up and climbing out of that hole will not be paid for by assessment growth. And the final point there is, when you heard Nick say, think about building inspections for development that is still coming. They're now doing hundreds of inspections for plans that have been submitted, buildings that are under construction. Those are developments that have not yet hit the tax roll. So we're incurring the costs, but the revenue is not there yet. So there's also a timing dimension of assessment growth that, yes, development hits our tax roll at a certain point in time, but sometimes we need to staff up or do work in advance of that taking place. So I'm not trying to be argumentative with these points. I'm simply trying to illustrate that, yes, assessment growth is absolutely helpful when we're talking about budgeting and taxation, but it's not the whole picture. And there's other drivers of the town budget that help explain why we have the proposed tax increase that we do. So Mayor Dolan, that was it for my proposed comments this morning.
Thank you. Questions or comments, please, Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Worship. I'll just say as a rebuttal to that, one of the most famous mayors in all of Ontario, one of the longest mayors in Ontario was Mayor McCallion. And the reason she got reelected on so many times and was there for so long was because Mississauga was growing so quickly that assessment growth basically allowed them to have very, very low increases in their taxes every year. So in certain cases, it does work. But I guess in Mississauga's cases, the growth was probably much more than it is here because they grew very, very quickly. So just kind of a counter to that. Thank you.
And if I could, Mayor Dolan, I totally agree with that comment. Mississauga did benefit from their assessment growth for many, many years. But I think it's also notable that at the end of her career, Mayor McCallion actually expressed her regret for that approach and recognized that it wasn't a fiscally responsible approach. And she also said the same thing about Mississauga's no debt policy because it meant they were underinvesting in their infrastructure. So I mean, I'd say both of those things are true.
Other questions or comments for Oliver? Sorry, CAO Jershaw. Just a couple from me. So I absolutely understand this. I guess where I'm coming from is all the anecdotal, like it seems like everybody who came up to the microphone was saying, we need all these extra people because of the growth. So it's not like, yes, I understand that there's pressures this way too, but we're hearing from police, and maybe that could be catch up from past underfunding services. Fire, we heard, because we're such a fast growing community that we need more people. The other thing was I read somewhere, and of course now I can't find it, I need to use my highlighter better, that we use 2-year-old data for MPAC for our assessment growth, which would put us to 2023, which we know was a fast growing year. 2024, not so much. So that number, but I guess we're going to get more dive into that with CFO Melanishin. The other thing I want to talk about just quickly is is COVID. So it's hindsight is 2020. We look back now and there's many things we probably would have done differently, but I can tell you, being a one-year-old mayor and having a global pandemic hit was definitely a scary situation. We didn't know what we didn't know then. We were not wearing masks, but we were scrubbing our hands to death. So we did take we did dig ourselves in a bit by doing a 0% and a 1% tax increase. We also, all of council and staff, voluntarily, if they wanted to, we gave up part of our salaries and put that into a special fund that went out to residents in the community in need. You know, maybe more knee-jerk reaction to that as we look back on it, but at the time, I understand we are having to catch up for those things, but I will always defend those decisions at that time. And then the last thing I want to talk about very quickly is, unless it's in the agenda and I don't know about it, the strong mayor power part. So, you know, you might have heard other municipalities saying, you know, the mayor's setting this amount, the mayor's setting this amount. This is my first budget as a strong mayor, and as I understand the legislation, I'm not allowed to delegate authority to council, but I am in a way, because I will have to present a budget eventually, but it will be a budget that was voted on by this council, because I committed that to all of you when I signed the letter to accept the strong mayor powers. So it'll look a little different in the end. It'll say this is the mayor's budget, but it'll be a budget based on the majority, those recommendations that CEO Gershaw talked about in his presentation. It will be a budget that's determined by majority vote of council as a whole. So I just wanted to say that. Go ahead, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. I'll just say you've described the strong mayor powers with respect to budgets correctly. And I guess I would also just offer that if you look across the roughly 50 municipalities in Ontario where a strong mayor authority exists, it's been implemented in fairly different ways. You know, there's not a uniform approach. So the approach that Mayor Dolan described is absolutely valid. And if I could just maybe offer one other comment on the FTE growth in particular. One of the things that I think is very challenging for administration in preparing the budget is, when do you reach that point where you say, you know what, we really do need that additional person? Because, you know, let's be honest, those 50 new people on that little street in Lefroy, on their own, don't trigger the need for a new customer service agent and a new fire crew and, you know, all those other FTEs. But when you take that street and then the next street and then the next street and the next street, it starts to add up. And if you go year after year after year after year and not add the FTEs, then you really start to reduce your service level. You cannot keep up with the workload anymore. And we are seeing signs of that. And, you know, the one example would be the FTE request from the People and Talent Department, where we've had tremendous growth across the town. The team's the same size as it was in 2017. The number of FTEs they're supporting, the processes, the hiring we're doing. So, you know, I guess our recommendation is we've reached the point where there's enough of those little streets that we need that one additional person. If council, you know, wishes to defer that to another day, that is absolutely your choice, but that's the basis for the recommendation.
Thank you. Final chance for questions or comments. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Worship. It's more of a comment than anything else, is that the budget is so large, and to try to focus on, you know, one aspect is very, very difficult. And I did ask the CFO this question in terms of it would be helpful, and it might be somewhere here in the budget, I just don't see it, is when you take that 7% that we're asking for, how is it divided up in terms of all the demands that are being asked? So we know the one number is FTEs is 0.8% on the total increase, including the county. it would be helpful to help me focus a little bit in terms of where we can cut is, okay, so how much was the raises and everything else, which we can't do anything about. We gave those, so we take that off the list. So if it's 2%, there's 2% we can't do anything about. You know, police budget, how much is that towards that 7%? There's something else we can't do anything about. You know, education was basically 0%. Then there's the county. What portion does that represent? And then we can start saying, okay, there's 3 or 3.5% we can't do anything about. So let's focus our attention on what we can do. And then we could say back to staff, you know, if we can't make individual decisions, because, you know, I'm not too sure I have the expertise to say, you don't need this person. And every department seems to need something. It would be at that point saying, okay, considering these categories, staff go back and you prioritize which ones that would get us down to a certain number. So it would be helpful to know how that 7% is broken up to allow us to focus our attention on where is best to make some cuts. Because I think generally accept, I think most council are not comfortable with where we're at right now. And so I think there are going to be a few cuts, but I just think it would be helpful to help us focus a little more on that. Thank you.
If I could, Councillor Waters, you know, great point. I would, I guess, direct council's attention to the overview part of the budget where some of the tables, I want to say it's 4, 7, where you can begin to break the things down line by line. Some of the pie charts that show where the proportionate expenditure is between town, county, police, you know, give you that high level information. But we can certainly try and unpack that, especially when Mr. Melanishin comes to present the corporate overview. So great question.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Yeah, and we can have that conversation. What was important to me is in day one, many of the directors got to kind of do their sales pitch for their teams, and I want everyone to have that opportunity to do the sales pitch for their teams, so that it's fair. And then we have those discussions with Mr. Melanishin and finance. And I'm also going to be asking, and I'm sorry I didn't give you this ahead of time, it's been a busy week. If it's possible, sometime the end of today or even like before the next time we're up here, is to have a history of surplus deficit for going back however many years you can, like 5 to 10. If that would be at all possible, it would be good to have that information. And I'm seeing no other questions. One housekeeping item I'll ask for members that are coming up to the mic and perhaps council members when you're speaking, while I introduce you when I'm speaking, if the camera's still not working, I don't think. So when you come up, if you could just please say who you are before you start talking so that people who are watching from home can kind of keep a play-by-play of what's going on. And I'll do that certainly when I introduce each member of council who has a question as well. Okay. All right, so here we go. And we're on Director Bowman's section now. And the first one is sports and recreation activities. And that's page 139 in your book. Thank you.
Good snowy morning to members of council. I'm excited to be up here, and I have our manager of sport and recreation, Tammy Botham, with me here today. So I'm Nicole Bowman, and I'm happy to run you through some details. So this service, hold on, let me catch up. Do you want me to keep going? Yep. Start again. Good morning, everyone. So from children's to seniors, this team provides programs, events for the benefit of our community. They are running over 3,700 programs annually, seeing 2,500 children go through camp. We have children attending our mobile youth center, as well as seniors attending our seniors active living center. And this year we've supported over 71 special events, including this year's newly developed Innisfil event. So there are some pressures on this budget, including the rising cost of materials and supplies. So as an example, the rates for instructors are now increasing. We have software costs. So we're anticipating an ActiveNet subscription increase, wages and benefits. So that's step increases, COLA, as well as the incorporation of a new proposed recreational coordinator. We're anticipating a reduction in advertising revenue after switching to our online program brochure. And we also are expecting some programming costs related to the Seniors Active Living Center, but that would be partially offset by the grant we're receiving from the province to the tune of $50,000. So some key considerations for council, you do see the recreation coordinator that I mentioned. The town has been operating with one recreation coordinator since before 2000. So this proposal would bring on a second coordinator, leaving the first to focus on youth and the second able to focus on our seniors. An item not included in the budget but considered was some expenses such as advertising for events and outreach, programming, camp and event materials, and camp special guests. Just a couple of items in the capital budget here. So the Parks and Recreation user fee analysis is a review of our fees and fee structures. And you also see here the town holiday float. And I know we've just finished our 2 holiday parades in town. This project is meant to provide council with a more professional level float. However, we're happy to provide alternatives if you'd like to see something maybe a bit more of an enhancement from what you have today, but not quite reaching the level of that professional style float. It was very brief and happy to answer questions on this particular service.
Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor ASE.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question about the anticipated increase in revenues from the registration and facility fees. Is that projected due to the increased use or the increased cost of the fees?
Thank you, Councillor ASE. Tammy Botham, Manager of Sport and Rec, answering this question. A lot of it is actually increase in use. We've been over budget for the last couple of years in the revenue stream, but we are also kind of trying to getting back to our annual increase of about a 2% on our registrations. So it's a combination, but mostly we've been over budget for the last couple of years.
Also, I wondered if there was any new programming that was coming on board that would be seen in those numbers.
Yeah, so we have taken on the MSLAC, the Mobile Seniors Active Living programming. So we are hoping to increase the activities in that area. We've also seen an increase in our YCC, which is our Youth Connects Committee. We've doubled the participation there. So we are seeing more increase in our current program. I will say we are at capacity on enhancing other programs or bringing on, even the administration of bringing on additional instructors. That's where our capacity is we're at that turning point of offering additional programming.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 141, measuring work performance, question on percentage of number of programs provided. 2024, from 2023 was a drop of almost 600. I'm just kind of curious why that was. And then the fact that we're not back at 2023 levels till after 2027 by looks of things. What's happening there?
Thank you, Councillor Waters. You'll see in the 2021-22 specifically, we offered a lot of virtual programming. So that was the increase in that. 2024, we did lose our recreation coordinator that has been with us for 12 years. So we did have a gap on that position, which did then affect our rolling out of existing programs.
Thank you. And I'm glad you pointed that out, but because it just kind of shows the council that when we gap positions, this is the type of impact that it has on us. Or if we continue with a contract and that person leaves, this is the type of impact. So it's nice to be able to have an explanation for that. So thank you very much on that. The second question I had, if I can find it now.
For those of you who can't see, I have to point out that Councillor Waters has the most color-coded binder I have ever seen. There's all these tabs, and he's obviously gone through it with great detail.
I just like pretty books. I'm in competition with Jennifer. So my second question has to do with page 142, user fees, licenses, and fines. In terms of it seems a drop in revenue, and the explanation, and thank you very much for the explanation, is drop in advertising. My question is, have we not come up with any innovative way to do digital advertising that where we can recruit some of that lost revenue? Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Waters, are you specifically talking about the amount that Director Bowman spoke of the user fees and fines portion? Is that what?
Yes, please. Yes, it's the number 2 explanation, which is a reduction in program advertising. So we went from $18,000 to $4,500, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Waters. Yes, so we have eliminated due to paper costs our hard copy, and we have went to an online guide. We are starting again with that gapping of that position. We haven't been able to do our sales as we would like to, so you should see that we're hoping to enhance that area in 2025 and get back to our advertising portfolio and see those revenues coming back around. They're not going to be what you saw in the print guide because we have multiple pages, and obviously the cost of a hard copy going to every municipality or everybody in the municipality can sell at a higher rate than a virtual, but we are looking to reintroduce that virtual advertising portfolio and hoping that that will raise again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? I'm going to suggest that we should park the float. I think it would be a lightning bolt in our community if we, saw this kind of an increase and council chose to spend $50,000 on a parade float. I think that would not go over well from our residents. So I'm just I'm getting lots of nods here. So yeah, that's okay. Thank you so much for that. And then we will go on to facilities management. And again, that's Director Bowman and page 151.
Okay, so page 151, facilities management, and I'm joined at the table here by Nikki Balaz, our operations manager for facilities. So our facilities portfolio looks after over 500,000 square feet of municipal space. They do preventative and reactive maintenance, managing the overall facility life cycle. This team also or rather this portfolio also covers some of the Rizzardo Health and Wellness Centers. So you don't see it called out by name, but I thought I'd just highlight for you for a bit of context. The revenues from Rizzardo are captured here in the facilities budget, and they have increased as we've filled the building and have appropriate TMI, or taxes, maintenance, and insurance rates in place. So the building itself doesn't positively or negatively affect the tax levy, as the tenants are paying for the cost of the building and future capital investments. So this is how a typical commercial property is run. Oh, I've got to keep up with my slides. So there are some other factors impacting the service delivery costs here, including aging infrastructure. As our buildings age, there is an increased cost to keeping them up. Our proactive versus reactive approach also impacts this. So as you can appreciate, in a proactive approach, we're going into buildings, we're making inspections, we are looking for issues. And as we find them, we do need to address them. The good side of that, though, is by finding things early, you can prevent larger breakdowns and end up making fixes instead of complete replacements in some cases. Also important to note, at that time, we do look for green alternatives. So as we are able to repair or replace components within our buildings, we do look for green solutions. We're seeing rising costs in our contracted services. So as an example, our refrigeration contract has gone up by 9%. Also with insurance, utilities, materials and supplies, so our HVAC, plumbing, electrical supplies have all gone up. And wages and benefits, really speaking to our step increases in COLA. So the one key consideration not included in this proposed budget was an AED replacement program. So right now our AEDs are inspected on a monthly basis. And if there is any issue found with them, either a repair or a replacement is done. So this is really a reactive approach. We are looking to shift this to a proactive approach where a unit would be replaced at the end of its service life rather than waiting to be found upon an inspection. So we're not including this in the budget, so we will continue with our monthly inspection, ensuring that those devices are reviewed and updated as needed. So here are our capital projects. You can see 4 renewal programs. Each of these programs is compiled using our building condition assessments, as well as information gathered from the various trades and inspections by our own staff. They're categorized in 4 different buckets: HVAC, roofing, general capital, and arenas and rinks capital renewal programs. Also on the list is an IRC Dectron dehumidification unit. This is part of the HVAC system. You see in 2026, building condition assessments are due to be repeated. We do those every 5 years. And lastly, we see a town hall space redesign project. Happy to go to any questions you might have.
Questions or comments on facilities? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quick question regarding the repairs, inspections and whatnot. Do we have dedicated staff for the inspections alone as well as repairs, or is it on a contract by contract basis when it comes to HVAC and the chillers and the rinks and everything else?
Do you want me to start? The answer is a little bit of both. So we do have professional services that part of that service contract is for regular inspection, but we also have a dedicated team who are going in and out of these buildings on a regular basis and inspecting these pieces of equipment as well.
Would these inspection teams be able to do the repairs themselves if they were minor in nature to maintain the life cycle of the equipment itself?
So we're just seeking if there was an example we could share. So for HVAC and fire, for example, those are inspections that we have experts coming in to do. Those types of systems we wouldn't touch on our own, but there are certain things that we will inspect and care for on our own through our facilities team.
Okay, that being the case, has there been a cost analysis done for a full-time employee to manage this as opposed to contract? With the Board of Education in Toronto, they have certified staff that they use for inspections and repairs. But when it comes down to the major projects, that's where they bring people in. Is that the scenario here? Because if such is the case, we can hire them full-time. We can have staff on call 24/7 for whatever emergencies and still be up to TSAC standards?
Thank you for the question. So we have considered this before. The issue is we'd have to have one of a number of trades. So we can't keep any one trade fully busy within all of our buildings. So at this point, the benefit is or it's more cost effective rather to bring in outside contracted services. But as our town portfolio continues to grow, our approach to these buildings changes, it is possible that that could become the preferred approach.
One final question, I apologize. Such being the case, can we find a contractor who manages all the certified trades, the red seal trades that come in to do the repairs, as opposed to having multiple contracts come forth? If we have like 4 different contracts with 4 different companies and each one, you know, is availability is limited and whatnot, can we not find one company with an umbrella approach?
It's an interesting point of discussion. So we right now are procuring all of those contracts. So they do have to go through that procurement process, and we end up with individual contracts, which our internal staff, so Nikki primarily is managing. So I don't think that that's going to yield us a particular benefit right now, but it is good food for thought that we'll continue to consider.
Thank you. Other questions or comments for facilities? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the capital projects overview, page 155, just a couple of questions and comments is with the HVAC capital renewal program, I know we want to fix individual items as they come along and break down, but sometimes when you're looking at overall efficiencies, cost over time, and greening systems, sometimes it's better to green a system together as opposed to, it's difficult because if one part breaks down, then you just replace that part, then, you know, 10 years later, another part breaks down and you're caught in that system. When we're looking at the HVAC systems, are we in the case of replacing individual pieces? Or are we replacing systems which we can make more efficient?
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Manager of Facilities, Nikki Blaz, answering. Yeah, so we approach each project a different way. So we can look at it and say, for example, one of them in our list is the heat pumps at the IRC. Only half of those are not working or are in need of replacement, but looking at the building holistically, it didn't make sense just to do half of them. It makes sense to do all of them at once, make sure that they're all integrated and working together. So we do look at it both ways. So we'll do it that way, or if it's one piece of equipment that, you know, the rest of them aren't scheduled to be replaced for the next 10, 15 years, then we will just do that one piece of equipment.
Okay, thank you. Second question, the roofing capital renewal program, is that for this building here, or is that for the Y building? It's the second line. It's $275,000 and $420,000 the following year.
Sorry for the delay. To answer that question, so in 2025, that would be to address any repairs or maintenance that is required resulting from our annual inspections of all of our roofing. So that is a budget to address all those. In 2026, it's for the full roof of Town Hall. It's coming to the end of its life. So that would be the budget for that year.
Thank you. Then just a comment on that is when it comes to roofing systems, do you do a green analysis in terms of incorporating solar systems on them after the roof has been done?
Short answer, yes. With the facilities sustainability project that we're currently doing, that will be coming to council in the new year. We are looking at options like that could be added to certain roofs if they're the appropriate location for those. And sometimes we'll look to line those projects up. So when you go to do a roof replacement, that could be the time when you add in solar, because you have to sometimes rebrace or add things to the roof.
That's correct. That's why I'm asking is that I looked at the increased cost of utilities that the town is paying is quite substantial. And so solar systems now they run passively on the roof. They have less than 10-year paybacks on them, and they last for 40 years. And they're guaranteed for 25 to 30 years. So, myself, Councillor ASE, both have implemented solar systems on our own buildings. So it would be nice to be able to see us have an opportunity to save money down there. It may not be this year we'll save money, but over the years, operating costs are just continue to rise, and it's also a greener option. So I want to make sure that we're considering those when we're specifically doing a roofing repair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor ASE and Councillor Drodge.
Thank you, Worship. A couple questions. Question regarding page 152 and the measure of performance. The actual performance levels are quite high. As we project out for the next few years, they seem to drop. User satisfaction down slightly, and the number of unplanned repairs that risk interruption to service delivery, you're projecting that to go up. What's the reason for the lessening of performance? Is it a cost thing, or maybe explain where we're getting those numbers?
Thanks, Councillor ASE. We're actually hoping to keep those numbers right in line with what you see in 2022 and 2023. So on that page, what you're looking at is actually our projected numbers. So our target is to keep those below 5, but we'd really love to keep with the 1 or 2 a year. So we're anticipating that to stay similar, and same for the user satisfaction scores. Again, that target is 80% of permit holders who give an 8 out of 10 or better on their satisfaction scores, and we hope that number will be 80% or higher.
Further to that, it says arena facilities are where the surveys were done. Was that on just the arenas, or were the other buildings that are managed part of that survey?
Yeah, to answer that question, so it's our arena user groups, the various leagues that are primarily receiving that survey right now. It could be expanded, but that is where we have a large number of user groups where we can capture that type of data. And we may have some additional information from Ms. Botham.
Thank you, Councillor ASE's Sports and Recreation Manager, Tammy Botham. We also, after each hall booking, we will send out a survey to pretty much any of the renters. The organizations will also receive those, and at some points we do put them throughout QR codes that people can scan within facilities, the program guide, et cetera, that they can give their feedback that way also.
Thank you for that. Another question I have, moving on to capital projects overview. A lot of the projects are renewal, recognizing some of our facilities are getting older and need money spent on them. The town hall space redesign seems to speak to something different. Can you discuss what's involved with that project a bit?
Certainly can. So I think I joined the town in 2016, and it was sometime before that the layout that you still see today was largely in place. So our teams have evolved quite a bit over this time, and there are a number of people who have come to be employed with the town that actually don't have a a space. So when they come into town to work with their various teams in the office, we presently don't have a layout that can accommodate them. Particularly our planning and growth team is affected. So this project will see us relay out the office space. It is likely to be the last relayout of the office space that we would need before actually considering an expansion to the building. And so that will ensure our staff all have the appropriate tools and spaces in order to do their work in Town Hall.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drodge.
Thanks, Your Worship. My question's around if you were to have a surplus, so some of the projects, say, aren't accomplished in 2025, or for an example, we divested a property and we had works that were scheduled for that budget cycle, where would that surplus go? Like the extra money left over?
So with respect to projects we don't complete in the intended year, that can happen for a number of reasons. Sometimes it's contractor availability or supplies of equipment that we need, and that would be deferred into the next year. Now, the case of divesting a building would be slightly different, and I'm just looking over at the finance team for a comment on where those monies would actually go back to. Is that it?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Councillor. Yeah, so if we don't do a planned project, we would try and defer to next year. If we make the decision that we aren't going to go ahead with that project, we would come back to council and ask the money to be put back into reserves. Divestiture is a whole different issue. I'm not too sure what building we're referring to divest. That would take a little bit more conversation.
So not the aspect of where the money would go if we divested it, like for an example, 19 Queen Street in Cookstown. I see in the HVAC that they want to replace the furnace there. So the cost of replacing that furnace might not happen because we divested the property. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, fair enough. I understood now. So yeah, the cost of that project would get returned back to capital building reserves.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for facilities management? I guess I'm going to ask about, I respect the answer that you gave regarding the redesign of Town Hall. And I'm assuming the impacts of Zoom and the fact that people are working from home more often now are in that calculation.
That's correct, Your Worship. So as we contemplate what that design needs to be to accommodate staff in a hybrid work model, we do need to think about how it is that online meetings and the Zoom calls that you referenced are managed. At the same time, though, when they do come in, we want to ensure that the time they have together as teams inside Town Hall can be productive and that there is space to accommodate each individual.
Thank you. Final questions for Ms. Belez or the team for facilities? Seeing none, then we'll go to parks and open spaces. I'm sorry, I did have a comment from someone watching online that they very much enjoyed hearing what page of the binder it was in. So this Parks and Open Spaces is 156, Ms. Arsati.
So this portfolio looks after 42 sports fields and courts, over 50 lake access points, and our parks and green spaces, which accounts for over 70.9 hectares of grass maintained. They're also looking after our 6 ice surfaces and ensuring all of our playgrounds and amenities are safe for use through the various inspection programs that they run. The factors affecting service delivery costs include our aging equipment and amenities. So you can appreciate our playgrounds out there as they begin to age. Our team are frequently repairing various components. There are rising costs of contracted services. So as an example, our portable toilet contract is up by almost 4%, and our janitorial contract also up by 4%. Also included is fuel, insurance, and utilities. A couple comments on that one. Our town square was originally under budgeted for utilities, so that correction has been made. And Cookstown and Centennial Parks were not correctly metered, and that correction has now been made within the budget. Wages and benefits are also affected. You see here changes to the in-services MOU. So for clarity, we're no longer supplying some grounds maintenance to a few of the in-services locations. And lastly, we're seeing a lower than expected volume of vehicles attending Innisfil Beach Park. So the revenues associated with parking have decreased. So just looking at the table on the left, you can see there's quite a jump between 24 and 25. I just want to highlight the biggest reason for this is because existing salaries from other portfolios within the sustainability business plans have been allocated into this portfolio. And the impacts of that adjustment can be seen across the various sustainability plans. So there's two budget requests considered but not included in the proposed budget. So you see the first one's Hope Tree banners and lights along IBR Cookstown Tree and Lights. So let's unpack that for a second. The Hope Tree program began during COVID, and it was an initiative to bring a symbol of unity and hope to our community. Given that we've moved beyond COVID at this point, it's our recommendation that the Hope Tree is discontinued at this time. However, the banners along Innisfil Beach Road and the Cookstown Tree and Lights, while not having been added into the operating budget in this cycle, we are recommending that they be completed through ADM 37, which is the Council Strategic Initiatives Fund, and we'll endeavor to move that into operating in a future budget cycle. The second item there is parking lot line painting. Funds for line painting have actually never been in the operating budget, but you are seeing lines get painted, but it's usually part of a capital project. And in the past, when we've had unplanned revenues, we have sometimes diverted those towards line painting. And that was how we accomplished that actually at the south parking lot at the IRC the last time. So two projects on this list, the Huron Court Park parking lot repave. This is a repave, asphalt to asphalt. The Fennells Corner Park parking lot resurfacing is a conversion of granular to asphalt. Ready for questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go first to those watching on the live stream. So you heard Director Bowman, the Hope Tree, which has been extremely popular over the last few years in Innisfil Beach Park. This would be the last year, 2024. The lights are up there now, but would not be relit in 2025. The cost of doing so is about, I believe, around $8,000, if I'm not mistaken, to do that tree. So comments and questions from for residents. Is it worth $8,000 to have the Hope Tree in 2025? I hope we hear from you. And now I'll turn it to members of council who have questions and comments. Councillor Waters and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question on the, well, I'm glad, first of all, I want to say thank you for the explanation in the wages and benefits, because I did see a 116% increase, so it's a reallocation. It would be nice to know what's a reallocation and what's the natural progressive pay increases, so it would have been nice to know what that is, if that was available. So, but I'm not going to spend much time there because you did answer it. Thank you very much. My second question has to go with the capital projects overview, page 160, Huron Court Park. Probably I heard more concerns about this park last year than any other park in my ward, in terms of all the repairs that were going along and how long it took to get them done. And so am I going to hear more complaints about this park because now we have another project that goes on that's going to, so my question is this going to be confined strictly to the parking lot, or are we going to stop people from walking along the walkways again concerning this particular park? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. This is Operations Manager Chris Trevisan for Parks and Community Spaces. So in essence, the intent will definitely be to keep that project confined to just that parking lot space for sure. A part of that kind of project is during the parks condition assessment done in 2017, it was kind of outlined there to look at that resurfacing then, but also given I think the utilization of that parking lot is kind of multi-use given the space and then the surrounding residents that are using that for, I think more so like that wintertime use would be that we'd look to do a bit of a redesign in there as well to kind of make that parking lot more sufficient. But to answer your question, yes, the intent would be to keep it confined within that space.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. With regards to the lights, the Hope Tree, Cookstown and Innisfil Beach Road, is it not feasible to seek outside funding for this? Sponsorship through local businesses, anything we can use in that regard? I mean, we're trying to enhance the area and create a sense of community, but at the same time, why can't we ask people to contribute to helping create that community?
Director Bowman.
The opportunity to provide services with the support of grant funding is something we'd aspire to, but unfortunately, it's not something that we can guarantee at this point. We do seek sponsorship for certain events throughout the year. Seeking that specifically for the Hope Tree hasn't been an objective. It can be something we look at, but I would just caution council that seeking and obtaining are different. I would hesitate to promise that we could fulfill that through a grant program.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I'm not speaking grant specifically. I'm speaking local businesses. We have so many that participate in things like Bonanza, Spooktacular, the Santa Claus Parade. When you break it down business by business, if we put the opportunity out for them to step up without the promise, clearly, but give them the opportunity to contribute, they're the ones lifting the community up, not on the shoulders of the taxpayer itself for the Christmas season.
Director Bowman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I mean, we can certainly take that away. We are considering sponsorship in different areas with the Sport and Rec team. So we can take that away as a consideration. I just again caution about creating an expectation within the budget if we haven't actioned that or built that presently into our plan.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would also just add to that, administratively, somebody having to organize that and visit all the businesses. And I would also, the I Love Barrie sign, if anybody wants to, go back and read the history of what happened there. And sometimes the best intentions cannot go over too well. So those are just a few cautionary tales. So just to be clear, though, the plan right now is for the banners, the Christmas lights that are up in both Alcona and Cookstown were moved to the council strategic funds. And my only caveat to that would be there is no more strategic funds. So we would be going into 2025 and 2026 if a project came up and somebody wanted and council wanted to support it, there's no wiggle room there for any of that. So just a cautionary tale on that item. And I'm going to go first to Councillor Ices, Councillor Waters, Councillor Drodge.
Thank you, Worship. Understanding that this budget for this item is maintaining the service levels that we have. I'm wondering if we can put this topic in the parking lot, put the parks in the parking lot. And the reason is I get lots of comments about the pride that we have in Innisfil and the branding about Innisfil. And when we drive up the 400 and we see the Innisfil sign for the last, I don't know how many years, there's been a big pile of dirt around it. And then when you get off on Innisfil Beach Road, there's very little in the way of a town sign to say, here we are, this is Main Street, Innisfil. And I know we're not out of Main Street yet, but I think there's a lot of prioritization that we could do around these things instead of looking for funds for Christmas lights or a Hope Tree. Put it all together, and maybe the service level, maybe the budget needs to be adjusted to reflect some of those comments from residents. I think that would help us give direction to staff on on how we see this topic.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to look for some clarification on the item you said that wasn't in the budget, which was around lights and those types of things. Are we talking about the lights that we see during Christmas time along the street? So we will no longer have the snowflakes, or is this an enhancement to that?
So what we were talking about is the Hope Tree specifically is the only item that would be ending in this season. The lights, so the snowflakes and the banners that you see along Innisfil Beach Road are being funded, are recommended to be funded out of ADM 37, the council strategic funds. Until the next cycle, we would like to move that in future into operating.
Thank you.
Councillor Drodge.
So my question's around Fennells Corners Park. How did that come to fruition that we were going to pave that? Do we have residents asking to have that paved?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So part and parcel again to the Huron Court resurfacing project that was kind of analyzed through that Parks Condition Assessment to be done. This one was also outlined within that Parks Condition Assessment to be completed. Recognizing that the intent of that parking lot's kind of shifted, not just for like that park use, but also we're seeing that to be quite the commuter lot as well. That we do believe that an asphalt surface would be good for the use, but as well as for those operating costs that kind of associate to that granular surface to now that asphalt surface, that there should be a reduction in the operating costs of us needing gravel grading staffing towards kind of like that refresh every spring post winter maintenance season.
So I guess my concern is that parking lot is off a dirt road, and it is one of the most popular dirt roads that I have to deal with in my ward. And we're not entertaining paving that road, but we're paving the parking lot that's attached to that road. I'm just not so sure the residents are going to be okay with that.
And to give some context to that to you, Councillor Drodge, would be that I think through kind of maybe that process that we were looking to do that parking lot, that in speaking with our roads team, it may be advantageous for us to explore through that project as well, to maybe have that first section of asphalt be completed for that road segment as well. But also help with grading operations for that road segment as well, of us not having to go into the Yonge Street intersection to kind of complete that turnabout. So there may be some option there as well.
Perfect, thank you.
And just a bit of history there too. So when the County of Simcoe was doing their detailed design on the widening of County Road 4 or Yonge Street through that area, they had a proposed commuter parking lot there along with the Go Bus shelter. And it received great opposition from local residents in the area to make it a county parking lot. But in hindsight, it's getting used as a commuter lot anyway. And instead of the county looking after it, we're looking after it. So I'm not sure, looking back, hindsight, might have been a better idea to let the county turn it into a commuter lot. But having said that, maybe that's a conversation to have with the county now to see if they'd be willing to take it over. And then that would be just something that would be off our books. Thank you. Seeing any more questions for Parks and Open Space? I'm seeing none, so we'll go on to Stormwater Management.
Okay, we'll turn your attention to page 161 in the budget book, and I'm joined at the table by Operations Manager Jeremy Ninehouse. So this service portfolio looks after 61 stormwater management ponds, 7 LID features, and 6 oil grip separators, as well as 24 municipal drains, an urban forestry program, and invasive species management. The factors affecting service delivery costs include some new regulation around excess soil. So you heard CAO Gershaw mention this earlier. There are new regulations that add cost to how we handle materials collected while ditching. So budget has been added in 2025 and 2026 for this purpose. We have some aging infrastructure in this portfolio. Culvert replacements are paramount. We have the onboarding of new additional infrastructure. So we are assuming some new oil grit separators. And we have some rising costs again in those contracted services, materials and supplies. So for example, the cost of steel culverts has gone up by 400%, as well as wages and benefits. Now, part of the increase you're seeing in the net levy table here is a result of centralizing urban forestry within this portfolio. The cost of tree removals has been moved from the parks and open spaces to this particular budget. So we have some key considerations. These are budget requests considered but not included in the proposed budget. For excess soils, I did mention we have some included here. We did not include the full 130,000 as we're trying to push out our responsibilities to manage these excess soils as long as possible, but still allowable. And we did put money in the budget. I know you see a zero there, but there was money added in the 2026 budget because at that point we must manage those soils. Now, second item on that list is flood control. This is a budget item we would use for pumps and equipment and external contracts if we were to experience flooding. So what I would like council to feel assured that if we need these pieces of equipment to manage a particular event, we will spend that money in order to protect the community and our infrastructure, and it would be managed corporately. This isn't an ideal way to budget because we know that these instances are happening more frequently, but I just want to give you confidence that we would certainly take action. The last item there is ditching. We'll continue to do some ditching and we have equipment and staff internally that can do that. This particular line was to add some external support from external contracted services that would allow us to do more in a year. So without that money, we would stop using contracted service, continue with just our staff and get as much as we can done in a season, considering all of the factors we deal with, weather, staffing, and other services that must be completed in the summer months. And in the capital budget, you see our urban forestry canopy program appearing here. Just as a reminder, that's developing our urban tree inventory, policy and bylaw development, customer service case management, tree removals and tree replacements. You can see 3 drain improvement projects appearing here. We also have facility sediment surveys, culvert replacement program, Phragmites control program, and a new program for catch basin repair and replacement. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you, and I apologize. That was on page 161 for those following along. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. With regards to the Parks 408 program, the Canopy program, I noticed that we're spending near $500,000 a year, if not more. Now, are we speaking mature trees that we're replacing, or are we looking at something younger that we can get more coverage with to grow with time as the town grows? Are we looking at conservation authorities to see where we can get a better deal for the trees themselves? Are we like there's options here? What are we looking to spend the $400,000 on top of the consultation of $132,000 in 2025?
Would that be Mr. Ninehouse or Director Bowman?
So maybe just to clarify, Deputy Mayor, so are you speaking specifically just to the caliper? You're curious about what we're replacing with, or whether we've made good choices for cost management?
Well, primarily the age of the trees that we're putting into the ground, where we're getting them, and what the cost analysis is versus the more mature trees versus the less mature trees, which we can get more into the ground to get a greater return in the near future as they grow.
Mm-hmm. So I think there are different cases where we're doing different things. So when it comes to replacements, removals and replacements, we are sometimes removing trees that come up through case management with, customer service case calls. There's a tree on municipal property, it's aging or dying or it's fallen over, and we need to do a replacement. So in that case, I'm just looking at Mr. Ninehouse. Do you know the caliper?
Be in the town standard. So your typical, I think it's 100,
Okay, so in that case, we're following a town standard, which is part of the engineering standards document, and we think that's about 100 mil. Now, we are also looking at that with emerald ash borer. So this program is also identifying trees that are coming out that have succumbed to the emerald ash borer. Tree replacement is being done in that case as well. And the third type is maybe a little bit outside this budget, maybe for just perspective. We have been working quite regularly with the South Simcoe Streams Network. And they have worked with us to find locations both on municipal property and to work with us on other properties to do tree planting. And so they're using a different type of tree and they provide those typically. And we've been glad to work with them because that has been an important part of our building up our urban canopy.
Okay, thank you. So just for clarification, I've done the work with the South Simcoe Streams around the stormwater management ponds. I've been part of the groups that have planted 300-400 trees in a day, the smaller plantings. What I'm understanding is when it comes to any mature tree, it's a one-on-one replacement, approximately the same age, one that will, according to certain standards. Is that my understanding?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Yes, our engineering standards set out that tree replacement caliper, so the diameter of the tree that we'll replace with. But we're glad to have the support of an arborist on our team. And so we make more informed choices about what we're replanting with. So he has been excellent in helping us think about diversifying our canopy, planting trees that are appropriate for the conditions in which the planting is being done. So we're being far more specific about what goes in. So it's not to say that if a maple comes down, a maple will go back in. There's more thought that goes in than that.
Thank you. Other questions for Stormwater Management? Councillor Constantine and Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Your Worship. After looking at the budget and I saw that the funding for flooding was removed, that was of concern to me. But after speaking with Ms. Bowman, and she assured me that that would not affect the level of service that, that Ward 2 is a flooding plain, that would not affect the service that would be provided to the residents. So that is good to know.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor. Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is about the measuring work and performance around stormwater management ponds. And on page 163, it shows only if 57 to 60% rating for ponds in fair or better condition. So that's quite concerning to me as as landowners are responsible for the drainage on their property. I wonder if you can comment on why we're that low with those percentages. We do require developers to spend a lot of capital in engineering these ponds, but maybe I'll wait for comments on that.
Thank you, Councillor. This is Jeremy Ninehouse, Stormwater Drainage and Environmental Service Manager. So the rating that we see for the management ponds themselves does come through some work done through the master plan, and through the master plan and actually the sediment surveys themselves, we have noticed that our aging infrastructure do require cleanouts. We do have a capital project in place for retrofits and cleanouts as well. But currently, out of the assumed ponds that we have, multiple of those ponds need cleanouts either right now or in the next couple of years. So once those ponds are able to be the sediment removed, then those will be back to designed and working how they should be.
So I'm wondering legislatively, is there a level that the province would mandate for stormwater management?
Yes, the town is now have to be in compliance with our new CLI ECA for all stormwater. So that is our entire system as a whole, not just the facilities themselves. But yes, there is requirements under that governance that says that we need to keep our infrastructure in a state of good repair.
So I'm assuming we're perhaps behind a little bit on capital projects in this section of the town. If we wanted our stormwater management to be at, pick a number, 70% instead of 60%, I'm curious what that would cost, just for us to, as council, to get an idea on how far we are behind on this type of capital project.
Thank you, Councillor. So we'd have to come back to you with the exact numbers, but essentially what we'd be talking about was accelerating our pond retrofit and clean out program. So that is a capital project. Right now, our intent is to follow as close as we can the Stormwater Master Plan, which does give us some direction on how to proceed through that. If council wish to have options there, we'd have to come back to you.
I would like to hear further what costs would be involved with improving that situation, because to me that's, you know, a very important part as we think about climate change, more weather events that and our as we infill also around some of these stormwater management in our town areas. I think it affects residents even more.
Am I hearing a parking lot thing for the stormwater management?
I think that's appropriate, yes.
Okay, the majority of council want to put stormwater management in the parking lot? I'm seeing yes. Okay, thank you for that. Other questions or comments? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question concerning the urban forestry canopy. We spent quite a bit of time and money on starting a strategic plan for that. So in this piece, are we planning on finishing that? Because I think that would give good direction in terms of what we should be doing and when we should be doing it. So I just want to make sure that, and that we're not going to reinvent the wheel, that we're going to use all the research and stuff that we've done in the past to finish this off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. And yes, I'm pleased to report that plan and accompanying bylaw are in development, and our intent is to bring that to you in Q2. And we are already taking the good advice of our arborist who is on contract with us, but planning to formalize that with council and seek some directions so we can continue to develop that program.
A quick question in terms of just what you said there, our contract arborist. Is that arborist not full-time?
That is correct.
Will we be continuing to have that arborist in the future, or are there any impacts in terms of staff reductions or not renewing that contract?
We would very much like to keep our arborist with us. He's exceptionally talented. Presently, council approved our capital project, which was to develop that tree hazard inventory, as well as to develop the necessary plans and bylaws. Through that capital project, we retain the expertise of our arborist, who will continue to serve that project over the next 2 years. And at a future budget cycle, we certainly would like to, predicting the future anyway, like to bring that into our full-time complement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ices.
Perhaps just to follow up on Councillor Waters' question around the arborist. Are we sharing that resource with InPower, as they also will have need to manage trees along the utilities?
Actually, our staff council ACs have recently been in touch with Empower to better understand the points at which we connect. So we know our Empower colleagues are frequently managing trees that interfere with power lines. Sometimes those are in the municipal right of way. So we want to make sure we're clear on each other's boundaries and roles and where we overlap. And certainly our arborist is part of that conversation along with Mr. Ninehouse. Also interesting to say that he's playing a role also with the county and potentially other municipalities. Since joining us, he has received training on chainsaw training. So this is something that costs operations close to $20,000 in a year for certifications. And by having this member of our staff now training internally, we've been able to reduce one of our operating costs. He is also in demand with the county and with neighboring municipalities too. So we are looking at how we might provide some training to our neighbors and bring in some training dollars to help offset the costs in our department for that program.
Councillor Saunders.
Thank you. Can we revisit and put Fennel's repaving in the parking lot until we hear from Simcoe? Can we do that?
We can do it if the majority of council wants to do it. That's the Fennel's repaving until we've heard from the county in the parking lot. I'm getting 1 yes, 2 yeses. Okay, I'm getting a number of yeses. Thank you. That's in the parking lot. Any other questions or comments for stormwater management? I have a couple. So Phragmites, the invasive species control program. We have money in both 2025 and 2026 proposed. I know there's been a lot of municipalities doing a lot of good work in this area, and I'm wondering, has technology changed? Are we still satisfied we're getting a good bang for our buck with the with what we're doing as far as eradicating or keeping control of Phragmites?
Just looking for a few facts and figures. So we've actually been able to be quite successful with this program. It began in 2018 with over 14 hectares of roadside Phragmites being treated. And as of 2022, 85% of that area is Phragmites free. So, our future efforts are to start identifying some of the Phragmites stands that are turning up in our parks and other areas and add them to those treatment lists. We have also been watching evolutions in this. And if you recall, we brought in Dr. Janice?
Gilbert.
Dr. Ginn from LSRCA?
No, it's Dr. Gilbert.
Oh, right.
Okay. Right, our Phragmites expert that came and addressed council at that time. And she and Mr. Ninehouse have continued to be in touch. We're watching evolutions in treatment protocols and some more creative environmental treatments that have been evolving. So we'll bring those forward as they become an asset to our town.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, and very happy with the 85% number. And then finally, in the numbers in the capital projects overview, I'm assuming all of the municipal drain work, the Prokopchuk drain, branch B of the South Innisfil Creek drain, those are just all our portion of the costs and not the overall costs that the benefiting landowners are required to pay?
Yes, so your worship, those are actually the overall costs of estimated cost of each improvement. I've just taken historical numbers that we've had for improvement projects and prorated those over the actual lengths of the existing drains, just to give council an estimated guess for a budget. The actual costs for these projects are determined when the engineer goes out, does the surveys, and establishes the actual costs themselves.
But just to clarify, maybe I heard it wrong. So just our costs, so not all of the costs that the other benefiting landowners would have to pay, or do we have that as a revenue somewhere?
So this would be the cost of the entire project, and it would be the engineer's responsibility to come up with an assessment schedule to see what the town would be having to pay and what all the other residents or other utilities within the watershed would have to pay. So our portion, the town's portion, would be less than that.
Thank you. Director Jersha.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. I just wanted to come back to the discussion on the arborist. I think we need to clarify a couple of points. So first of all, when Director Bowman used the term full-time, I think she meant to say permanent, right? So, and wave to us, Mr. Bell, there is our arborist. He's in the room. So to be clear, he's a full-time contract employee of the town. So if the question is, will we have a permanent arborist? That's a decision point for council. And it's come up a couple times, both on Wednesday and today, this question of kind of contract conversions, permanent employees. You've heard some of the pitches, if you will, for certain staffing requests. I just want to remind council that on table 2 or on page 11 of your budget book is a list of FTE requests which are not included in the recommended budget. So those were ones that staff considered and thought, might actually be a good idea, but are not recommended. So you'll notice the arborist is one of those positions. So we certainly considered that, but for the time being, the assumption here is that that is a contract position and the permanent funding of that position is not included in the budget. So if council wanted to change that, that would be your decision.
Sorry, thank you for that clarification. For people watching online that maybe don't have a budget book, there were, how many people on that page? 16 people, so 16 recommended over 2 years and 16 that didn't make the cut. So 50% of what staff had asked for did not make the cut to get to this point of the budget. So just wanted to make that point. Deputy Mayor.
A quick question, if I may then. My understanding is that the arborist, as he comes in for the year-to-year consultation, is paid under the DC charges. Am I correct with that, or is that through another funding that I'm unaware of?
I think we're looking at either Ms. Webb or Mr. Melanish.
So my thinking, well, I don't know the capital project number. We could look that up if I did. I could look that up if I did. It most likely is funded from capital reserves. Okay. So not DCs, because it's maintenance of ponds.
Deputy Mayor, follow up.
Thank you. So my understanding then is we're paying him, but from different buckets. And if such is the case, to take on a full-time employee, that would affect the tax roll, the tax levy. Well, the levy is that would increase the tax rate in a different manner than if it came from DC charges, which is funded from outside sources.
Yes, Deputy Mayor. So the thought process is if we're bringing somebody on full-time, we don't want to continue like over a long, and we don't want to long-term fund them from a capital reserve fund or other kind of reserve. Ideally, we would want that on the tax levy if they were permanent. And so because while it's there for council's consideration, the budget is built for that contract position to be funded from capital, just as a way to find revenue sources to make it work. And we do have a capital project that they're working on. And so that work is aligned with that capital project. No different than sometimes we may have outside consultants or, outside consultants procured and hired to complete a capital project.
Thank you. Okay, in this regard, I'm quite content leaving it where it sits. We're not looking at women's charges or occupational health and safety. We're not looking at pension benefits, anything along those lines, and it's not required to be maintained in every year budget unless the need arises. So I think we did right by leaving it on the request for council consideration, but not bring it in. Yes.
Any other questions for stormwater management? Sorry, I can't see it. Thank you, Director Figliazzi.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fowler, just to clarify your comment, if we're understanding it correctly, while the individual is on contract, regardless of the funding source, a full extensive package would be provided. So there would be benefits, WSAB coverage, et cetera, as covered in the costs that are being paid on behalf of this employee.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. So that brings us to the end. No, it does not. We still have 2 more to do for Director Bowman. So the agenda right now calls for a break of 10 minutes. So we will break till 11:05, if that works for everybody. I'll cut you down to 9 so we can catch up. All right, thank you. We'll take a quick break. Welcome back, everyone. After a quick break, we'll get right back on track. And our first item up after break is the Director Bowman's transportation network, and it's on page 167 of the operating budget. Director Bowman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jumping right in, this service portfolio looks after over 770 lane kilometers of roads and 75 kilometers of sidewalk. Year to date, they've answered over 1,300 road inquiries. I was hoping maybe one would drive by similarly to yesterday when the lights and sirens went by. Our plows are out on the road. They've been out since between 2 and 3 a.m. this morning and are doing an excellent job out there. So there are some factors affecting our service delivery costs. As our roads are aging, they do need more repair. Often we're out there working on potholes and shoulder maintenance. That's just a couple of examples. There's an impact of the excess soil regulation, again, impacting this budget. So that new regulation to manage excess materials, in this case from street sweeping, that add costs to our operating. So there is budget in 2026 in order for us to manage this. Our streetlights are now coming out of warranty, and so we are having to incur the cost of replacements. There are rising costs in contracted services. So for example, the Metrolinx contract for our crossing maintenance is up by 12%. We have fuel, insurance, materials and supplies, so sand and salt, which we buy in quantity, as well as cold patch, which is up 10%. Lots of these are increasing. Utilities, as well as wages and benefits. So we do have some unmaterialized revenues. So leaving our budget is cell tower revenues that have been transferred to in-services, and that's actually where they should be. With regard to automated speed enforcement and our red light camera program, this budget has both the revenues as well as the expenses associated with this, including the cost of the FTE, the Roads Traffic and Transportation Project Manager, associated with those programs. We also have our new traffic calming installations. So we have the yearly cost of implementing these new traffic calming measures incorporated here too. So for council's consideration, there is a change request included in your budget for a roads operator. So this is due to the growth that we are feeling now with the assumption of 13 new subdivisions that will be taken on. This new operator in 2026 would take us from 13 plow routes to 14. And again, that's a 2026 recommendation. There were some budget items considered but not included in this budget. So again, we mentioned the street sweeping a requirement for excess soils. In 2025, we were actually able to manage that operationally. So we stepped away from that requirement for the 150,000. And there was budget added in 2026 in order to manage that regulation and the requirements therein. Dust control. Interestingly, the cost per liter of dust suppressant, that being oil, has increased by 134%. So dust suppression is usually applied twice a year. So by not adding this additional budget, we will be putting down one application per season. You also see, similarly with guide rail, similarly to how we will manage flood control, you see the removal of guide rail budget in both 25 and 26. Similarly to flooding, though, if in an emergency we have guide rail damage, we would need to spend that and manage corporately. Traffic counts, this is good traffic science when you're applying changes to an area to do a pre and post evaluation of the effect of traffic in the area, both in counts and speed. So that budget will not be in place for that activity. And lastly, you see the Traffic Safety Advisory Committee. Rather than adding those amounts to the budget in each of those years, what we're recommending is that the committee continue with the remaining budget, which is forecast to be around 25,000. And should that committee wish to have added funds towards the end of 2025, that could be a decision within the 2026 budget affirmation process. And moving into questions.
Questions for Nicole Bowman on this section? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Quick question. How many kilometers on average does one of our operators travel with the vehicles over the year? And how much of an impact would that one operator being taken off the road have on the other 13 operators?
Might need a clarification. So right now we don't have we're speaking about the FTE request for the additional operator in 2026. So I think it was Mr. Melanishin who made the comment earlier that not every incremental piece that we take on will require another body to come into our group. But with taking on 13 new subdivisions assumptions coming online, we have tipped the point with needing a new operator to join that route. And that is to allow us to continue to meet our service level requirements. So this morning, for example, with the snowfall we received, we'll call that kind of an average snowfall. We had operators called in at 2, on the road by 3, and actually I think just about all of our mains had a first pass done before 7 a.m. So that's the kind of service level that we have committed to. And in order to continue to reach those types of targets with 13 new subdivisions coming online, we really do need to add that next route in order to continue that level. Does that help answer your question?
Thank you. To a degree. As a follow-up, our operators, are they limited to one vehicle specifically? Like they just drive snow plows specifically, or is it the dusters and then the sidewalk plows? Are they certified in various machinery? So they're not limited to one particular scope of the work.
Yeah, I'm proud to say that our operators are a multi-talented group, each of them with individual skill sets that we apply to different services throughout the year. So during the winter, they often have a dedicated plow route or sidewalk plow route, but in the buffer seasons and in the summer, they flip into other types of equipment and vehicles in order to deliver the various services that the road department completes.
Other questions? Councillor Richardson and Councillor Drodge.
Thank you. One of the big concerns and complaints that I get quite often is the pathways that they're not maintained in the winter, because our school boards are still using those as when they're calculating how far of a distance it is for kids to get to school and whether they take a bus or not. I just wonder if there's room for those paths to be maintained in the winter so that they can be utilized more.
Thank you, Councillor. This is Chris Trevisan, Operations Manager, to respond to that question. So I'm going to speak to current practice right now. Our sidewalk machines are able to maintain in and around those school areas where there is an open space or pathway. So I'll reference here on Court Park, there's a new trail that leads directly to that school from the sidewalk. So those assumption opportunities are definitely there for us to kind of incorporate those, certainly. Another one would be that Goodfellow kind of crossing that comes from Jack Crescent into Goodfellow School. So those opportunities we're currently already completing. But to speak to others in relation to how it kind of correlates with our park spaces, that ultimately just with staffing resources kind of being diverse to like those priority sidewalks, roadways, parking lots, fire halls, all those kind of maintenance practices currently, just don't have the capacity at this time to with our current complement.
Can I just add then to Councillor Richardson's concern that if they are not maintained in the winter, can we not let the school bus consortium know that so that they don't use those paths as their calculation for walkers? Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, yes, but yeah, I guess it does. But then just out of curiosity, with the new staff that if you want, would that staff be able to be allocated to work on those paths?
Thanks, Councillor. Just to clarify, though, there's an interesting overlap here with our roads team and parks and community spaces team. So it's actually on the park side of the business that most of those paths are looked after. It's okay that they overlap, and we have to think about them, you know, and where they intersect, because our roads operators are looking after sidewalks. But so where we have multi-use trails, trails through the parks, and some of the ones that Chris just mentioned, those are being maintained by our parks team.
I mean, that is a level of service request that you can bring up later if that's something that you want to add to the budget. You can certainly make a motion and see if it carries. But we'll do that after, when we have our big conversation and bring forward motions about where we give direction to staff, where we want to go. Other questions? I had a list. Sorry, Councillor Drodge and Councillor Ices.
Thanks. So I'm a little disappointed to see dust suppression backed off, but I do respect that $65,000 is a lot of money. Are we actively looking for alternatives for dust suppression?
Thanks, Councillor. And yes, we are. This team is committed to looking for technologies and tools that will help us be more efficient in any of our service areas. This is one of them. So we did come across something called biodiffusion technologies, which is a greener product. And we were hoping that it might have utility in terms of dust suppression. But we've been in contact, and while it doesn't yield us a benefit in that particular application, we are seeing a potential there for future road improvement projects. So we do want to continue looking at that. So I don't have a new solution. I was hoping that would be one for dust suppression, but certainly something that we will continue to look for.
Yeah, and I think, so when you look at dirt roads in Innisfil, a lot of it's really rural, a lot of it's farming community, but there are certain areas where there is a fairly dense residential population. So I would suggest if we did try to do pilot projects or anything of that sort, that we would do it in those areas. Thanks.
Councillor Dershowitz. CAO Dershowitz.
Thank you, Mayor Dillon. I'd just like to issue another clarification. I think this has been a point of confusion for maybe a few weeks since we initially launched the budget. There's certain of these operating activities that have been identified as not included in the budget, but I want to make clear for council that doesn't mean we're doing nothing. It means in several cases, we are not recommending an increase to the existing budget. So I think this dust suppression is one of those examples. So it's not that we're not going to do it anymore. It means we are not increasing the budget, which we otherwise would have recommended.
So just for some clarification, we are removing one whole treatment of dust suppression. So we are backing off the level of service to what we previously were doing.
Correct. And maybe that's not the best example to use. I think it's documented on page 229 of the budget book. But I just want to be clear, there are a few of these cases where what's not being recommended is an increment to the base budget. So we should be precise about that anytime we're discussing it.
Thank you. Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. So my question is about the addition of the automatic speed enforcement and the red light camera revenues. I had the unfortunate experience of getting caught in one of those in Barrie this summer, and when the letter comes in the mail, your first impression is that it's a tax grab. So I wonder if you can comment on, I see there's also a corresponding expense to the revenue. Comment on, are we benefiting greatly from the revenue that we are getting from these initiatives that are there to improve safety on our roads?
That was one off my list. So thanks for asking it, Councillor Ices. Director Bowman.
Thank you, Your Worship. So both of these programs were brought into our community to improve traffic safety for motorists, for pedestrians, cyclists, et cetera. So our first and foremost objective is to improve safety with them. So our first camera-based enforcement program occurred in Cookstown, where we installed a red light camera. That intersection was seeing over 700 red light runs in a week. So that was a lot. The addition of that camera dropped the occurrence rate by over 91%. So that was quite a substantial improvement. And certainly if you just talk anecdotally, especially to those business owners and local residents, they've been able to notice the effects of that change. There is revenue coming from that, but you can also appreciate with that type of substantial drop, I mean, there's quite a lot of people who are no longer receiving tickets or who aren't receiving tickets and aren't running the light. ASE is very young at this point. We don't have a lot of data, so we've done our projections as best we can to understand what the revenue stream and the expenses will look like, and that's what you see presented in this budget. We will be monitoring that as we progress our use of this program and potential expansions in the future, and we'll adjust our projections accordingly. Again, the primary objective of automated speed enforcement is to slow down traffic. And we've heard comments already that even placing the coming soon signs in the community is slowing down traffic. So we do know from other communities that have gone before us that these tools are effective at changing drivers' behavior. And so we are most importantly looking forward to that change on our roadways.
Thank you for that. But I guess it can be said that these programs will be revenue positive to the town.
We believe they will be revenue positive. To what degree? We're still in the early phases, but yes, revenue positive is the expectation.
Councillor Waters.
In rebuttal to that is that here we are talking about how do we trim 7% down to 6%. And here we have an opportunity to use, money generated from people who are, sorry, Councillor Ices, slightly going over the speed limit or going through a red light. I consider them sin taxes, I would rather see us collect money there to help reduce taxes. At the same time, we're getting a huge benefit. So the first thing, as you said, it's for benefit of the community, safety of the community, right? And so I'm not afraid to state that I think that additional revenue is also helpful in terms of, providing money for the good things that we do. So I just want to present the other side of that. Sorry for your ticket.
Councillor Ices, here we go.
So I guess my question along those lines is, do we have leeway in how much revenue that we collect from this program?
We had a binder jump the table. Can you repeat the question, please?
So my question is about the level of fines and penalties that can be imposed. I have heard other municipalities are using this revenue source as to go to operations. I'm not advocating for that, but is that an option?
Previous direction from council was to reinvest any surplus from these programs, any revenue from these programs after expenses into future traffic safety initiatives. So we haven't really come to a juncture yet where we've realized what that total was and come to council to make a decision about how that could be applied. And certainly other municipalities are making various decisions about how they would like to see those funds invested.
So I'm wondering if we can put this topic in the parking lot for maybe more analysis as we're looking for any revenue source that we can find for this budget.
Thank you. We've had a request for a parking lot. We'll go to CAO Dershell, and then I'll ask for a straw vote.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. I'd like to answer your question a bit more directly, Councillor ASE. Yes is the answer to your question. We could consider other ways of spending that money. So I think Director Bowman's flagging, we're unsure how much revenue that's going to be, but I think, you know, it's not a secret that this will be a revenue positive program, and the town has a choice to make about how to use that revenue. As indicated, I think this council has previously said your intention is to direct that funding towards traffic safety. Could you make a different choice? Yes, you could. If the revenue were used for town operations generally, I would argue that would bolster the argument that it's a cash grab and not for public safety. And certainly some in the community would say that. But I mean, let's be clear, council has a choice about how to use that revenue.
And can I add that a neighboring municipality has used revenue to offset the increase in police? So could you argue that hiring 9 new bodies in the police department is making safer streets? I would say the answer to that is a resounding yes. So there is still a way to, in my mind, to keep the policy or the recommendation that council gave, but at the same time to maybe help out a bit. So I now call for the parking lot question for the ASE program. And that is, yes, putting that in the parking lot. Any other questions for this section? Councillor Snella.
Not a question, it's just a comment. If we had speed cameras, I think we could probably look after the budget completely because this town is full of speeders and we all know it.
So I can share with you that our neighbor to the south, Bradford West Gwillimbury, has 4 cameras, and I think they're 3 million and counting right now in revenue from those cameras. So yes, but can I also say that as it becomes more and more of a popular program and more people sign on to it, residents are going to get, and this is a good thing too, residents are going to clue in and they're going to stop speeding in community safety zones and in school zones. The issue is we've got 1 camera. It started like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I'm not even sure if it's up and running at this point. So we're a bit behind on that. So it's very difficult to predict. And I totally understand why the director wouldn't want to put her neck out by saying it's going to make this much money when we absolutely don't have any of those facts yet. Any other comments or questions for this section? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. Moving forward, as we're putting in the parking lot, what I'm hearing is that we have a self-sustaining program that will not be a burden to the taxpayers. Their actions are what fund the program itself. So it doesn't come out of the people who come out of the pockets of the people who do the proper speed limits around the school zones or the soon to be hospital. The scenario, I like the idea of potentially funding some of the police budget with it, but beyond that point, I'd be hesitant to direct it from away from anything other than traffic safety in any capacity.
Other questions or comments for Director Bowman or Mr. Treviston for this section? I just had one, and that was to do with the dust suppression. So you mentioned oil, but my understanding was there's very few roads that we actually use oil on anymore. We got some pushback from residents on the second line when we used to use oil, and now I thought we used calcium on these roads, so I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Your Worship. We actually do use both. I just highlighted the oil, but we have some roads, and I'd have to ask our field supervisor to be specific which ones, but we are applying both products.
Thank you, and I understand it's more in the heavy truck area, but I'll go to Councillor Constantine.
This is just a comment about the speeding. A couple of years ago, I received a ticket for $350, and this would never happen to me again. So I know when you get this ticket, you learn from it.
That's a good point, which is why we can't count on that revenue being sustainable, because people will eventually get the message. Okay, good discussion on this section, and we'll move on to fleet, which is the final section for Ms. Bowman. And then we'll let her off the hot seat.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll be bringing up additional guests as required for this section, but I draw your attention to page 198 to begin. So this portfolio covers two big areas. So one is our fleet management. This is the acquisition, disposal, and lifecycle management of over 170 fleet units. The other half of this is the fleet shop, which is delivering preventative and reactive repair. And this is a recoverable service in that we provide the service and then bill whoever owns the vehicle or whoever's department's aligned to that vehicle for that service. And in a year, we've delivered almost 2,000 service appointments. So there are some factors affecting service delivery costs here too. With respect to materials and supplies, we are seeing and expecting software fee increases and our wages and benefits. We also are just showing the difference here with an increase in internal and external fleet recoveries. So that's really what you're seeing in the difference between 2024 and 2025. There is a reduction, and that's because the budget is now more accurately showing that fleet provides a service and recovers, or rather bills a department like roads or bylaw for that service, and the expense will show up in those budgets. No key considerations in this one, but I'll draw your attention to a few of the capital projects. So first of all, I just want to go back to the fleet policy. The fleet policy is what drives the development of the replacement vehicle lists you see on the first two lines. This policy has us taking various steps like an annual condition assessments and review of annual operating costs to evaluate whether or not a vehicle is ready for disposal. And because we do a 2-year budget in the year in which an asset is slated to go, based on those various factors from the policy, we do a final check to make sure that it is where it's expected to be in its life cycle and that it shouldn't be advanced or held back for additional years or switched with a different vehicle that's more critical to replace. So within those two programs, the replacement programs, I also wanted to highlight electric vehicles. Because within that replacement list, there are 5 light-duty SUVs and half-ton pickups, and per our same fleet policy, those have been budgeted and are slated to become electric vehicles. You also see in the growth category, there are 3 vehicles listed again, 2 for building, 1 for bylaw. Those are also budgeted and scheduled to be electric vehicles. So the next question that may pop to your mind is, do we have the infrastructure to charge them? And the answer is yes. So our existing infrastructure will be able to manage this group of vehicles, but we do have additional charging infrastructure that will come in over the next 10 years.
Thank you, Director Bowman. Councillor Saunders.
Thank you. Excuse me, I have two questions. When we're replacing vehicles, what do we do with the old vehicles and where, if we sell them, where do they go? And the other question is, do we service our police and fire vehicles?
So the answer to the first question about the disposal, we do much of our asset disposal through a platform called GovDeals. We've been very successful on that platform. The second question about our police service, yes, we do service our police vehicles as well as our fire units.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've had this conversation with you numerous times, Ms. Bowman, and I apologize. I'm bringing it up again. I've done some research during our conversations due to the fact that $1.67 million per year for 9 vehicles and then 2.4 million for the following year for additional 10. I looked up the fleet management policy, and I'm seeing here that we're limiting it to 8 years for alternative fuel electric vehicles, 8 years for dump trucks and plow trucks, garbage trucks, 10 years. How do we go about extending it for an additional potential 2 years to get one more budget cycle out of each vehicle? I'm looking to do that because where my primary employment is, we have vehicles that are fully functional, that are capable of being maintained and managed, that run 16, 18 years. Now, mind you, some of them don't look as pretty as ours do, but at the same time, the amount of savings that go into purchasing vehicles, we're talking well over $1 million a year. So that's a bit of a concern for myself.
Director Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the recommended service life is the starting place, and those numbers reflect the different uses and criticality of some of those vehicles. But also layered into that are the operational cost analysis. So there are points at which it is more expensive to be maintaining a vehicle, or it is highly mission critical to have vehicles that are in good working order. And so that's why some of those numbers can be a little bit different. But we do that fulsome evaluation before anything lands into those replacement lists. So we do have vehicles in the fleet that have gone beyond their extended or their listed life cycle based on some of those evaluations by our fleet experts. If council were interested in changing those thresholds, that's going back to the fleet policy and making policy changes there.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there a way, if it comes back to council to address this policy to potentially extend the life cycles, could we get a breakdown of how many machines that we use that are more expensive to repair than replace, like an actual cost analysis with the existing machinery?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And yes, that effort was actually done in the update to the fleet policy that was brought forward fairly recently. I think it was in this past year to council. But certainly that's if council were to request that to come back again, that would be the exercise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the one question I did have was the sale of vehicles. Just a kind of an extended question. Where does that revenue go to when we sell vehicles? Where does it go? Does it go back to capital, or where does it go?
You, Councillor Waters, that actually goes back into the vehicle reserve fund.
Okay, thank you. And second is more of a comment, is that with going with the electric version, you reduce your operating costs both in fuel and in maintenance. So there should be some savings in the budget future years with that in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions and comments for fleet? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quick question. On page 225 of the budget report, it states that we're putting an additional 400,000 in from the ARS funding. Am I understanding that correctly, to bolster the reserves?
Treasurer Webb.
Yes. Well, I'm not certain what where you're looking at in the budget document. I do know that we increased the transfer to reserve by 400,000 for 2025 and 2026. In the budget document as well, you will see that we intended to we wanted to increase it by $800,000 per year, but recognized that was a significant impact on the tax levy. And so that's one of those items, and you'll see Mike will talk to it later in the corporate services presentation, one of those items where we didn't increase the transfer to reserve as much as we wanted to. So it's not coming from OLG money or ARS money, it is coming from the tax levy.
Deputy Mayor?
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to just read what it says here, just so I want clarification for myself. On page 225, transfer to reserves and reserve funds. Increase transfer to OLG reserve due to the projected increased OLG revenue. Also increase the transfer to the fleet reserve for 400,000 to support future fleet replacement. You're saying that is coming, where's that $400,000 coming from? If you could clarify that, that'd be appreciated.
Yes, sorry, and I'm not stating my name. It's Audrey Webb, the treasurer of the town. The $400,000 is coming from the tax levy. So it's an expense, it's an amount that we're going to collect taxes for, and that money then gets transferred into the fleet reserve.
And we're going to have more conversation about this in Director Melanishin's section today. Any more questions for fleet? I have a couple. So for members of council that are maybe newer, the fact that we have our own facility to do maintenance and repair on our vehicles is pretty unique. I would say most municipalities do not have that. Most municipalities contract all that out. And I'm not seeing any nods, so tell me if I'm not right. Okay, I'm seeing nods. Good. So this was a project that council undertook, similar to the Rizzardo Health Center. We wanted to be able to look after our own vehicles, save money. There was during the original business case, there was talk about an Empower truck that would need 2 people to take it to somewhere in Alliston to service it, and it would be gone for 3/4 of the day, plus you've got 2 people riding in it. So, I mean, that was part of the reasoning for building that fleet center. So I'm asking Director Bowman, or maybe it's the treasurer, but without me analyzing the numbers in the operations book, is it beneficial to us to have this facility? Are we in fact either cost neutral or saving money by doing this repair for our own vehicles and maintenance on our own vehicles versus not having that asset and having to contract out that work to a private enterprise? And this is probably unfair. I'm sorry, I should have given you a heads up a long time ago. I was going to ask this question, and it doesn't need to be answered today. I just think, when we come up with an idea here and we move forward with an idea like Rizzardo, and we know that Rizzardo is revenue neutral, so that's wonderful. We're getting all these services and it's not costing the taxpayers money. Mm-hmm. It's also, we were also told about a business case for this facility, and I'm just, okay, it's been around for a few years now. How's it working out? Is it doing what it was intended to do? So if you want to give me a bit of an answer today, but please don't feel like you need to.
No, I'd actually love to give you an answer. So, not having a formal business case in front of me, I'd just like to highlight a couple of those factors. One you've already kind of commented on was timeliness. So the fact that we have our fleet shop on premises, when something is, needs a touch up or a full tune up, it is right there. So we do not lose staff time, which was a big part of that equation. We also can talk to quality. When our staff are the ones looking at a piece of machinery, they can make the judgment about what should get done. You can feel that you've got an honest quality evaluation of what is going on in a vehicle and the right level of investment to either repair or replace to keep a vehicle in the working order in which we need it. Now, as far as fleet rates go, we also evaluate those compared to the market rates every year. We are still a little bit lower than market rates, which also gives benefit because it is, so while the shop is offering these lower than market rates, it's our roads department, our bylaw department that pays that bill. So they are getting a lower than cost per hour, for example, than they would get going to an external shop. So those are probably three, quality, timeliness, the impact or preferable impact or lower impact on staff time, as well as kind of that dollar, internal to external comparison. I think our fleet shop is definitely the win.
Thanks for that. You made me think about something I hadn't thought about before. So when I go in to get my oil changed, they want to sell me 18 different kind of filters, and I have no idea whether I need them or not. So I never thought about that piece of it, is that you're going to get an honest, only replacing what needs to be replaced, which is really important. I've been at the receiving end of phone calls when the route to a school isn't plowed after we got a meter snowfall because the snow plow's down. So I like to know that we have the ability to service that equipment, be it whether it's a snow plow or whatever it is, and that we're first in line because it's our equipment. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, things like sharpening the lawnmower blades and all that other equipment that would have to go out to someone else to do, all of that can be done in-house too. So that's really good. My final question then would be, I want all of our partners, and we can take this offline if you want, but I just want to make sure all of our partners are utilizing our facilities. When I mean partners, I mean our municipal services corporations, of which we are the sole owner, and perhaps police. And thank you.
Yeah, and I can certainly confirm that for you, Mayor Dolan, that we do service our municipal partners at Empower and Services, as well as our police partners. And you've mentioned previously too the way we make available those bulk fuel and the price savings that we can offer through that avenue.
Final question: do we have the ability do we have someone on staff that's familiar with the new technology for EVs that we're going to be able to do the maintenance on them?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. We have been sending our technicians out to receive training for EVs. So, but I am quite proud of Katie Lockhart, who's sitting here, who's become quite the expert on the business side of EVs and has been doing a wonderful job at the analysis and helping us make good decisions about our adoption of EVs.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Lockhart. I mean, we miss you at customer service, but you've really seemed to have found your niche in fleet. So that's great. Any other questions or comments for fleet? Seeing none, I think now we have the oh, sorry, Councillor Waters.
I just want to throw my support behind our own fleet services. I've heard horrendous stories. I have a relative who works for Canada Post, and the horror stories that come out of there in terms of contracts and what it costs them to repair vehicles. So I think keeping it in-house, but I think also too, it's also nice to be able to get confirmation from your question in terms of, is it working out the way to get feedback after a few years of something would always be nice to council that we made the right decision, and also say, wasn't it an effective move? A good example is the city of Toronto, where half the city is serviced by private garbage collectors and the other half. So it keeps the private garbage collectors in line because the public side is actually providing a cheaper service, and that was something that the sale of the private side, they never heard of before. So the public side was actually doing a better service. So I just want to throw my support to the fact that we do our own in-house, because I think it is much more effective, much more efficient, saves us money, and we also get a much better quality job. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no more hands, so we will move to the recommendation for all of Director Bowman's sections, and that is moved by Councillor Zanella and seconded by Councillor Waters. All those in favor? That is carried. It's now time for a lunch break, so we will break now and return in 30 minutes, so at 11:25. I'm sorry, 12:25. Why don't we say 12:30 and give ourselves a luxurious lunch break? Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we'll get going with our after lunch presentation. And our first up is the Manager of Communications. Can I get everyone's attention, please? Manager of Communications and Community Engagement, Ms. Cocking, and she is on page 117 in your budget book. And it seems we have cameras up and running for now. So hello, everybody who's watching online, and hopefully they'll stay up. In the meantime, we'll welcome Ms. Cocking.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan, members of council. I'm so pleased the camera's working again because I did my hair today, right? So, there we go. So quick service overview, communications, community.
Sorry, can I just ask you to pull that a little bit closer? Thank you so much.
No one's ever accused me of not being loud, so that's pleasant. The communications community engagement team works with every single department across the organization as well as council. This goes from planning events, writing speaking notes, doing media, graphic design. There's not a single department we don't touch. So we really are a service provider to the rest of the town. Our mandate is to keep both our internal and external audiences up to date with the most relevant information through the appropriate channels so that no one is unaware of what's happening in the town of Innisfil. One of the key ways we do this is through our digital communications. Our social media channels have really exploded over the past 2 years or so. So currently we're sitting just over 95,000 people following us on Facebook, 8,000 on X, formerly Twitter. I'm still going to call it Twitter. 8,000 on LinkedIn, and more than 6,000 people on Instagram. We're finding this a really valuable way to get information out quickly to our residents, especially in emergency situations. We're also in charge of managing the town's website in terms of all those pages, all those updates, and ensuring that the information is relevant, it's kept up to date, and that people can find what they're looking for when they need to find it. And as you know, Get Involved Innisfil is a huge platform of ours, and this is primarily for active projects that require engagement. We're over 5,000 subscribers now on Get Involved Innisfil, and people can subscribe to individual pages, projects, depending on what they're interested in. And we do issue monthly newsletters that are pushed out, which is great. And we do get feedback on that. People say, oh, I'm looking for this. How do I do this survey? How do I do that? So we know it's working. And of course, as I mentioned, media relations is a huge part of what we do, as well as the community engagement piece. We recognize that involving the community from the get-go of any big project is key to success. We need to hear from our residents. So our budget is relatively small, and there's really not a lot of wiggle room in there. What you're seeing is we did remove $3,000, and that was recoveries we used to get from in-services, but the service level, their requests are just not coming to us. So if they do make a request, it's just billed as necessary. So that's been removed from the budget. Most of what you see is related to our staff, wage adjustments, cost of living allowances, and also service contract increase. Things like subscriptions for our Get Involved, software we use called Hootsuite, which allows us to write one social media post and push it out to all our channels. So that's a great efficiency for us. We write it once, we hit a button, it goes, it's scheduled. Those costs are increasing, as you can imagine. It's just cost of inflation. And we have removed more than $20,000 from this year's budget submission due to the fact that we're not doing print advertising anymore in our local newspapers. So as much as I wanted to keep that $20,000 additional in the budget, it just doesn't make sense. We're not using it. So that's not fiscally responsible. And we don't anticipate any external contracts, anything like that, coming up in 25, 26. This is going to be the simplest one you've had over the last 2 days. There's no key considerations in this area, and I'll move to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Manager Cocking. Questions or comments? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good news all around. So congratulations then. Since you seem to be so successful at the communications that you are providing, and at the other end where, recreational services are having loss in advertising dollars, is there any opportunity to use your platform or your contacts to help advertising dollars for those other sections or other departments?
Thank you, Councillor Waters. We do that already.
Okay.
So we work closely with, again, every department, whether that is putting out media releases, putting it through Get Involved, definitely pushing out through social media, and sort of piggybacking on other opportunities, Curbex signs, for example. So that's already happening.
Just for clarification, I was looking more at revenue opportunities in terms of advertising, whether or not there's an opportunity to raise revenues through advertising on the communication platforms that you're using.
That's not something that we have investigated. And I don't think that that's somewhere we want to go. It's really not. I mean, we're in the channels that we use, it's a pushing information and sometimes pulling a little bit. I don't see an opportunity to raise revenue through that.
Other questions or comments? Councillor ASE.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for your presentation. Communications is something that I think we can take for granted. We open our phone up and there it is. So there is a challenge to kind of get things out quickly. I'm just curious by the budget, how many staff members are on your team?
Including myself, there's 5. So myself as manager, I have a graphic designer who also does all the work for the library in terms of graphic design. And then I have 3 communication coordinators, so a total of 5.
Other questions or comments? I just want to thank you and your team very much. I mean, in this day and age with fewer and fewer news media outlets, particularly for local news, that reach out locally is vitally important for us to get our message out, particularly in Innisfil. Since I've been here, we've always had this issue of, because we're so vast, so many different communities, how do we get our word out? So thank you very much for the work that you do. Seeing no other questions, we'll go to the motion on the floor for Manager Cocking's session. Moved by Councillor Zanella and seconded by Deputy Mayor Fowler. All those in favor? That is carried. Next up, we have citizen requests and services. Go ahead, Director Malinishin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just starting off with the sort of the corporate services and innovation portfolio. These are categorized by service bundles, so there's a bit of disconnect or connection, dot the lines between the actual departments and the service bundle. So I'm going to walk you through that today. The first service bundle that we're looking at is the citizen requests and services. This is fundamentally the clerks, the salaries of the clerks, this clerks department, and this does all the provisions required under the Municipal Act, including running of the council meetings, committee support, our civil marriage program, and freedom of information. Thank you, Treasurer Webb. So yeah, and administration of the freedom of information requests that do come through, and we have a legal responsibility to respond in a timely manner. There has been a notable increase in the expected marriage licenses that we are undertaking, the team is taking. I'll just put it in perspective. This year alone, there was over 170 marriages that were performed by the staff, as well as almost 500 marriage licenses this year. This service bundle also includes the cost for elections that happen every 4 years. So yeah. So from an operating budget perspective, as I said, this is pretty much just the clerk staff wages. We are anticipating some revenue increases from the marriage program, but in general, it's somewhat offset by different economic factors, internal transfers, increases in compensation that are starting offsetting that. So there's a modest increase in this budget, operating budget for 2025 and 2026. But we are having no asks for consideration of council in this section.
Thank you. And we're on page 115 for those following in book. Questions or comments? Councillor Waters.
Just for some clarification, when I was looking at the numbers, I thought this was mostly to do with the marriage ceremonies in terms of what it was costing for what the revenues were and what the expenditures were. Is it possible to separate out what the wedding services are costing us? Because at first I was looking at this saying, okay, we're bringing in $79,000 and we're spending $600,000. Is that really a good use of resources in terms of expenditures? Is it something that we need to be doing? Is that a service we need to be providing? So I just wanted to look at, what the clarification in terms of what are the expenditures associated with the weddings, and is it a service we should be providing, or is it something we don't need to do?
Yeah, to Councillor Waters, I think we haven't done quite the analysis of the business case. This is a function that we do perform for the citizens. We can look at the analysis. It's really just a bit of staff time, because the staff time to come in and actually perform the marriages. We do set the wedding rates to be cost effective and try and break even from there, but we can do that analysis. As far as how much staff time is actually costing, because the added expenses are just town hall space, which is minor. So, Madam Clerk, do you have any other comments on the wedding piece of it?
Thank you. The revenues are actually there's a quite high offset to the cost of performing the services. Our typical costs are just associated with officiants, so that can be broken out for you. And we've had a substantial increase in our license revenue as we've gone online with a portal that the province has afforded us, which has almost tripled our license revenue.
Thank you for the clarification. Like I said, when I first looked at the numbers, I thought, oh, that expenditures were all associated with weddings, and I just thought, I'm not a business person, but it didn't look good to me. So thank you for the clarification.
Other questions or comments on this section? Seeing none, we'll go to council and committees. Mr. Melanishen.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So council and committee services, this service bundle predominantly is, the meeting costs associated with holding council and committee meetings. Pretty much it covers the council member wages, per diems, training allocations, and the admin support from executive business partners that actually support council gets allocated to this service bundle. It is notable that the training allocations have been brought down in line closer to actuals. I think we had previously budgeted about $3,900 per counselor. Actual spend rates closer to $2,400. So that has been reflected in this budget to bring those training costs per counselor down more in line with actuals. So overall, there is a modest increase in this budget. It is primarily driven by salaries and benefit economic adjustments, salary and benefits economic adjustments, and some internal transfers, but has been offset marginally by the council reduction in training expenses. From a consideration perspective, there is no change request put forward for council for this service bundle.
Thank you. And I keep forgetting to give page numbers. This is page 121.
Yes, Your Worship, correct. Just so if that was from the operating perspective. From a capital budgeting perspective, we are recommending a $25,000 allocation to the council strategic initiatives, so that will help support initiatives such as the mayor's breakfast, the neighborhood nights, the council community benefit, breakfasts, and we'll go forward as well to some of the winter lighting, as we talked about earlier, in Alcona and Cookstown, but not including the Hope Tree.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Worship. On page 122, it says number of council meetings held. Where do the planning sessions fall into that? Because we've done enough of them that we are doing far more than 19 meetings a year.
Great question, Deputy Mayor. My computer just shut down on me. I think overall this clerk's department has handled over 60 council meetings in total. So special council meetings, that would be considered the planning special council meetings, as well as the regular council meetings. Madam Clerk, I'm just going to let you jump in there.
Thank you. Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Fowler, we have our typical council meetings, which are determined through the council meeting schedule. And then throughout the year, we have special meetings that are added that encompass either planning meetings, public planning meetings, or closed session meetings. Those are the typical, and on occasion, educational sessions.
So follow up, if I may. So it's fair to say that that number could easily be doubled for the number of times we've been called into council chambers or in closed session as well, correct?
Through your worship, no. It's a specific number as to how many meetings have been held annually.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so the planning meetings would fall under Ms. Lee's section, not under the clerk session, or am I wrong?
No, the planning meetings would fall under the clerks, and they're held under as a special council. So where it says a special council meeting, that can either be a closed session meeting, or it can be a public planning meeting, or it can be an educational meeting. And those arise as determined through the planning department or through CAO's office, educational purposes, or requirements for closed session meetings.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question around contracted services. What would be captured in that line?
Thank you, and through your worship, contracted services are typically the officiants that we engage for our wedding program.
Councillor Ices, Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to confirm that the fact that we will have a new committee next year, the Sustainability Committee, those costs are covered underneath this budget?
Thank you. And yes, those costs for meeting costs would be covered through the clerk's budget as a typical part of our process, service that we provide. Any costs associated with the committee outside of just meeting, those would have to be considered by council with staff. Thanks.
Director Melanish.
So one just added comment on the contracted services that would include the Integrity Commissioner expenses as well.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you to Clerk Services, probably the team that we see the most. Thank you so much for your services. Next, we'll go to Customer Service.
So Mayor Dolan, I'm going to flip to page 263. This was a later addition into the budget binder. And no, 263. Yeah, the slide's incorrect. It's 263 for customer service. This is Customer Service Department, as you well know, is a centralized hub for everything we do for tracking, interactions with residents. Very centralized organization. It's a single point of contact for residents to call in. We track that. Every transaction, every interaction that we do have with residents is maintained and tracked and escalated if cases require that. We are targeting an upward trend into 2025 and beyond, and trying to maintain a respectable less than 5-minute wait time. We have expanded our digital information self-service options, and this has allowed staff to pivot and transition into, there's an increasing number of cases that take a lot more work to resolve and are becoming much more complex. So this operating budget has the same pressures as every other department. Wages and benefits are increasing from salary step progressions, adjustments, as well as benefit cost increases. There is an additional ask for to replace. We have one unbudgeted contract customer service representative who has been managed over the years through salary gapping dollars, but we don't feel that that's going to be sustainable going into the future. So to maintain the current level of service, we are requesting one additional customer service. The contract position be transitioned into a full-time person. So the dollar amounts have been factored into the budget. So it's a $63,000 impact for 2025, and then the full impact of that change request will be done in $88,000 in 2026.
Questions for this section? I have sorry, go ahead, Councillor Waters.
Could I just get clarification on that budget number? If we're already paying her, or this person, sorry, wouldn't that already be in the budget, and then the increase wouldn't be nearly as much? It would just be benefits and those types of things that would make them full-time?
So I said it's an unbudgeted person that we have in there. We have never budgeted for this person. We brought the person on board to help support the service levels, but they've never actually formally been a contracted service in customer service. So we've, as I said, luckily been able to use gapping dollars to keep that position afloat.
So, but it's money we've been spending anyways.
Yes.
So so we're spending the money, but it's just not budgeted.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Councillor Ices, sorry.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question around gapping. I learned through a private conversation this week, some municipalities use that quite extensively to save money in the budget, not looking for replacements for a certain amount of time. Is that something that we use specifically?
Great question, Councillor Ices. Yeah, so we do manage corporately the gapping dollars because it's very hard to predict at a departmental level where there's gapping dollars. We don't have a formal policies, like as you say, some municipalities actually budget and say, you can't, if you lose a position, you can't hire that person for 3 months and try and work. We don't have a policy like that. Most of it's driven by market conditions, that with the creation of salary gapping dollars, how long does it take to recruit? Do we get the right candidates right away? Do we have to go back to the market several times? Do we have to take into union considerations and things like that? So that's why the creation of salary gapping dollars. So instead of each department trying to manage that and guess that at a departmental level, we budget, I think, roughly in the $300,000 to $350,000 range as a corporate levy, a tax levy reduction from a corporate perspective. To sort of guesstimate based on historical numbers what that gapping dollars would be.
So I am happy that we do not have that policy. It's the comments that I heard was that it really limits the effectiveness of the staff that has to cover for that spot. So I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you. Other questions or comments for this section? Seeing none, I think next we're going to legal advice and support, if I'm not mistaken. I think you wanted to, Mr. Milanishin, renumber that and do the corporate finance at the end, if I'm not mistaken. Page 179, sorry.
179, Your Worship, thank you. So this service area, the corporate legal and support area, is all about the legal team. So we do have, we have a spot for 3 legal town solicitors, a town solicitor, 2 assistant town solicitors, a legal clerk, and an admin position. So this is all, this team takes care of all the legal transactions, as well as the risk management portfolio. They manage the insurance claims, any litigation that we have. They will deal with developer agreements. So everything from, planning and development to insurance and risk management. So it's a broad cross-cutting department. From an operating budget perspective, we continue to try and match our revenue stream to our budgets. We are also, this department is also impacted by wages and benefits, which is the largest piece of it. They are, impacted by the salary wage increases and budget increases. We are trending downwards. The reason we are bringing on more town solicitors is to reduce our reliance on external legal consultants, because it's much more inexpensive to do it in-house, as well as it keeps the institutional knowledge in-house, which is actually critical because we have the best understanding of the nuances of our operations. There are definitely increases to insurance premiums and insurance deductibles. And we are looking at joining the Simcoe County Municipal Insurance Pool. We do anticipate substantial savings in that insurance pool. They have not been factored yet into this budget. We weren't at the time of budget. We were not sure when that municipal pool would be up and running and when we'd see the full impact of any premium savings. So something that we will be exploring through 2025 and definitely into 2026. In this department, we do not have any added asks of council.
Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Regarding the pool, we know it's going to, if all goes well, we'll be kicking in June 1st of the coming year. And if I remember my notes correctly, we're looking at a $1.45 million savings projected over the 5 years through the pool. Such being the case, if it does happen in June, with the additional 6 months, are we going to forward those savings on in the 2026 year? Are we going to add it on top of the additional savings to reduce the tax burden?
Short answer is yes, Deputy Mayor. We're going to look at it actually hopefully next week as well, and to see if there's a consideration that we can, apply for the 2025 budget. We need to take that number and vet it out. We don't want to build something into the budget that we're not 100% confident about. You used a number of a 1.45. If there's different components of that, there's an equity piece. If you take that, that's 2.6 million. So we want to land on the right number before we start baking that into our budget. But we do want to take that into consideration, and in the next several months, we will have a really good understanding. And when we come back to the 2026 budget refresh, we will definitely be, looking at using that to hopefully be able to reduce the tax levy at that point in time.
So to clarify, when we get the numbers, the hard numbers that we can bake into the budget, the 2025 budget for 2025 will not be adjusted during the year. It will be recognized in the 2026 levy, correct?
Correct, Deputy Mayor. We do not do in-year budget tax levy adjustments. We will use this run a surplus, and that surplus will be carried forward through the tax rate stabilization reserve. If it's council's wish, it will be brought down to reduce the 2026 tax levy.
Thank you. And I think that's wise, because I know Jim Wilcox at the county said it's not like you can just take that number and divide it by 5, that it would be different each year. It wouldn't be a stable number. So thank you for that. Other questions for the legal team? I had one, if I could, and that was to do with many of what we've seen throughout the budget. It seems consistent is a removal of services, like a separating of services between in-services, in-power, and providing services for those entities. And this budget actually talks about in-services and in-power still using our legal services. So we're in other cases like operations where we're no longer, fixing, maintaining their parking lots and that. I understand in-services and in-power will still be using legal services here at the town. And I'm getting a nod.
I can weigh in first if Lee would like to contribute. We are part of, we do provide all legal advice and for in-services. It is done on an hourly rate basis, so it is a revenue stream for that department, and it's to offset the costs of each legal counsel services that we do provide for them. Anything else you add, Lee?
Thank you. Lee Parkin, Manager of Legal and Clerk Services. To your worship, yes, we do provide in-services with legal services, a wide range of services, real estate. We manage their insurance through our insurance policy as well. Empower, we do just ad hoc items, small items, so it's not a large revenue stream for Empower, but we do expect to continue to provide those services to in-services, and occasionally they do use external legal, just like we would as well.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for legal? Seeing none, we'll move on. What's next, Ms. Director Melanishin?
Sorry, Your Worship, we'll go into the financial management service bundle. This service bundle is general. It's basically the general accounting bundle. General accounting, including purchasing and procurement, revenue services for property taxation, as well as reporting, financial reporting, provincially and for our auditors and for council. We manage the investments of reserves and reserve funds through here. This is the staff component of it. This isn't where, we'll get to it a little bit later, this isn't where all the interest revenues and things get captured, but this is just the staff resources to manage those reserves and reserve funds. We provide financial leadership across the corporation through each department, especially through budget time. We're heavily engaged. The staff is heavily engaged in budget development and overall just ensure financial stability of the town. We do have significant pressures. I would think the biggest one up there obviously is growth, but also the changing legislation. We do especially last year, we saw significant changes in the Development Charges Act, Planning Act, and various things like that that the finance team had to stay on top of. So we do manage that because it does impact our revenue streams and have a good handle on that. From an operating budget perspective, we've done some realignment of the budget to actuals to make sure it makes sense, to clean that up. We've had to incorporate step increases, basic salary compensation increases, market adjustments, cost of living, and realignment with the benefits increases as well. And overall, this department is really fully service is really contingent on staff. So it's a significant part of this budget is all staff wages. So we do have two considerations for council. I really want to reinforce these. You know, these aren't necessarily the public-facing services. These aren't the public-facing services, but internally, they're absolutely critical pieces to keep the machine rolling. We have had one payroll person in place for the last 20 years, but since 2023, we had an increase of 80 full-time equivalents and 26 part-time. So we now have a total of 260 full-time people and 186 part-time people, including the library. So we've had one person managing this for the last 20 years, and it's becoming unsustainable. So we do have a request for support for that. Right now, we're just trying to reallocate internal people, you know, co-op students, you know, different people to support that during payroll period. I will point out that our payroll clerk, I think for the first time this year, took a vacation over a pay period for the first time in 20 years. So that's many thanks to Heather, especially for the dedication to that role. But we are recognizing the need for support for that role. So that is one of the asks. The other ask is an accounts payable position. Once again, one person for almost the last 20 years. And over the last 10 years, we've seen a 130% increase in the number of invoices that we are processing. We've moved from 11,000 in 2013 to over 26,000 invoices in 2023. So more than doubling, but no staff resources over that time period. So that is another additional ask that we are from a finance management perspective. As I said, these are, you know, not those external facing, but it really helps the internal operations move forward. And as I think we sort of mentioned, it's this, you hit this sort of plateau where you can manage internally, but then you need to make that next step in investment and staffing. And this is our ask from a finance perspective.
Questions for finance? Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Worship. On page 194, it states, even with this additional help, there's still not enough staffing resources in place to address the current workload, resulting in regular overtime. My question is, what are we talking about when it comes to overtime? How severe are we speaking to justify a new addition to the team?
Deputy Mayor, in answer to your question, on a regular basis, I think it's like, I don't know, like 6 to 10 hours per week. But one of the things that I want to note here is it's just not about that overtime. Currently, that position can't on its own do payroll. So we actually have a financial analyst that works with them on payroll as well, just because there's too much work for one person. So part of this ask is recognizing that we've got lots of work for the financial analysts to do, but payroll is a priority, of course. You know, the ask is to get another full-time payroll person in so that that work can come off the financial analyst's desk. The other piece to it is that we're just basically doing the bare minimum. There's a lot of workload. There's lots of other things that we would, you know, we could spend more time or do better checks and balances on payroll, making sure things that are processed properly. So, you know, there's risk right now in terms of the resources that we have and what we're processing. So there's a variety of reasons why we're making this ask for this second payroll person.
Okay, thank you. Not holding anybody's feet to the fire, but we're talking, according to the numbers, anywhere between 500 and 600 hours a year versus the 2,000 that the full-time employee would get. My question is, would it not be feasible to contract out the extra work as required as we have someone we can call in when the workload gets to that degree and still manage it with a lesser cost on the tax roll?
I'm happy to start this response and include the treasurer as necessary. We certainly have provisions within our bargaining units in terms of the type of work we may and may not contract out. So as a position covered under a bargaining unit, it is restricted work in terms of contracting out. We are very mindful in utilizing, our internal resources as best we can. And to Audrey's point, if I just may, as she spoke to the overtime versus a full-time permanent, we also want to be mindful and, flag for council, our bargaining units also have provisions regarding overtime. So while we may be doing 600 hours a year of overtime, overtime is at a premium, so it's at more of a time and a half capacity, not a straight time capacity. Not sure if Audrey or Mike have anything further they'd like to add.
No, I think that really summarized. I think the key here is that we've been managing by redeploying resources from our financial analysts, which have key roles and responsibilities under their job descriptions, that we've redeployed them to help support this position. In addition to the overtime that the payroll clerk has been undertaking as well. So I think and we also have a co-op student supporting it because the role and the size and the magnitude of the position is increased significantly.
I would also imagine that some of this information is quite sensitive and you wouldn't want to have an outside contractor having that information. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you for the clarification. So my understanding is that the cost is comparable due to the time and a half to double time that's required for the work, the allocation of resources and the collective bargaining agreement. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's a fair assessment in summary, yes.
Thank you.
I almost feel like I should be declaring a conflict because I've known the payroll administrator since she was 2 years old. So, but regardless, okay, I'm gonna throw this one out. So, who is this the department that's responsible for the formulation or source for sending out invoices for and keeping track of certain new service laterals and new people coming on board with in-services?
Mayor, just some clarification on the question. So are you referring to is it the responsibility of the payroll position? Or
No,
you're talking about
sorry,
the
I'm talking about
department
finance in general, like the town's finances.
Yes.
Like, where does that land? Does it land within services or does it land with our finance team?
Well, currently, and those are some of the discussions that we want to have when you speak about laterals. Yeah, there's, legacy processes that are still continuing. And so we do need to have those conversations in terms of, are there things that we can transition over to in-services?
So to your worship, yeah, that falls under sort of the revenue services supervisors department, revenue services department that would handle property taxation, particularly these laterals where we're tax rolling it and putting it onto the tax roll. So that's under that umbrella of financial management, but specifically the revenue services department.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question. My assumption that the pay rate for financial analysts is more than payroll. So then there's additional dollars there that we're wasting using a higher paid person to do payroll position.
Yeah, that is correct, Councillor Waters.
Last chance for finance, and we'll go to IT.
Thank you, Your Worship. The IT department touches all of us every day, as we experienced even this morning with camera issues that they are on top of. So the overall service provision by the IT department, managing the entire computer networking system, the servers, all the laptops, how they connect cell phones. They are business partners with each department and advising them on various projects, various initiatives that they want to undertake, having input there to make sure it makes sense from a digital perspective or a hardware and software perspective. One of the big key initiatives is also leading cybersecurity initiatives, making sure that we are protected from cyber attacks. We do have a robust cybersecurity process and a robust incident response plan that was created by this department as well. We are moving towards, with council's blessing last year, we were given a data analyst and a data scientist, and who is now on board. And we're going to start digging deeply into the data analytics to get a really good understanding of our operations and where we can find efficiencies and improvements, and as well as improving on reporting and different data analytics. There is a lot of work going on behind the scenes that you won't see. As I said, fixing firewalls, patching software, patching and upgrades that are always going on behind the scenes, not just from a cyber perspective, but just from a technical capabilities perspective. This area is also responsible for the GIS, the Geographical Information Services. We do contract that out from the county, but we have a dedicated person that tracks all our assets and through our GIS system. And as well, every time you have an IT problem, you will send a support ticket to itsupport@innisfil.ca, and that hits this team who has someone on call pretty much 24/7. And just as an example, so this year alone, they've received 3,700 IT requests. So a lot going on in this department. From an operating budget perspective, there are some changes. I think, the biggest, obviously wages and benefits, is consistent across that. The increases in salaries and benefits across the organization has impacted this department as well. There is an interesting shift into software subscription fees. We used to be able to procure a piece of software and have a one-time expense and then not have to pay for it for the next 5 years or 10 years or whatever it is. That has changed. The industry is shifting into a license-based subscription fee, and the added complexity is that they're saying it's name-driven, so you can't share. So you can't just buy 2 licenses and share it across 10 people anymore. They're forcing you to buy 10 licenses, as an example. So that is a significant driver in the cost of, we're shifting essentially from a capital expenditure to an operating expense. And yeah, we're trying to keep equipment current for cybersecurity as well. I think there's some added cost for that. So from a key considerations perspective, just one thing to note here, this is not, we're not asking for it, we proposed not to include it in the budget, was we start building off reserves off the tax levy so that we can have future replacement of our computers for staff and council. This year, we have decided not to increase it by 25,000. We've held back for 2025 and 50,000 for 2026. We think we can manage with our existing reserves for the next few years, so we're not going to recommend putting that forward at this point in time. So from a capital budgeting perspective, there are several capital projects going on there. If you've had a chance to look at those, some are the generalized ones that are always there, hardware replacements, and just IT infrastructure in general, network security. But I think the big ticket item there that I do want to talk about briefly is the ERP system replacement. We are in a position now where one of our systems, called Microsoft Great Plains, is at end of life. Microsoft has come out just a month ago that this is going to be end of life September 2029. So we're not the only municipality that's going to be being affected by this. Most municipalities use Great Plains, and they will be affected. We knew it was going to come, so we started this exercise a couple of years ago, figuring what the best process is. Council approved a smaller budget ask last year for us to hire a consultant, which is now on board. We did an RFP for a consultant who's helping us manage and pick the right software solution for us. This is not a finance initiative just to replace the financial systems. This is a corporate initiative from a technology, software, management system across the entire organization. Finance, particularly human resources as well. They're significantly involved in this. Very manual operations in human resources at this point in time. And Francesca is so delighted that we are actually hopefully moving forward with this project. The bottom line is we need a replacement for our systems. It takes a couple years of planning to do this and implement it. But we have till September 2029, but we really have to do this because we stopped getting updates, especially things like table updates from Revenue Canada in our system for our payroll system. So there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes to get this, that we have to do to get this system in place. And we're anticipating, we're just coming up with an implementation plan for this with our consultants right now, which will be ready in first quarter of 2025. Which we will bring to council as a business case as well to justify what we're doing in the system that we are choosing.
Questions for IT? So out of all those tickets generated, I think I'm probably at the top of the list for generating the most. Grant is smiling, so he knows. I just want to thank you and your team for the patience that you show with people who don't speak IT, including myself. But again, this is something that didn't exist when I joined council. And yet now it's to me, it's one of the more crucial services, hence I think the lack of questions. I think it's like water and wastewater infrastructure. People know that this is a critical component to running the municipality. And I've had I don't know whether I want to call it fortune or misfortune of talking to councillors from Hamilton, councillors from Stratford, councillors from municipalities that have gone through major cybersecurity issues and some of the impacts on that and some of the lessons learned. And one of those was always investing in their IT. I did have a question though around the ER, whatever it was called, ERP system replacement. So I can't see on the capital sheet. Oh, I see. So it's all coming out of capital reserve. So none of this, because it's replacement, none of it can come from DCs. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor ASE.
Just along those lines, for just a spreadsheet user, just paying $5 million for some software, it seems like a lot. Can you maybe explain the depth and breadth of this software, and then and maybe it doesn't matter because it's coming out of reserves. Is there any wisdom in spreading the costs out over more budget cycles?
So I'll start off and pass it off to Grant. So this is a corporate initiative. Like I said, this is impacting the entire organization, and it impacts everything from timesheets input to process flow to workflow management. So there's a real efficiency component to this as well. I think that's what council needs to be aware of as well. And when we have a consultant, the request of the consultant is to try and give us the best business case. What is there a cheaper way of doing this? Is there a better way of doing this? And then that we will be bringing that back to council for approval as well. So at that, we're rough ballparking at this point in time. Is it 5 million? We don't know. There is implementation costs as well. Like we're going to need to staff with, this isn't a side of the desk exercise where staff can just, park their regular job and then carry on. So there is going to be a staffing component as well that's built into that budget. But that's what we're trying to figure out. Do we implement it over 1 year? Can we spread it out over 3 years? That type of scenario to come up with the most prudent way of doing it as well. But council, be reassured that it will be coming back to council. And it is a very massive project. It isn't just tweaking HR or finance. It is a massive entire corporate project. And I'll pass it off to Grant if you have anything else to say.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Dolan. I think you covered it really well. One thing I wanted to add is that this is more than just the software. It's the software here, but it's all the processes and things around that software as well that
It's ideally when we put it in, we're going to be a lot more efficient in our processes. So there's the staff time, the consultants' time to implement this is all built in there. And chances are it will take more than 1 year. So the cash flow can be spread over more than 1 year, but it's just like have the approval up front so that we know what we have to work with to implement an appropriate system.
And then another question is what would be the lifespan of the software from what we know?
I'm going to pass that to Grant, but just to put it in perspective, Microsoft Great Plains has been around for 20 plus years.
Again, we implemented our current system we went live in January of 2003. So it's been in for 21 years now. So we'd be looking at ideally a similar life cycle. It's hard to see what life cycles of software do, but we're looking for putting it in to meet tomorrow's need, not just necessarily today's need.
Councillor Zanella.
I just wanted to touch on what you were saying before. So back in the day, robbers would just come and rob your house. And, you know, now in the IT age, they go to your computer and then they rob you from everything there. So it's a different world. And it's hard for a lot of us to understand, but I'm just trying to, for the people that don't quite understand it, that it's if you want to use an analogy, it's like the robber breaking in. He's not breaking into your house anymore. He's just hacking into your computer and taking all your private information. So it's not just a matter of putting security cameras outside your house. Now on your computer, you've got to have all kinds of security to avoid that.
That's a great analogy, Councillor Zanella, and it also has the ability to shut down an entire municipality, like everything.
Hospital.
So, yeah. So, seeing no other questions or comments, that might bring us to the final event, corporate management.
So the penultimate event, Mayor Dolan. We're going to do corporate management, then the ultimate corporate finance.
Yeah, and then I don't want to give hopes, like we still have to come back for deliberation. I don't want you to think this is the end of the day. This is just the end of the presentations, and then the real work begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm just going to talk briefly on the corporate management shared service bundle. This is predominantly the CAO's office and the executive business partner team, as well as the enterprise strategy and business planning team. Overall, the CAO's office provides, support to councils, support to the residents, support to the community strategic plan development and delivery of that. That's stemming and support for council in council meetings and special council meetings from the executive business partner team. The enterprise strategy and business planning team also supports the strategic plan implementation, and this team also helps in improving the efficiency of the organization by working on projects focused on workflow improvement, efficiency improvement, small but mighty team that really is a catalyst for a lot of change and innovative ideas that go on in the organization. As well, the enterprise strategy and business planning team deals with asset management. And under OREG 58817 by the province, we have significant reporting requirements. Another one coming up in July 1st of 2025 for a long-term financial plan, how we're going to achieve the asset replacement renewal of our $500 million worth of assets. And Ken and his team manage that asset management portfolio. So a lot of good work going on across the CIO's office as well as the business planning team. From an operating perspective, just again, it's general increases due to wages and benefits. These are predominantly staffing positions, so they are impacted by wage and benefit increases and compensation adjustments. The one increase that you are seeing there, there's a little bit of an increase in there, is the recommended change request of what we're calling a business performance specialist and with a grant focus. So currently we have a grant writer, and this grant writer has more than proven the value of the position. I would say in the last year that role has brought in over $36 million of grants within the last year, and has more than paid for the position itself. So typically this position has been paid out of the building reserve fund. We thought it was most appropriate because most of the grants will impact capital projects. So we have had it sort of in the capital reserve fund paying for that position. The team of business performance planning, business performance, there are so many projects that we need to work on to improve it and make our operations much more efficient. And that team is stretched and pressed. So we need more support in there to really take and do some creative, innovative projects that will really help the organization become more nimble and agile. So the request here is to shift, to bring on a business performance specialist that will also do grant writing, a combined role. The grant portfolio ebbs and ways, so it goes up and down depending on when the province puts out federal funding, when different organizations put out possible grant funding, and during those lull periods, we would like to be able to use that person as a business performance, helping with different projects and improvement projects going on across the organization. So we are essentially asking, this is I'm not going to call it an unbudgeted position, but we want to create it as a formal full-time equivalent position, for a full-time position, which will be partially funded from the capital reserves still. We're recommending only half of the position be brought into the tax levy and half of it will be still on the capital reserve portion, just to help reduce the tax levy. But we think it's a really important position to support the projects going on around the organization, as well as really making sure we're focused on capturing all that money that's on the table. As Mayor Dolan always says, let's not leave money on the table when we don't have to. So that is the goal of that position. Sorry, just one last piece. We are having a small budget ask from an enterprise risk management perspective. We are looking to, expand risk management just beyond emergency management insurance, but there's much more risk associated with asset management, IT risk management. So we are trying to create a risk management portfolio and committee, and this will go a long way in supporting that endeavor. And any questions?
Questions, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if my understanding is correct, out of the $69,569 that's going to be allocated to this role, $34,784.50 of every year is going to be taken from two different sources, like one half from one, or is the 69,000 the one half that we're asking for?
Yeah, for clarification, Deputy Mayor, that is the half proportion. This is the impact to the tax levy. So this is the half of the piece that you're seeing here.
So we're looking at a position taking on a full-time employee for approximately $140,000. Is that my understanding?
Yes, that is correct. That would be salary and benefits included in there as well.
Other questions? I'd like to ask about the risk management, enterprise risk management piece proposal. So with insurance, the insurance pool looking like it's going to happen June 1, I'm wondering if there's going to be requirement through that pool to do some sort of risk management. I'm just wondering if the timing is off on this because of the insurance pool.
Great question, Mayor Dolan. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Schuyler just to talk about it won't impact the insurance pool, correct? This is separate above and beyond insurance.
Correct. This through you, Your Worship, Ken Schuyler, Head of Enterprise Strategy and Business Planning. This is to augment what we already do with insurance and take a more holistic view of the town, to build a risk register that'll encompass all risks that the town experiences and develop mitigation strategies and or strategies to avoid the risk. Or also on the positive side, identify opportunities and how to take advantage of them. So I would say initially, it really won't affect what's happening with the insurance pool. It's just going to be looking at the risks that go beyond insurance as a mitigation.
Okay, so if I'm understanding it correctly, this would be risks that we don't go to our insurance company to cover?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions or comments on this section? Okay. Director Melanishin, is that the end of your section?
Sorry, Your Worship, we will go back to the corporate finance piece. Unless you wish to skip over that piece, Your Worship. So I'm just going to go back on the slide deck to that, unless the clerks can get me there faster. Corporate finance.
So page 175 in your budget book, and this is going to bring it all home, isn't it, Mr. Melanishin?
Yes, Your Worship. So, Your Worships, and Council, corporate finance. So this service bundle essentially deals with the entire sort of revenue stream that comes into the organization, and it gives us our ability to provide the services that we do. We have multiple different revenue streams that this area manages through the Treasurer's Department and the finance team. Predominantly, taxes related revenue, supplementary taxes. We have penalty and interest that come through for people that don't pay on time, as well as bank and investment income. This investment income is encompassing what we do with the generalized legal list, which we're allowed to, and as well as our one joint investment board investments that we have with the town through AMO and One Investment. We do receive dividends, particularly from Empower. This year, we have actually increased that dividend estimate from 200,000 that last year to 500,000 this year. That is currently a direct reduction to the tax levy, so that goes a long way in helping manage the tax levy. In this area, we manage wage contingencies that we were talking about, the salary gapping dollars earlier. That is managed through this service bundle. And the other piece, the last piece, is the capital levy, the 1% tax levy that we put on the 1% levy that we put on the tax rate goes into this building reserve fund to increase that. This department also manages, all the reserves. So the OLG money, which we call the alternate revenue source reserve, as well as the property tax rate stabilization reserves. So these in general, it just accumulates all the corporate revenues in this service bundle. So this budget, there are some, lofty, significant streams of revenue money coming in and out of this. We will collect the money here, and yet we will transfer it out. So when you see a transfer, it's akin to an expense. So the department is, although we're collecting it in the department, we transfer it out, becomes an expense of that department, but it's building up a reserve on the other side. Significant changes, bank interest has been up for 2025. We are anticipating that to drop for 2026. Interest rates have been coming down, as you've seen throughout the year. We have a penalty and interest on taxes receivable. We have adjusted that to our actuals, and then we have an annual growth increase that we build into the budget. As the community grows, our accounts receivable we anticipate will grow, and we're generating more revenue. As I said earlier, the Empower dividend has increased up by $300,000 from $200,000 to $500,000. In our capital levy, we are increasing our transfers to reserves by $2 million, just over $2 million for each year. And in this budget, you will note the utilization of the property tax rate stabilization reserve. Staff recommended in the budget book to transfer $800,000 from the property tax stabilization reserve into to help reduce the tax levy. And we can open that for further discussion as well. The staff are suggesting to redo a slight repayment of that, about $500,000 back into 2026. There are some budget risks. As I said, this department accumulates the salary gapping dollars, wage contingency, we call it. If we don't have those, we asked, as I said, we budgeted for about $350,000. If that doesn't transpire, we have a little bit of risk, but we based this on our best historical knowledge of that to develop that. So there are different transfers to the reserves. As we talked about, the transfer to the fleet reserve, Treasurer Webb mentioned we're suggesting transferring for only $400,000 this year to the fleet reserve. We originally wanted to do $800,000 to help build for future procurements of our fleet, but we made a decision as a staff not to increase that by only $400,000, not $800,000 to help with the tax levy mitigation. The next thing I kind of want to talk about is the capital levy. This is the source. This is the department that collects the tax of the capital levy. This is where we see it. Then we transfer it off to the capital levy reserve. I do want to highlight something here. The decision here is to, the real ask is, to continue with that 1% annual increase. And by example, this shows our capital levy each year that we're collecting. If we use, on the bottom line there, you'll see 2023 annual amortization. So that's a proxy of what needs to be replaced. We use amortization or depreciation as a proxy of what needs to be replaced or repaired. So our 1% levy hasn't quite caught up to the full rate of depreciation and amortization. So we're only collecting for 2023 as the example, we're only collecting $10 million, yet we're predicting that we're going to need to replace $15 million of repair and replacement. So it's really important from a staffing perspective that we continue this 1% levy. I mean, ideally staff would like to see this increase a little bit, but we are being realistic as well. And that goes into building our capital reserves. And those capital reserves, along with our OLG money, our alternate revenue source money, is used to work on projects where there's not DC eligible projects. So it's the piece that benefit to existing, the non-growth portion of any infrastructure project that we have. So to me, the building reserve fund and the OLG money are used essentially for the same reason, for the same tool, is to continue and build those pieces, pay for those pieces of infrastructure that growth or development charges do not cover. The OLG, the money, the policy does stipulate two predominant, if I highlight, just summarize that policy, it's for those one-time strategic initiatives and for the specific purpose of the benefit to existing or non-growth portion of capital projects. And I'd just like to provide a little bit of a snapshot here, sort of where we talk about, our costs and the pressures that we have on OLG and the capital reserves that we're trying to build. If we use amortization as a proxy of what we need to do from a repair and maintenance replacement perspective, we're looking at about almost $200 million of expenses. Right now, our capital reserves, this reserve has only been in place for the capital levy, just since 2010. So we are starting to build those reserves. So we've had a 1% reserve percentage in place on the levy since 2010, except for a couple of blips through COVID, we stopped it. So we've been able to accumulate $44 million. Our projected gap is $150 million. That we need to still find and figure out from a long-term planning perspective how we are going to manage our asset management plans and our long-term financial plans. The other key thing to point out here is these are based on the financial statements. Financial statements are developed around original costs. These are the original costs that we took to put this infrastructure in. Current replacement values that we've seen through different infrastructure initiatives have tripled in some cases. So this is just a real lowball proxy of trying to show what our infrastructure gap, and I'm trying to demonstrate here is the necessity of keeping that capital levy in place and the necessity of the, watching how we really spend the ARS, the OLG money, because we're predicting that within the next 2 years, we're almost exhausted the OLG reserve of $30 million that we have right now. And we can get into that a little bit more. I just want to highlight that a little bit, this, this infrastructure gap that we do have going forward. So for key considerations, as I mentioned, these are a couple of things that we did not include in the budget. We did transfer $400,000 into the fleet reserve to build our reserve for the future. We're holding back $400,000, I'll say. And the other consideration is we did have a formal request from the Innisfil Community Foundation for an additional $50,000. Staff are not recommending that transfer at this point in time. Through past agreements and through past council staff reports, we fund Innisfil Community Foundation $200,000 a year already. We have to look at that for 2025 because that agreement will expire in 2025. So just one thing to consider. I know there have been significant conversations with the Innisfil Community Foundation, but we did want to raise that for you, that we are not recommending at this point in time due to the other pressures that we do have within the organization. So we have heard, over the last, couple days, the different strategies. How can we reduce the tax levy? What are the tools in our pocket? What are some initiatives that we can take? We've heard things, the use of reserves, and here's the perfect example of the tax rate stabilization reserve. We've heard, different things about our investment returns. Are we investing properly? What does one joint investment board do for us? What does that mean? And the other conversation we've heard is like, what do we do with our surpluses when we have surpluses from prior years? How do we handle that, and what do we do with that? And that's where I sort of want to leap into that conversation, but I do want to start off with the utilization of the tax rate stabilization reserve. And in this case, we're predicting the budget is based on the tax rate use of about $800,000 for tax rate stabilization reserve use of $800,000 for 2025 and a repayment back into 2026. So there are reserve balances, our ending balances. We have to have minimum thresholds in there. Under policy and best practice, we have a 5% minimum. That is a 5% of our operating budget. So that number could fluctuate depending if budget goes up or down. But that is sort of where we want to, our target is that we think that the tax rate stabilization reserve should reside at. So you see there, we're at 5% minimum for 2025. It says about $3.8 million. We're predicting an ending balance of $4.6 million. Based on the $800,000 that staff are recommending to withdraw from that reserve right now. The key consideration here when we get into the use of reserves is that these are not, we can only use the reserves so much. We can't keep drawing down on the reserves or we exhaust them. We may get below our 5% minimum threshold, which is fine, and that's council's choice, but we need to be aware that that is set up for, contingency, for emergency situations, to keep the business operating. We need some, reserves set up so we can continue the operations of the business should something happen. It is just best practice. So my caution to council is as we get into the reserve discussion, all you're doing is essentially artificially lowering the tax levy. Those expenses have not gone away. Those expenses will recur the next year and have nothing to offset it unless council considers using the tax rate stabilization reserve again to reduce it. So those expenses are still up here, but the tax rate stabilization reserve usage drops it down here to make the tax levy percentage a little bit lower, but the expense hasn't gone away yet. So it will come back in future years to be the truth will have to be reconciled at that point in time, right? It doesn't just go away, the expenses. It's a temporary aberration that brings that tax levy down only for that period, for that short period of time. So we really need to be cognizant of that as we get into conversations about the tax rate stabilization reserve. Similar with and I sort of touched on as well, the OLG money, the ARS money, we've heard, can we use it for operating? Very similar vein. We need to be careful with that one. As I said, we've done For our one joint investment board, we do a lot of cash flow forecasting for how much money we want to invest in the joint investment board. And our numbers are showing that we potentially will exhaust our $30 million reserve in ARS by the end of 2028. We're going to have an $11 million deficit. So that's not with taking into account any debt financing at this point in time. I just want council to be aware that we have thought through how we, what we're recommending and drawdowns of reserves and to be very cautious with it. So, and just one other comment on the surplus. We have a surplus. We're predicting a surplus of about $846,000 from 2024. You saw that in the Q3 staff report that came to council last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever that was. So we are predicting $846,000 surplus. So what happens with that surplus is we will move that surplus into the tax rate stabilization reserve to increase it. And I think for this exercise, Audrey, correct me if that slide actually includes the $846,000 in the tax rates in the beginning balance of 2025. That opening balance of 5149 includes $846,000 of the surplus. Correct.
Actually, I see a mistake on that slide because of the bottom numbers, right? Ending balance, but the opening balances.
Okay, the carry forward balances aren't quite there, but the bottom numbers are right for 2025. Don't look at the 2024 numbers. We're just looking at this slide. It was a last minute change on that one. So we have moved. So what happens was that operating surplus gets moved into the tax rate stabilization reserve, and should council choose to draw down more of it, we will take it from the tax rate stabilization reserve and move it down into the operating levy to reduce the operating levy. So on that note, I think there's three conversations: the use of surplus, I think use of reserves, and a better understanding of our investment returns and how we utilize those. And I think those are the kind of the conversations that we've heard over the last few weeks and few days. So I will open up to council if they have any questions.
Thank you. We'll take a few questions and we're going to do a bit of a break and then come back and get into it some more if I'm in the right spot. Yes, I am. Okay. So we'll ask some questions, we'll have a break, and then we'll come back to provide direction and further discussion. Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to bring some big numbers out here. So I know we've had this conversation before. I just want to float an idea to see how feasible it may be in regards to the ARS. We're looking at the numbers here. The opening of 2024, it says $30,076,187. The closing would be $27,742,830, resulting in a loss of $2.33 million over the year from the ARS. They're predicting at the closing of 2025 an addition to it of $430,660, and then 2026. A massive boon of $2.76 million, which is 6.5 times the amount predicted for 2025. Now, my thoughts are this, and I'm wondering if we can do this. If we keep the budget at the level that it's at closing of 2024 at $27 million, that gives us the ability to use $3.19 million to forward into programs or something that we can use to maintain or even lower it. Going with the math that Mr. Militian has put out, every $900,000 is approximately 1%. We're looking at a 3.5% reduction while maintaining the existing ARS funding at the level it is at $27.7 million. Is there a way we can, realistically, with $27 million in the ARS funds without touching it, but we're taking the funding that we're proposing to be getting and passing on the savings to the residents, is there not a way we can utilize that appropriately?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, yeah, I see where, I understand what you're saying. I understand. So you're basically saying, can we draw down more reserves from the OLG money? Can we draw down those reserves? Two cautionary tales. Number one, those expenses aren't going to go away for future years. You'll be paying for it in the future years. right? Number two, the OLG money is essentially an indirect reduction to the tax levy. If we use it here, if we draw it down now, that money was going forward to fund non-growth portions of capital projects. We need to find a source to replace that. So the source to replace that would be the capital building reserves, the capital reserves, which are built up from the 1% tax levy. So by reducing that, what we're trying not to do here is take that 1% tax levy on the capital levy and increase that to 1.25 to have to maybe offset that 3 million and change that you're proposing to pull out of ARS, because building reserves and the ARS are essentially used for the same thing. The non-growth portion, benefit to existing portion of capital projects that are not funded by DCs. We need to pay for that portion somewhere. We're blessed with the OLG money that we use that for. We've done significant projects and paid for pieces of that. Otherwise, we would have had to hit the tax levy to pay for it or forego those projects. So in the absence, if we reduce the ARS money to use it to subsidize operating, we're going to have to increase the operating or capital levy to bring it back to a state that we can use it to fund those future capital project portions of capital projects the town would be responsible for and not the developers are responsible for. So it's a big circle that we get ourselves into.
Can I just ask, Mr. Milanishin, you talked about by a certain year, we'd be 11 million in the hole in the OLG money. And can you point me to that page?
You're up for that.
Mayor Dolan, I'll answer that question or attempt to answer that question. So I'm not sure that we speak to that exactly in the budget document. By 2028, sorry, I'm going to back up for a minute. When we speak about the 2024 balance of $27 million, that's our cash balance. So we're always forecasting out the cash that we have at any point in time. But because we have multi-year capital projects, not all those funds are being spent in 2024. So for example, at the end of 2024, we have $27 million in cash. We have committed to $9.4 million, though, of money from ARS that we haven't spent yet. Okay? When we get to 2028, so this is, I think, maybe the $11 million you're referring to. By the time we get to 2028, if we don't debt finance, then the balance would be a deficit of $11 million in that cash. But we also have commitments of $65 million. Now, this is just forecasting it out. Like, this is our we're taking the capital program and forecasting things out. These numbers, what they don't include is debt financing. So we've got, as you know, we have used very little of our debt capacity. So going forward, and we know we have a large capital program, specifically growth, which is what ARS money is used for. So, there's opportunities for us to advance capital projects and debt finance them. So, when I factor that in, that number potentially will change. So that's just something to keep in mind. And so, I think in terms of what the director was saying, there is opportunities for council to use ARS money, and we're suggesting that, if there's one-time opportunities to do that, there are consequences of doing that, of course, when you get to the 2027 budget, because then you're maybe just punting that down the road in terms of that tax rate increase. But the other thing that we'll keep in mind is, because if we are using ARS money, then as town staff, potentially we need to, and depending how much of that we use, it's about us looking at our capital program again and saying, okay, guess what? Maybe we're short so many $1 million. These capital projects potentially can't go forward, or we need to maybe we need more debt financing. But if you look in the capital overview, and all these numbers in this capital forecast needs to be refined, but we've got large capital commitments coming up in the next 10 years or so. So those are a number of factors for you to consider as you consider utilizing money from ARS.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you for the explanation. And I hear your words. I understand what you're saying. Part of what I'm hearing is that part of the $3.19 million is already spoken for capital projects moving forward. Am I correct in that assumption?
Sorry, what was the number? The 3 point?
Over the next, between the closing balance of 2024 and the closing balance of 2026, we're looking at $3.19 million. So when I mentioned this, Mr. Militian stated that some of these funds were already spoken for the 10% for the capital projects that would be taken off the levy otherwise. Now, do we have a number roughly how much that would be? Is there something we can do with the funds that are not already spoken for as a temporary? I understand what's being said here, that the money's already been allocated. They've been set aside, but there's going to be a residual amount that we should be able to utilize that would not affect that directly.
So in answer to that, Deputy Mayor, I would say that our 10-year forecast isn't, refined. I mean, there's lots of estimates that, in terms of capital projects that, as we get closer to those years that, we'll refine those. What are DC revenues going to look like going forward? What is our OLG revenue going to look like going forward? Because that's potentially going to change as well. So there's lots of estimates in there. When we look out 10 years, yes, we're fully utilizing our ARS money. But I don't think that the answer to that means that you can't necessarily use ARS money today for one-time items. You just need to be cognizant and understand that, potentially you're using money for operating now, that, yes, we would, if it didn't get used for operating, we would use it for capital purposes. So it would just be about us, taking another look at our capital program and making decisions at that time based on the funds available.
So if I can try to help here. So we made a cognizant decision right from the beginning of getting the money from OLG, which is also which we call ARS, alternate revenue sources. We made, because we don't know, like the Minister of Finance could tomorrow say, guess what? All the money from the casinos is now going to whatever, fund whatever, affordable housing, and we get nothing. So as of tomorrow, that can happen. So we've always tried to think of it as kind of that buying stuff with it, the $20 you got from your grandmother and your aunt in an envelope at Christmas. That was just, you'd buy one-time thing for that. You wouldn't pay your rent with that. You wouldn't buy groceries with that because your aunt might not give you that money next year and you still got to pay your rent and buy your groceries. So if you're using the OLG funds on operating, that's a problem. But to use it for the one-time expenses is what we've always tried to do. I have Councillor Ices and Councillor Drodge, but I just wondered if we want to, and CAO Jershow first, and then maybe we'll just take a 10-minute break and come back.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Maybe just to try to simplify this further and come back to the Deputy Mayor's question. Can the ARS funds be used? The answer is yes. That's the short answer. I think what the team here has been trying to explain is that we know we have a lot of capital projects coming down the pipe. We know development charges will help us pay for some, but not all, of the cost of those projects. Our policy says we're supposed to use this OLG money to pay for the rest of those projects when we get to them. So what the finance team tries to do is forecast that out. We know that in coming years, I mean, to the mayor's point, we can't be sure, but we can guess that in future years, there'll be OLG revenue. And then we look at our capital program as we do. Remember, when we do our development charge background study, we do a 10-year plan of projects that we think we're going to implement. So let's say 5 years from now, we think we're going to build a bridge and that costs $10 million. And we're saying we think development charges might give us 5 million of that. The other 5 million we need, we're going to earmark from our ARS reserve. So that's what we mean when we say it's spoken for, right? It's been earmarked to actual projects that we think we're going to need to build. Now, could you say, that's 5 years away, I need that money now for something else? Yes, you can. The risk, if you keep doing that, is that 5 years from now, when it comes time to build the bridge, you still need that $5 million. You either got to get it from somewhere else or not build the bridge. So that's basically the risk. So I mean, the short answer is yes, you can consider the use of this reserve, but there's risks to doing so, and our policy speaks to that.
So with that, why don't we, it's 2:03, why don't we just take till 2:15? Or 2:10, whatever you're comfortable with. 2:15. And then we will come back and continue and start giving staff direction on where we want to go. Thank you. Okay, now comes the fun part, Council. We roll up our sleeves. I don't know if there's any opening remarks before we go ahead. So first, let's pass this recommendation to receive the presentation by Director.
Alex wants to say.
Oh, right. We had questions on this before we passed it. My apologies. Go ahead, Councillor Waters.
I'm not going to weigh into the discussion that we just had, but there was one other item I did want to mention, and that was the request from the foundation for $50,000. The foundation does great work. It's all kind of community benefits, social benefits. We've had a huge problem with homelessness, and I was feeling a little generous in terms of whether or not there's an opportunity to provide an extra $25,000, not the $50,000. But is it possible to target it towards homelessness in terms of the type of granting that's offered to it? So it would be a special addition to address that issue. We all seem to think it's somebody else's problem, but we keep on talking about we don't seem to put any money towards it. So just opening that as an opportunity. If the rest of you don't agree with it, that's fine. I just wanted to throw it out there as an opportunity for discussion. Or throw it in the parking lot, one or the other.
Putting it in the parking lot?
Yes.
So an opportunity to, Director Milanishin, did you have a comment on that?
No, I was just going to say, if council wishes to put it in the parking lot, we
Okay.
can put that ask in the parking lot.
Okay, do we want to put the 25,000 in the parking lot? Yes, we do. Who else had comments for Director Milanishin on his presentation before we receive and then go to comments? Thank you, Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. It was touched on a few times about the town's debt capacity. And, you know, as somebody who has a business and looks at balance sheets and profit loss, I don't see an equivalent balance sheet here. Maybe there's a page in the book that would help me understand that. Where are we as far as debt? The ability to take on more debt, and how does that fit into the discussions we're having right now?
Yes, I can answer that question, Councillor Ices. So on page 37 of the budget book is a table. It's table 14 called long-term debt. And Debt for a municipality is somewhat different than like a conventional mortgage. So in terms of our debt limit, the province calculates it as 25. So they take a look, every year we send in, of course, our financial information return. And so from that, they can see details of our different revenues and expenditures. And so then they look at our revenues, our own source revenues. And so this excludes development charges. And 25% of that is the debt that we can take out. So if you look at this particular table, the remaining debt capacity, in accordance with the provincial limits. And so the other thing that the province does is when they calculate out that 25%, they calculate out what your repayment limit per year is, like, so the debt that you can carry per year. And so then we translate it into, okay, so based at this interest rate and this term, this means you can take out this much debt. And so that's what this table does. Remaining debt capacity at the provincial limit is almost $169 million. The town does have a debt policy that says we're not going to take out, it's going to be something less than the province at 20% of our own source revenues. And so that calculates out to be about $119 million. So that's the amount of debt that we can take out. And it's important to remember that as our revenues go up, that debt limit then does go up as well.
CEO Jojo?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Just to supplement what Ms. Webb said, so there's a pie chart on page 38 of the budget book that also answers your question directly. So put very simply, we have lots of debt capacity available.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Like, is there a chart that, as we were talking about drawing down different reserves, is there a corresponding chart as we go out years, how debt could be part of that and thereby extending the reserve further out in time?
Councilor, yes. We don't have a chart like that in here, but that is the information. We do have that information when we're forecasting out our balances and looking at our capital program for 10 years, we're mapping that out in terms of, what could that potentially look like? So while there's not a chart in there, we do that kind of work and analysis in terms of, what projects we think will take debt out for, et cetera. And like I've already mentioned, it's a 10-year forecast, so there can be lots of things that change as we go out those 10 years. And so every time we're preparing a budget, we're re-looking at our estimates and the current situation in terms of forecasted revenues and so forth to analyze, when we would be undertaking the debt.
So I guess in moving out to the future, if we can have some of that analysis in the discussion, we have these capital projects, and as I see it through these last 5 years where inflation, we're all familiar with that. It's good to have these capital projects because things just get more and more expensive. So if we are having a hard time, we're asking our residents to pay for that upfront if we're not using debt. So that would be my comment.
CEO Jershon?
Thank you. I think it's a great question. And one thing I'd like to highlight for council is that one of the big things on the to-do list in 2025 is to actually prepare a new long-term financial plan for the town. And those sorts of strategic questions about how much we should use debt versus reserves versus operating balances, that's pretty fundamental to ensuring that we can be sustainable next year, 10 years from now, 30 years from now. So I think we will have a chance to get into that. And as Ms. Webb said, in preparing this budget, that detailed modeling was definitely a part of this. It's done by the finance team. It was discussed with the steering group, and in particular, Ms. Lee has ownership of a lot of the town's capital projects where we sat down with Andy as well, really going through like which projects do we think are going to happen in which years and when and how are we going to pay for them. So we have to look at development charges because that's a great use of funding. I mean, one advantage of using reserves is that you don't pay interest on that. Going to the bank and taking out a loan, you're incurring interest costs. So debt may not always be the best approach. But so that's absolutely a part of our detailed analysis. I think in the coming year, we'll be able to talk with council a lot more about our strategic approach to debt and whether, let me put it this way. If I take a step back, when I was Director of Municipal Finance Policy at the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, my department was responsible for the financial information returns and the administration of the so-called annual repayment limit, exactly this question. And most municipalities use very little debt. Sometimes that's because of, as Councillor Waters said, Mayor McCallion, just philosophical opposition to using debt. We don't want to go there. Some municipalities make that choice, but there's consequences to that. There's other municipalities that pretty much max out their credit card. They're few and far between. Some of them are very big. The Torontos, the York regions tend to take on more debt, but they tend to have that revenue base. They can be confident they can pay that bill over time. So use of debt is a fairly fundamental strategic question for any municipality. We use relatively little, and that's, I think, in many ways been a prudent practice for us, but we do have room to use it more in the future.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Just finally, just as I look at that table 14, I wonder if you can help me out with the math of where we're at now compared to what our maximum at 20% is. So that 48 million that shows there, what's the percentage that would equate to?
Just briefly, I'll let my finance colleagues correct me, but it's pretty much 48.5 divided by 119 that you see on the next row down. And if I can also add, when we talk about proposed debt, so I think we touched on the notion that we would potentially debt finance the new fire hall. I think that amount is included in the proposed debt amount shown here.
So yeah, Councillor Lyses, that equates to about 40% of our debt capacity.
So we have
If
60% more we could use before we're at our limit.
Yes, but that 40% does include Innisfil Heights Fire Station.
That's if everything's approved as
correct
presented.
Yes.
Other questions and comments before we close this and go into providing direction? Councillor Waters and then Councillor Drodge.
Thank you. We're on the same line of questioning. So I guess when we talk about the ARS reserve that we have, we use it for capital projects. So is there an opportunity, and I'm assuming it's yes, that we debt finance some of those capital projects and allow us to use some of the ARS funding for, as Councillor Drodge was saying, for Uber and things like that. It's a temporary amount, but when we were proposed that we would not do a capital project because we would run out of money, theoretically, we could debt finance that, still go ahead with the project, but debt finances, because we do have the capability to do that.
Yes, Councillor Water is exactly what we can do, and that's the council direction we'd appreciate as well. If you wish to use a portion of the ARS to reduce the operating or ARS or tax rate stabilization, yeah, we can do it on your advisement. It's there for that. ARS particularly, we would hope to focus on one-time strategic initiatives as opposed to just general operating levy tax reduction. That would be the goal, but yes, it is possible. We do, as we said, we have done major projects going out in the future 10 years. We've assumed debt financing for those. We are not going to top out at our 120 million right away, but we will be in the outer years. We could be tapping it to the limits of our allowable amount for debt capacity.
Councillor Drodge.
Thanks. My question's around one jib. and the profits that we create from that yearly. If council were to bring that back for review, would it be an opportunity where we could take a portion of that profit and funnel it into the tax stabilization reserve account?
Councilor Drodge, to answer your question. So when our investment income with OneJib, what we do at the town is when we look at our investment income and we look at our cash balances holistically. So we take our entire cash balances and we've got, money sitting in different reserve funds, money sitting in operating. And so when we invest our money, and so we've got some money sitting in OneJib, we've got other in short-term investments based on planned spend for capital. So what we do is then we take the returns on all those investments, and we apportion them back to the reserve funds that they belong to. So we already, we take our money from OneJib, for example, and there is a portion that does go back into operating. So we've got various different reserve funds that earn interest. We've got reserves, for the most part, they don't earn interest. And for example, like the tax rate stabilization is a reserve, so it's part of all those cash balances, but the investment income does not go directly into the reserve. It is revenue in the operating budget. So, and I know I don't know whether I'm explaining it properly or well enough for you to for that to make sense. But we are, I think, appropriately allocating out our investments back to where the money belongs. So if it's DC money, for DC money, we can't take DC money and use it for operating and putting in the tax rate stabilization. And then we've got our capital reserve fund too. So the income based on those cash balances and based on ARS goes back into those reserve balances. Maybe with those reserve funds, we might have some latitude to say, okay, well, we won't put it back in those reserve funds. We'll just move more money back into operating. But that might not be, that you might not end up with a different result from just taking more out of those reserve funds instead of changing how you allocate the investment income, if that makes any sense.
So yeah, I understand what you're saying. I guess I'm referring to on top of what we're already doing. Could we put more profits into the tax stabilization reserve as basically using that reserve coming every budget cycle to maybe offset some of the tax levy? So on top of what you do to put your investments into each reserve, on top of that, we'll add more to the tax stabilization reserve with the intention of every budget cycle, council would maybe have the opportunity to help offset tax levy. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I understand if we pull down these reserves, I'm trying to create a way for that reserve to rebuild itself. So I know that surplus from our budget cycles get funneled back into the tax stabilization reserve. I'm just looking for another means to add to that account if we were to say lower that reserve to a reasonable number and have that as its new balance.
So in essence, the operating budget is already receiving the investment income on the tax rate stabilization reserve. It just goes into the operating budget instead of the reserve. It's revenue in the operating budget instead of going right into the reserve. And I apologize. I mean, in terms of accounting for the town, it's fund accounting. And so maybe, if you're trying, I don't know if it's maybe not easy to understand, but so the money does go into the operating budget.
If I could clarify, we've taken every opportunity we can to take investment returns and reduce the tax levy. There's nothing we have left in reserves that we couldn't bring down into the tax levy already. We've done it. Any interest revenue generated by the property tax stabilization reserve is considered an operating income, we take that and we reduce the tax levy. A perfect example is development charges reserve. We have an obligation to the developers and under the Development Charges Act to take any accrued interest that we've invested and put it back into those reserves. So the developers pay less in the future because we've invested their money properly, because it's essentially a prepayment by them. So we have an obligation to bring that investment return back into that specific reserve so that, you know, we're investing it properly for them. And we can't take that interest generated by the developer payments and use it to reduce the tax levy. So I guess my point is we have taken every opportunity and taken all the investment return that we possibly and legally can to reduce the tax levy.
So the only way that tax stabilization reserve account is replenished is through surplus? There's no other avenue to...
Exactly.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Can we get a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation, and then we'll try to herd the cats and go in a direction. Moved by Councillor Constantine, seconded by Councillor Saunders. All those in favor? That's carried. So I'm going to start, and then we're going to just go around the table and generate some ideas. I think the first thing I think there's consensus on is something's got to give, right? I don't think there's anyone sitting at this table that thinks where we are is what we're going to send out to the residents. Okay. So I also know that we all agree that we don't want to steal the future, that we don't want to sit here, use all the reserves, make ourselves look good, and good luck, Council 2026 and beyond. Right? So we need to try to find a balance between that. You know, there is a lot of unknowns, particularly with this government over the last little while. We got disease taken away, we got disease brought back. We've got the development community who is currently advocating to the province that municipalities are all flush with cash and don't need as much DCs anymore. And that's where the reason houses are so expensive. And, you know, while the OLG money's been fairly consistent, we've also got neighbors like ESSA who's saying, hey, this isn't fair. You know, how come Innisfil gets all of the ARS money? Why aren't we spreading it all around Simcoe County? So there's, but all we know what we know, we can just move forward from here. And then the other thing I just wanted to highlight, the 150 million gap that we showed between what we've got in our capital reserve and what you know, what we need as far as our asset management is concerned. There is not a municipality, and I'm sure Oliver, being from finance and MMAH, could tell me, there is not a municipality in this province that has enough reserves to cover all of their capital projects that they need. So, you know, I think we're in reasonable shape there. But so I think that we should use either some of the ARS money or some of certainly the 2024 surplus or equivalent of in bringing down the budget, particularly when it comes to one time not operating. But I also believe we can't continue to do that and not look at our operating. So I think we have to bring our operating costs down somehow, or I won't say bring them down from where they are now, but bring them down from what is proposed for 2025 and 2026. But I'm wondering if there'd be more of an opportunity to, and I'm just throwing this out there, to approve maybe what's in 2025 or most of it, with the exception of some of the stuff on the parking lot. And then go back to each team and ask them to find a % in 2026. Giving them, and that includes asking the police, asking the library, asking the conservation authorities, asking everybody if they could find because we approve a 2-year budget, but nobody else does except for us. So we're not binding them for this year. We're giving them a year to figure it out. Our own teams we're kind of binding, but in a way that we do that adjustment in the end of 2025 for 2026. Anyway, just a thought. I'd be looking for other people's thoughts. Councillor Richardson.
But doing it that way, excuse me, would still keep this year at the 8% is what you're suggesting.
No, I'm suggesting we use some of the either ARS or tax stabilization reserve for 2025 and then find cost savings in 2026. Councillor Saunders.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was on the same lines that if we use the 846,000 surplus and then the $800,000 from the ARS for 2025, like move the surplus from 2024 to 2025. And then in 2026, instead of repaying 500,000, how about we repay half of it and repay 400,000? So that'll ease a little bit off of both years for the stuff.
Councillor Drodge.
Thanks. I got a bit of a difference of opinion there when it comes to repayment back. I was along the lines of we're going to use some of that ARS money for the first year and the second year with no intentions of repayment. We're just going to pull it out of that reserve. Again, I was using the idea of Uber because I'd like to bring the transit master plan back to council and look for different avenues to create more funding for that particular project. And that would be the rash. So we're going to use it now to give us this budget to come up with a better idea on how we're going to navigate the transit master plan. So I would not repay back what you're currently willing to go, and I would propose 700,000 out of the ARS fund per year, so a total of 1.4 million.
Mr. Melanishin, then I'll call the deputy.
I don't mean to, just for clarification, the 800,000 in the budget book is from the tax rate stabilization reserve. There's this distinction, and you're referring to the ARS. Just want to make sure from when you guys are trying to craft a motion for staff, the distinction between the two reserves.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. We keep on talking about 10 years down the road. We keep on bringing up 10 years down the road. What's going to happen in 10 years down the road? The buildings are going to need 10 years down the road. What we're doing right now is trying to buy time while we plan for 10 years down the road. This is something that might affect the next year or two, but within those 10 years, you cannot tell me that the employment lands will not have servicing. You can't tell me that businesses will not take root in Innisfil. We as was described earlier, the mayor and many members of staff and I went to a location for someone who wishes to be in Innisfil. This is not the first time we've heard it. They're looking at moving the casino down near the KOA campgrounds where they're looking to expand and grow restaurants, hotel. There's people on the west side of 89 and the 400 that have lands that are looking to invest. Getting the servicing down there will provide alternative revenue sources that we are planning for. So what we're trying to do right now, and I agree with Councillor Drudge, is that we have to move forward and to take care of our residents at this moment in time while still having that long-term goal. If we were simply a bedroom community where we just grew subdivisions and nothing else, I'd be I wouldn't be eager to do this. But as we're investing with the water sewer that's going up to Innisfil Heights, with the 400 corridor, with the employment lands, with people already before the servicing is in place, looking to join our community and provide alternative revenue, we have untapped potential that could come back and ease the burden of the future. It's a bit of a calculated risk. I'm not saying it's rainbows and butterflies, but I mean, this is what we're working toward. We're looking to make it a community where someone who gets up in Innisfil goes to work in Innisfil, shops in Innisfil, comes back in Innisfil, and provides a cyclical economy. So if we weren't investing towards the future, I couldn't stand behind using the ARS funds. But as we're looking to bridge the gap until new revenue sources emerge, which we have already gotten bites for, I think this is a calculated risk that is worth taking.
Councillor Waters.
I just want to look for clarification from the Deputy Mayor in terms of when development happens, there's standard traditional forms of revenue we get from them. What are the alternative forms of revenue that you're talking about? So like ARS comes from strictly the OLG money. So when you say the term alternative, I'm not too sure what you're talking about. So because traditional forms of revenue, taxation comes off of that, we know where that goes. So define alternative to me so I understand where the extra money is coming from. Thank you.
Apologies, I wasn't clear. When we normally tax, we have the taxation from the residential population. When we have commercial tax, buildings come in, they pay, I think it's like 50% of the taxes go into the township versus the county or the whole budget. It's in the binder. But either way, once we get, as opposed to going through the shoulders of the taxpayer, we're transferring a portion of the burden to the shoulders of the companies, the retail or the warehouse or whatever business seeks to set foot in Innisfil. That is not off your shoulders. That's not off my shoulders. That's off the business's shoulders. And they're going to ease the burden on those other residents because they are the ones generating income. They're the ones generating employment. They're the ones who are going to be paying in power, in service. They're going to be alleviating the debt that rests on everyone's shoulders. And as it currently stands, if we look at it, you remember for our first term of council, we didn't have the employment lands opened. So we had to be very cautious how we move forward because we didn't have the servicing, we didn't have the employment, we didn't have the people seeking to make Innisfil even greater than it already is. What we're looking at now is we're looking with the county, with the water, the sewer, and the servicing going up to Innisfil Heights, but down both sides of the 400. We're looking at, we've got a plan in motion where we're looking to draw businesses in that, so it doesn't come out of your pocket, doesn't come out of Councillor Richardson's pocket, doesn't come out of Councillor Zanella's pocket, doesn't come out of my pocket, it comes out of the company's pocket, right? Through their generated revenue. That's what I meant by alternative.
Okay, thanks for that clarification because it's strictly taxation from commercial and institutional residents of Innisfil. So in terms of, it's not alternative magic money coming in that you've been wholly innovative about. I just wanted clarification of that. So it's taxation for commercial properties.
Councillor Constantine.
Sorry, I have been trained for many years to analyze financial documents, and I can say that this budget is well structured and well written. Even the capital project, which are forward thinking and a clear vision for future growth in Innisfil within the next 5 years and beyond. Having said that, I would like to ask, what is the reason for the need to increase property tax at this time? What will be done with the additional revenue collected? The impact on the average homeowner's annual tax bill will be 8.05 in 2025 and 7.16 in 2026. Are there plans to cut back on taxes in the future?
Director Melanisha.
Why don't I start? I mean, there's a lot there that you're raising, Councillor Constantine, and I think the whole budget book tries to, answer that question. What is the increase for? How is it proposed to be used? So, I mean, I think we've tried our best to, put that documentation in place for you and the members of the community to see. how that money will be used. In terms of future tax increases, I mean, that is fundamentally up to you as council members and the service levels that you'd like to see delivered in the town of Innisfil. So, I mean, I think for any government, there's that choice between, saving money and spending money, affordability and service delivery. So that's a balance that I think, is ultimately with council to strike. We can advise you on how best to reach that balance. But I think it's really up to each of you as the elected representatives of this community to figure out what that looks like.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to you, Councillor Drudge. I'm just going to ask a question of staff, and then we're going to have to start putting motions on the floor because I want to be out of here by midnight. So first to staff. Now, I want to know how specific you want the direction to be, right? So do you want it to be, we want 3 less FTEs, you guys figure out which ones are, or do you want us to say, we want this one gone, this one, or do you want us to say, do we need to say specifically what account it comes from? Do we want it to come from the ARS, or we want it to come from the tax rate stabilization, or can we just give a more general, is that we want relief in X amount?
Great question, Mayor Dolan. And I think what we would recommend when you're talking about where does the money come from, the more general it is more helpful, because we can take that away and come back to you with recommendations on where to find the dollars. So for example, it would be easier for us to work with a recommendation to say, we'd like to see greater use of reserves rather than take X dollars from ARS. Because, for example, it's probably the easiest and most appropriate option to actually look at the property tax stabilization reserve first, then go to ARS if we need to, then look at other, potential options. So the more, if there's a bit of flexibility on that front, that we would find helpful. I think on the expenditure side, the more specific you can be, that would also be helpful. Although having said that, if this council has a view as to what the target tax rate increase should be, in general, that would be very helpful as well. Because if you were to just say, look, we want the tax increase to be 6%, go figure it out, we can come back to you with recommendations or even options on how to get there. Whereas if you philosophically believe we should not pave a certain parking lot, for example, and I want that out of the budget, that's totally legit. And in that case, a very specific motion would also be more helpful, because then we'll know exactly how to adjust the budget.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Drudge.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'd like to put a motion forward in the comment of the tax stabilization reserve. I think that reserve should have a running balance of $2 million and not 5.3. I know that we're allocating in the budget $900,000 to be repaid to 500. I'm saying to lower that tax stabilization reserve to a running balance of $2 million, the balance to be split over the next 2 years equally to wherever you'd like to put it.
Do you have a seconder for that?
Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Questions or comments on the motion on the floor? Can I ask what the current policy is with the 5%, what the minimum balance is of the tax stabilization reserve? It was on one of those slides, if I remember correctly.
Mayor Dolan, yes. So the 5% minimum balance for 2024, based on the approved budget, was like $3.3 million. And based on the draft budget in 2025, that's 3.788.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's the 5%, and that's what the policy says, yes. But
and sorry, and the current balance?
The current balance is estimated at the end of 2024 with our latest Q3 forecast to be $5.4 million. And sorry, just one more item to offer. I mean, it is a policy. So, I mean, council can decide to deviate from the policy.
So, Councillor Drudge, if I could understand, you want to take that 5.4 million and bring it down to 2 million?
That's correct, and equally spread over the 2 years. So whatever that equates to. So roughly 1.5 million per year.
So a couple more questions. So that 5.4 million balance already had 800,000 taken out of it, or was that 800,000 still to come out of it?
The 5.4 million is the estimated balance at the end of 2024 before we consider anything that we're going to do in 25 and 26.
Right, but then there's 800,000 to go back into it from the surplus, approximately.
Oh, no, it does factor that in already.
Oh, it factors the surplus in for 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else have questions or comments on this? Councillor Waters.
Just a point of clarification. When we take money from reserves to stabilize our taxes, that money, that we still have those expenditures in years down the road. We still have to make that up at some point in time. So what we're doing is just kicking the can down the road a couple of years. We still have to pay for those expenses in 2027, 2028. So I just want to make sure that it's not a magic bullet. So all we're asking to do is trying to just buffer it, and we leave it to other councils to worry in 2027 in terms of picking up those costs. So Fred's giving me a strange look here.
Sure, go ahead, Councillor Drudge.
Well, I'm defending my point. So, no, so we typically run a surplus, not very often. And the mayor had asked that question to get some information on when the last time was we've had a deficit or how many deficits we've ran in our budgets. So that account will typically increase every year to somewhere, maybe we can use the number we have from 2024, which was 823,000. So it will build. So I would argue that in a 2-year budget cycle, the amount that I'm asking to lower this account, it might be right back to that again, and we could utilize it again in the next budget.
I wonder if you could please help the clerk's office with the wording of your motion. Is it that the maximum allowed in that was 2 million? Is that?
Yeah, I'm saying that every budget cycle, I would like to see that account or that reserve to stay at a balance of 2 million. So basically, if it had 3.5 million or 4 million in that account next budget cycle, that council would have the opportunity to utilize that money as long as it never depletes below 2 million.
And if it did, if we had a deficit, then that council would need to add money into that tax stabilization reserve to bring it up to 2 million.
Or they could decide to deplete it below 2 million if they wanted, if that council was so inclined to do so.
Councillor Waters and then Councillor ASE.
I'm not against using either one of those reserves to help us out here. I'm not too sure I feel completely comfortable with the 2 million. I think we do have a policy of 10%. Just curiosity, at 5%, where would we be? How low, how far at 5%? What's the lowest number at 5%?
3.78. Sorry, 3.3.
3.3, okay. So I would feel a little more comfortable like at not 2 million, but 3.3 million as a lower boundary of the money we would take out of that. So not against the idea, just I'm feeling a little comfortable in terms of having a better buffer as opposed to just 2. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councillor ASE, but before I do, I just want to ask a quick question. So, because I'm kind of back of a napkin, if that motion, which we still haven't got the wording on, if you could help Councillor Drudge, if that motion were to pass and we were to take the balance at the end of 2024 and bring it down to 2 million, what would that do to the 2025 and 2026 tax rate? And while they're figuring that out, I'm going to go to Councillor Ices and then CEO Gershaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm trying to understand the councillor's intention on the motion, and I guess I'm feeling that it's maybe a little bit too prescriptive, and that staff maybe need some more leeway to maybe solve the intent of the councillor's motion. I think if I can paraphrase, in the past, we've had this stabilization fund grow because we always have a surplus. So correct me if I'm wrong, you want that growth to be re-injected into the budget, and you want a policy that will have that happen moving forward.
Yes, in essence, that's correct. So staff would bring the balance to 2 million every budget cycle. So then I guess that would come right off of operational costs. It would basically come off the tax levy.
So I guess I'll wait to see the motion, but I personally, I think we need to put this intent to staff and help them get to the numbers. I'm not comfortable putting a number in there, but I agree with the sentiment. I'm not sure if I agree with the details.
I'm feeling the same way, Councillor Drudge. Like, it's like, where did the 2 million come from? Like, how was that calculated?
I just, in my opinion, it's a reasonable number to have in a reserve. That's a tax stabilization reserve. It's not a capital reserve. So I don't feel like it needs to have a huge balance.
Can I ask CEO Gershaw? I'm sorry, I missed you.
Oh, it's okay. So rule of thumb, 1% on the blended rate, $960,000. So if you're using, $3 million, that's roughly probably 3.5% off the tax levy in a given year. I was going to offer a suggestion on the wording. I mean, I think what's on the screen now is potentially workable. I might have approached it slightly differently in the sense of directing staff to, I agree, I think the first part really makes sense, direct staff to utilize funds, like sense in the logical sense. It's not so much as I understand it, it's not the goal to get to 2 million, but that's your limit you're proposing, as I understand it, up to, or use the reserve while maintaining a balance of at least $2 million. Which is maybe a nuance difference, but.
Other questions or comments on this? Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Worship. Just to reiterate it, because this is a very important point. Were this the previous council, we wouldn't be looking into this. I wouldn't be able to back this because it would be throwing a lot of weight on the shoulders of the average taxpayer. I'm going to reiterate again. We have opened up the employment lands. We have servicing heading out to the employment lands. If everyone is saying we're kicking the can down the road, yes, but further down the road, we are going to have businesses to help supplement the income. We are going to have businesses that will create jobs, that will create secondary tier businesses. We will have more coming in because of it. So it is not like we're just kicking the can down the road and praying to God that things are going to be okay. We have a plan. We have a means to supplement that income. And should we, or the next council, choose to raise the ceiling of that $2 million, we will have the means to do so and still not directly lay this on the shoulders of the taxpayer. Everything we're doing right now is to expand Innisfil to become self-sufficient. And that includes the employment lands, that includes the water sewer, that includes everything that's heading up and down the 400. this is something that we have worked hours on, have numerous discussions on. So when we move to this is just a matter of buying time and taking, again, a calculated risk, because we have received positive reviews and intentions from companies that want to establish their business in Innisfil. Once they do, it creates jobs, it creates employment, it creates income. So this is something we can work with. I'm thinking long-term.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, but I couldn't disagree more that you're thinking long-term. I think you're thinking, get this tax rate down and to hell with the future. I applaud your rosy outlook on the future. I really do. But if that were the case, if what you're saying was the case, why would York Region, why would Toronto have all of this? Why would Mississauga now have debt? All these places that have gone before us and had, became not a bedroom community anymore and got all this employment and got the jobs in the town and got institutional or industrial employment that wasn't on the backs of the residents. None of them have ended up in a position where they can lower taxes or that they've got huge reserves. In fact, they've all, as you heard the CEO say, they've got quite a debt issue. So, I applaud your optimism, but I think you're oversimplifying it. And I think to drain the reserves and just say, yeah, but the future's rosy is not something that I could support. But having said that, I want to ask a question too about this $2 million piece. So if the intent is to be at that mark, and so we take a whole bunch of money out of the reserves the next 2 years to get to the $2 million mark, and we don't fix any of our expenses, let's say next year we have $150,000 surplus. In 2027, we've only got $150,000 to throw at lowering that, as opposed to several million that we're talking about this year. I just think we need to be less, I think this, what I like budgets that smooth out, as opposed to, we're going to use, what was it, 3 million this year to artificially lower the tax rate. And then 2 years from now, we don't have that 3 million. So now is the tax rate going to go up? I think part of the reason for a tax rate stabilization reserve is to soften the edges, right? Curve it out. That's what I always thought it was for. But I think this is too blunt of an instrument. It's like, use all $3 million and boof, hit it down and hope that we're going to have a whole bunch of money in the future to do the same thing.
Through your worship. So this isn't just about getting down the tax levy. It's an account, or sorry, it's a reserve that I think has too much money in it. And that's taxpayers' money. That's how it got in there. And we have a high budget in front of us. I've since the CAO has changed the wording, and I agree, to maintain a balance at least 2 million in the reserve. So we might not go to 2 million. It's giving a little more leeway for staff to, knowing that knowing that council's recommendation is to get close to 2 million. Maybe we won't go right to that number. Maybe it'll be 2.5 when they come back to council, or 2.8 or whatever it is. But I just genuinely feel like this reserve is just simply got too much money in it. And you are correct. It is going to lower the tax levy for this budget cycle, and it won't lower the next maybe, but this is an account that simply has too much money in it. And that's why I would like to lower the number to 2 million.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Waters.
I'm a bit concerned passing this motion at this point in the discussion, because if we adopt it and CEO's is correct in terms of saying, well, it would lower it maybe by 3 percentage points in terms of the overall increase, then we have a whole bunch of stuff sitting in the parking lot that we still need to discuss, which could help reduce that number. So I hate to pass this right now without having those other discussions first, in terms of, we talked about fire, we talked about, a whole bunch of other things in that parking lot. So personally, I would rather resolve those items first of all, because they might be considered tax cutting items before we look at a revenue, not a revenue generating, but a revenue transfer. So just a comment.
Councillor Dodge?
I appreciate your comment, Councillor Waters. But again, this is an account or a reserve that has simply too much money in it. If we knock 3%, if we took $3 million out of this today and we maintained a balance and we knocked our budget down to 3% off our budget, and we talk fire and knock another 1% down, and we talk ARS, we knock another 1.5% down, well, I call that we're doing a really good job. This is a reserve, in my opinion, that just simply has too much money in it, and it needs to be adjusted. And it's also listed here in my motion that it's a balance of at least $2 million. So if we have conversations about ARS and you feel like, hey, maybe we're taking the rate down too much, well, then they'll just simply leave more money in that account because they're allowed to do that with the motion.
Councillor ASE.
So I appreciate Councillor Dodge's comments on this motion, but I also am hearing Councillor Waters' comments, and I think there's not a harm in waiting. I'd hate to rush this motion, and because I think it has some value, and have it defeated. Can I make a motion to defer this until later in the meeting, until we have discussion on some of those other issues that Councillor Water brought up?
If you had a seconder, you could. Councillor Saunders is your seconder. So now the questions or comments are on the motion to defer only, not on the original motion. And I believe the intent is to still deal with it today, but just deal with the parking lot issues and then come back to this. Questions or comments on the motion to defer? Councillor Waters? Oh, no, you're voting? Okay, I think this is wise for one reason. If you're going to spend this much money every year, and you've taken money out of your bank account in order to give yourself enough money to spend, you better look at how much you're going to spend the next 2 years, because you've got no more money to take out of the bank account. So I think it's not about getting this tax rate down further. I think it's about getting the 2025, 2026 budget to a point where you're not going to have to subsidize it by several $1 million in order to break even. I don't think I'm describing myself very well. But I don't think we can take all of our money out of our bank account and still spend the same. If we need to take a whole bunch of money out of our bank account to have this cost of living to live at this, now we're still going to live at this, but we don't have any money in our bank account anymore. So we're going to end up 2 years from now in a bit of a bind. So that's why I'm in support of deferring it until we've looked at maybe ways we can cut. So we cut down a bit more so we don't need the bank account to supplement.
So can I, Your Worship, could I comment? We are still going to have those conversations to exactly what you say, balance it out, and maybe have to do a cut on an FTE, or those things are going to happen. But it would not change my opinion that this reserve still does not need to be adjusted. So to defer it, I'm not saying I'm against deferring it, but at the end of the day, if you tell me that we use a few $1 million of ARS, or we get rid of an FTE, or we go through the fire budget, or whatever we do to lower the tax levy, it's not going to change my decision. I'm still going to ask to adjust this tax this stabilization reserve to a proper number. So to defer it is not going to change my motion respectively.
And I understand that, Counselor. What I'm saying, it'll make the discussion more fruitful. Because if we're all sitting here thinking, we got the tax down to 5% now, why do we need to bother making hard decisions about FTEs? Like, I think we have to have the tough discussion and then go back to this, but it's up to council.
I respect your comment.
So any other comments on the deferral, the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of deferral? Thank you. That's carried. And one opposed. And now we'll go to the parking lot, maybe, if we can have the items on the parking lot reminded to us. And then we can maybe see some motions going forward.
Mayor Dolan, so just from my own notes here, in chronological order, the first parking lot item was the end of Building Safer Communities funding in 2026.
So I believe, so a motion would be to require or ask staff to come up with a way of keeping the programs, of investigating how we could keep the programs currently paid for by the Building Safer Community funds in past March of 2026. Councillor ASE?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Richardson. Okay, I didn't say that very well, but you know what I meant, right? Councillor Jershaw, I'm going to have to make you a councillor if you keep formulating our motions for us. CAO Jershaw, can you fix my motion?
I can try. I guess let's try and clarify exactly the intent. Do you wish to have a resolution within this current budget, like investigate and find a fix now, or come back to council in the future?
Yes, come back to council in the future after investigating any grant opportunities, well, I won't get specific, how we can, to evaluate, because we know the teen nights are successful, but is the entire program successful? Is some of it worked really well? Some of it didn't work very well? Like, to evaluate the program and then come back with a plan on keeping it for 2026.
So if I may, and clerks, I think we'll need a new screen going here. The way I understand your intent, and clerks, if you can type along with me, please.
So we're going to need a new page because this is deferred, and then we're just going to have a brand new motion.
Patty?
We're not seeing it on the screen.
Can I just suggest explore options to sustain the BSCF activities, beyond, in 2026 and beyond, and report back to council. No, not in the budget. I mean, Mayor, if you wish to specify timing, we could add that, or you could leave it as is, but outside the budget process is the understanding.
Absolutely outside the budget process, and we all know that it's going to end in March of 2026, so we've got to do it in the 2025 calendar year, but I don't think we need to be that specific, and that was moved by Councillor ASE, and it was seconded by Councillor Richardson. Questions or comments on this item? I wish they were all that easy. All in favor? That's carried. Next parking lot item, Mr. Dershaw.
Next one on my list was use of ARS to offset Uber costs.
Thank you, Your Worship. So when we were going through it, we noticed that it was an increase from $545,000 to $1.2 million for 2025, and then another $1.2 million for 2026. I believe that the master transit plan should come back to council for looking for different avenues for funding for Uber. I'm not sure what that looks like, but that would be my intention. So I would like to use the ARS fund use the ARS fund for $700,000 per year to offset those costs till we bring the transit master plan back to council to explore additional funding.
And do you have a seconder, Councillor?
Councillor Zanella?
So I'm going to start by asking Director Lee if you could just describe a little bit about what the master plan is.
Certainly, Mayor Dolan. So the transit master plan is going to be looking not only at the current Uber program, but it'll be looking at transit in general within the municipality. They will be similar to the feasibility study, I believe it was 2015 that was done that looked at, what should the town provide? It will be looking at recommendations on transit options that will come back to council. The current schedule is that should be before council before the end of 2025 to look at options for the future, both on Uber and that continued partnership and other opportunities that we could consider and what the costing of those opportunities would be.
So so there's nothing in the transit master plan that will come back for funding opportunities for Uber. Am I correct?
Mayor Dolan, it'll provide you the options of what you could consider for transit going forward. So you would then be able to determine whether you look at alternatives to your Uber Transit. You may find out through that process that your Uber Transit is actually the most cost efficient of those opportunities. So it will give you an opportunity to reevaluate your spending and how you propose to continue with transit into the future. It will not specifically just be Uber related though.
Other questions or comments on the motion? Councillor Drudge?
Thank you, Your Worship. So it was 700,000 in 2025 and then an additional 700,000 in 2026 to offset the $1.2 million per year.
So I'm looking at, am I seeing something wrong? I'm looking at page 132, which has the budget. So the proposed budget for 2025 goes from 545 to 1.2 million. And the proposed budget for 2026 is 1.211 million. So I don't understand that 700,000.
I was just 500,000 to 1.2 million is kind of where, so I guess you could say 650,000 from, so the operating budget in 2024 is 545,979. We have an increased budget of approximately, I was using 700,000. It's more like 650. And then obviously from our 2024 into 2026, again, it's 1.2, which is approximately 700,000 more.
Councillor ASE.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just clarification. What my question to Councillor Drudge is, so you more or less you're trying to cap funding for Innisfil Transit right around that 550, 600,000 for the next 2 years.
Yes, with the purpose of giving us the opportunity to look at all sorts of transit, be it Uber or anything like that, but just cap it off right now so that we can have a wholesome look on where we're going to go with transit in the future. Also offsetting the tax levy in the same purpose.
Councillor Waters.
I'm just going to ask clarification from staff in terms of the ARS funding. That the projects that we're talking, the capital projects we're talking about, a good percentage of those, are they related to road repairs, road construction, those types of things?
It includes roads and roads. It includes roads. It's mainly used to fund the benefit to existing portion or the non-growth portion of DC projects. So that could be roads. It can be a new structure or building of some sort that's maybe not 100% eligible for development charges. So whenever there's a project that we're doing and it has a portion of growth, a portion of DCs, the portion that's not gets funded from ARS. So it's a variety of projects.
Okay, so I guess from a philosophical point of view, that if we can use ARS to offset roads in terms of roads construction, road repairs, then personally, I would rather see it go towards transit than roads. And that would be a greener solution than roads. Just, like he says, when it comes to the province, they would rather see us build more highways. Some of us would rather see them build more transit. So in this case here, I'm kind of doing a mental shift here that I would rather see it go towards transit. So I'm kind of agreeing with Councillor Drudge. So just,
Go ahead, Councillor Ices, and then I'll go.
Yeah, I thank you, Worship. I'm struggling a little bit because I had an item in the parking lot that was also going to use ARS funds. So, and I'm starting to rethink that because I think our intent is to use this fund for portions of operating. And for us to sit around the table and pick which one it is, I'm not sure that we're going to, at the end of the day, be in the spot we want to be. So for that reason, I'm going to probably vote against this, but then my motion will come up and then we'll see what happens there.
Councillor Saunders.
Thank you. I'm going to, Councillor Ices, I think we're putting a Band-Aid on everything for the ARS fund. I think we got to buckle down on some other things, and we do have to pay for things, and the taxes have to be paid. To cover it from an ARS fund for the next 2 years we got to make some cuts, but you know what, to keep using the ARS to cover these, you know what, we're just pushing it off to the next council.
Thank you. Here's my thought on it. So first of all, we hopefully are going to look at our ARS policy for going forward in 2025. Currently, our ARS policy, we don't use it to fund operating. And this is purely operating. But more importantly than that, in my mind, is so if we're doing a transit master plan, so the transit we're currently doing, the Uber transit, is the best value anywhere. If we do a transit master plan, that transit master plan says combine Uber, but also you're going to need bus route A, B, and C. We got to build that into the budget. So off the top of my head, transit I'll use Barrie, although it's not a really great example. No, I think Bradford would be a better example. So transit in Bradford's like 8 million net. That's net of like all the revenue that they get, the provincial gas tax, ads on buses, what people put in the fare box. That's the bottom. And they only have 2 bus routes just in Bradford proper, not all over. So if we do a transit master plan that comes back and says, you need buses in, say, Alcona, we're going to be looking at a, $8 to $10 million bill. And so to artificially lower this to 600,000, then to be told now you've got, like, to do your transit master plan, it's going to cost you $10 million. I think you've done a disservice. I think you're better to ramp it up so that there's less of a bump to go to a bus than, so if you're taking it and artificially lowering it and then you've got to go to buses, it's, again, I'm all about smoothing those corners, right? Not having use the piggy bank to keep it here, but now for this new enhanced service, you're going to have to be here. So that's a big jump to make. And I do think that we are going to, Uber's been absolutely fantastic. It provided us, but it's not going to be there forever. It's there because of where we are now. But as we grow and we get a GO train station, and now we've got to run to that GO train station, or whether we choose to partner with Lynx and whatever the plan comes up with, it's going to be big dollars. Transit is a huge money pit everywhere. There's not a single transit system in the world, no matter how dense a population and how many people use it, there's none of them that actually even come close to breaking even. So transit is big money. So I think artificially lowering our Uber when we know this bigger bill is coming is probably not the way to go. So I've said enough. I could have said that in 2 words instead of 200. Sorry about that. But so I won't be supporting this. Councillor Waters?
I'm going to just harp back on my last comment around ARS and in terms of roads and things like that. If part of that, our budget every year using ARS money is for roads, that's not special capital projects. That's ongoing funding in terms of, it becomes an operating. So we're already, if that's the case, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it might be very well, the way Mike's looking at me. We're already using it for operating. If it's an ongoing expense every single year, it's operating. And so I'm just asking, is that the case? Are we using it for ongoing? In that case, we are using it for operating.
So to answer your question, Councillor Waters, and I should have clarified that when I answered your question the first time, it is all for capital projects. So when we talk about we're using it for the non-growth portion of projects, they're all capital. So whether it's a road project, a parks project, a library project, whatever it might be, if there's a non-growth portion to it, that's what we're using it for. But that's all through the capital budget, not the operating budget.
I agree with what you're saying, but you're using the capital budget for roads every single year. Correct? They're capital projects to fix roads. And so if the expenditure is roads.
So perhaps, okay, I need to clarify some more then. It is capital, but it is a growth project. So in capital, we have asset renewal projects.
Right.
So we've got our roads rehabilitation program project. So that, deals with the road rehab program. And that's funded from the tax levy. It's from OCIF money and from the Canadian Community Building Fund. But then we have road projects, library projects. So road projects are we're urbanizing, so we're expanding a new road. So it, it's 2 lanes, now we're adding and whatever. And so all those additional pieces and the urbanization of it are related to growth and funded from DCs.
Okay, so I'm getting a clearer picture now. So road rehabilitation does not use ARS then? Thank you. Okay, all right then.
CAO Jershow?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Just for posterity and the minutes, the motion that's on the screen, I would observe it doesn't say what the money is intended to be used for. So if it's okay with the moving councillors, I'd recommend we add the words after it says in 2026 to offset the cost of the Uber transit program. Just so that folks who aren't sitting here will figure this
Sorry,
out later.
correct. And you could adjust it to 650 for both years. You only have it as the first year. So the 700, you could lower to 650 as well.
So I think we do need at some point, maybe presentation to council about growth, development charges and the ARS and how it's used to pay that portion. A good example is Town Square. So we built Town Square and much of that was paid for by development charges because it was for growth. We're a growing town. If we didn't have ARS, the portion that wasn't covered by growth, which is determined under the DC bylaw, right? They figure out how much is growth and how much is contributed to existing. That would go on our tax bill, but it doesn't. It's the same way when, I'm sure you've all heard it. People said, when we built the Lakeshore Library and people were like, why are you building a library when my road's not paved and you shouldn't be spending money on a library? You don't have a choice to move that around. You can't take money that's collected for DCs for libraries and use it on another purpose. You're not allowed to do that. So the money you collect for roads in a DC, you can't use on transit. You can't use on anything. You can only use it on that road. And then whatever portion of that road isn't covered by the DCs, that's what the ARS pays for. So yeah, maybe we can go into that at a later date when we have more time. But any other questions or comments on this item? Councillor Drodge.
Just one more final comment. Uber is for all the residents of Innisfil. So if we are eventually going to entertain using some ARS funds, I would hope that we choose something that's going to affect all the residents of Innisfil. And it's not just one project that maybe affects a certain area of Innisfil. Uber is Innisfil wide. I believe it's there for the residents. And if we were to alleviate some of the tax levy on our residents, I feel like this would be a good spot to do it.
Final comments on this one? All those in favor of the motion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Waters.
I'm a bit concerned that we're going to start dividing, like Councillor Ices has something that he wants to propose. Councillor Drodge has something to propose. Could this be a motion that says that we want to do something different with ARS in terms of alternative expenditures? And then listen to what Councillor Ices has to say, because right now you're asking me to maybe vote against yours to hear what Councillor Ices has to say. So I just want to know whether or not we want to make it a little more general to allow some flexibility, or do you want us to vote on it, yes or no now, and then we vote on Councillor Ices as well? So just a quick question.
Right.
Thank you, Worship. So I guess, we have to start making some decisions on what we want to do and where we want this tax levy to go to. Councillor Ices is more than welcome to use more ARS funds to lower the tax levy if it's so fit. But you have to make decisions, and I do respect that I'm putting a very direct purpose for this money. But then I was also the understanding that staff would like to have direction as to where you would like to see it go anyway. So I'm not sure how to do that.
So I think we all want to go away and look at the alternative revenue source and relook at the policy. If there's nothing in the account, I don't think we'll even bother. But I guess what I really want to get at is I'm fairly confident that Councillor Drodge's motion at the end is going to pass. And I don't want to drain all the reserves. I don't want to drain the ARS and we come in, maybe don't lower the operational expenditures as much as we should, and then we're really in a mess. And I just think that, I think we should not mess with the ARS until we've had a holistic look. Instead of cherry picking little things in the budget, we've had a holistic look about what the ARS should be used for, and we decide as a group what it should be used for more holistically, and then come back. If we have to in 2026, or even if we have to, like, before the 2026 budget. But I don't want to drain this and then also drain the tax rate stabilization reserve as well. Councillor Drodge.
I struggle, thank you, Your Worship. I struggle with the comment drain. It's $30 million account, and we're looking, or I'm looking to take $1.3 million out of it. I just don't see the word drain as the word I would use. We're utilizing some of that money to go to offset costs of Uber Transit. It's not draining the account, and I'm not sure I would use those words.
You're absolutely right. I shouldn't have used that, and I apologize. But keep in mind that much of that is also committed for other projects. Councillor Richardson, and then I'll go to Deputy Mayor.
Are we not better to look at this a different way, as in, so we as a council, we're not comfortable with the 8%. We would rather it come in at 6% and then go backwards from there, as opposed to deciding now that we're going to use money from ARS and from the tax levy. Let's start at the top and see where is it that we want to take things out, where is it that we want to add things, and then go back to look and say, okay, well, this is where we are. We've taken this out. We still have this much we still need to account for to get it down to that percent. And then we kind of take a look at what, like at the ARS and that, and like going it from a different way.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. I think that's a great idea. If you want to maybe formulate a motion in that, about where you think, and give staff direction to come back with a certain percentage for 2025. And while you're doing that, I'll go to Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. When you're having this discussion with Councillor Drodge and you use the word draining, what I'm interpreting myself is you're fearful of setting precedents, and where we take a little bit here, take a little bit there, so the ARS dies by 1,000 cuts, by 1,000 paper cuts. The idea being that if we become comfortable with using it for small things, how soon before the next one arises or the next one arises where we use it. The idea of the ARS was put into place so that we didn't impact the taxpayer when we were doing capital projects, when we were installing something new, something that affects the entire community, a building or the town square or a park or something that everybody has access to. And we can say we've enhanced the community without reaching into the pocketbook because we have the fund here for that specific purpose. That's, as I recall, when it was created many years ago, that's why we did it. And with the tax stabilization fund, I can work with that. But this one, it has a very clear definition as to why we need it, and for singular purposes, so that, you know, if a project has to get delayed because we don't have the funds in the IRS, we can look at alternative revenue sources at that point in time. But it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it with this particular fund.
Well, I think we'll do a vote on this, and we'll go to your motion, Councillor Richardson, because we got a motion on the floor. So,
well, again, I think that we maybe think about deferring this as well, because I think we need to look at So say right now it's at 8 for 2025 and say I'd like to try and get it down to 5.5. So we're talking about 2.5%. So that's 2 million or just over. I'm not a good math person, I'll be honest. So I think we should look and see how can we get that down first before we take a look and see, because we may still need to do this motion where we're going to take money from the ARS to help with the Uber. But once we look at everything else, we might be able to do it so that it's not that much money that we need. So I think that to vote on this amount is unfair until we decide if we actually need that amount, if that makes sense.
I just don't know procedurally if we have a motion that's been moved and seconded, if we can put another motion on the floor. That's my worry, Councillor, not your motion, but just procedural bylaw.
Through your worship, council has a couple of options they could do at this time. They could defer this item as we did the last, or this could be withdrawn at this time, and Councillor Drudge could bring it back later through the discussions.
Councillor Drudge, it's your motion.
I'd like, I'm torn, sorry. I just, can you give me a moment? Just a second to think about this for a second. So I have to have council's feel here. So I'm assuming we all have a little bit of an appetite to possibly use some of the ARS money. Is that correct?
I'd like to put it to staff to say, I'm a bit uncomfortable not knowing what projects are dedicated to this fund. And when they say that it's going to be out by 2028, does that mean that there's going to be no revenue going back into it? Is that the case? So I'm a little uncomfortable because I don't know what's up with the ARS funds, whether or not they're there for now until infinity, or whether or not they're going to definitely be drained by 2028. And in that terms, I use the word drain properly because that's what was told to us. So I would feel more comfortable is because we're not voting on the budget today, is for staff to go away and say, is there some leeway to use the ARS in a different format? And then say, yes, there is. And this is kind of, because I want to be fiscally sound in my decisions. By just taking money out here and there, that's not fiscally sound to me. I want to know how that fund's going to respond, what's going to be in it, those types of things. So I want to make fiscally sound decisions, not based on gut feelings. So I would rather defer this or give the staff direction in terms of to come back with this with some information. Not that I disagree with what you're saying, Councillor Drudge, it's just I would just feel more comfortable financially that if I had some feedback from staff to say, or we give them direction, yes, we want to be able to use this in a different way. Are we okay to do that?
Councillor Saunders.
Thank you. I concur with that, Councillor Waters and Councillor Richardson. I think we should kind of withdraw this one, go back to the town, set an amount, say 5.5, 5.75, 6%, and let them come back, see what they come back to us with. And then we can start maneuvering stuff around, saying we want to bring Uber down a little bit. Let's use some of the ARS there. Let's use some of the other funds elsewhere and stuff like that. So I think what we should start with is what Councillor Richardson said, let's find a tax rate that we're all comfortable with, and then we work from there.
And can I suggest that where I think we're in dangerous territory is I don't think that the majority, or maybe not the majority, that some people at this table understand what the alternate revenue, what the current policy is, what is committed, and what's the true balance, not the cash balance, but the balance after we've already passed motions to commit it to things. I think we should have staff come back to us with currently what ARS is, what's the true balance after all the commitments, and what are policy options going forward with it? How can we change the policy to maybe make it more accessible for things like this? But I think to just do it without having that full picture is dangerous. So could I suggest wording that staff be directed to come back to council with a fulsome presentation on the on what the alternative revenue source is, and have council debate policy options for utilizing it going forward. I'm just making an amendment, but it's not, I can't amend your motion. I'm just giving you a suggestion. CEO Jersha.
Well, I was going to ask the same question. Clerks are typing, but we've got a motion on the table. I think the mayor's going in a fairly different direction. So I'm a little concerned we're clouding what's being voted on here.
No, absolutely. I was just making a suggestion to Councillor Drodge and Councillor Zanella. I wasn't trying to change their motion. Councillor ASE.
Thank you, Worship. I think we've discussed this quite in depth. I'd like to call for the vote if nobody has an amendment or deferral.
Okay, so we're going to, unless there's an amendment deferral, we're going to call the vote. Councillor Drodge.
Just for clarification, Your Worship, if I decided to vote on this right now, could it come back as another motion from another councillor, or like with a slight variation of it?
No, couldn't be a slight variation. It would have to be a different motion.
Okay. I'd like to proceed with this motion, please.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Everybody comfortable with the motion as it's read? As it's written? No more questions? All in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's defeated. Sorry. How many, those opposed, I should have said. Okay, that's defeated. Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Okay, so I would like to put a motion that the staff be directed to target. I would like to see a targeted rate of 5.5. Please.
And do you have a seconder?
Councillor Saunders will be my
Councillor
seconder.
Saunderson is the seconder. Questions or comments on this motion? Councillor Drodge.
I think that number's too high.
I'm down to go lower.
I think we could do better. Especially if your worship, you had mentioned that maybe my previous motion could be a conversation. We're almost at that.
Okay.
With just that alone. So just my opinion.
Other questions or comments on this motion? Councillor Saunders.
Can we amend that a little bit to say to a maximum of 5.5 so they have the option of going lower?
I'm okay with that.
Is that a friendly, that's an amendment from the seconder and the mover agrees. Questions or comments on this? Anyone, I have a question to the mover and seconder. Any direction for the 2026 budget?
I would like it to be the same, like to look at the same amount, like to try to keep it at to a maximum of 5.5 as well.
And the seconder's nodding. Okay, so we want, all right. Questions or comments on the motion on the floor? Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Worship. I applaud the attempt, the swing for the fences. Now let's say this comes back at 5.5 and we see a severe amount of operational services cut. I'm gonna speak from my personal experience. Councillor Waters, Councillor ASE, and the mayor, we can all agree that we went for a 0% budget. We went for a 0% and a 1% budget. And everyone's like, yes, you're saving us money. And then all of a sudden we got flooded with emails. The grounds aren't being maintained. The park's garbage are overflowing. The planters on Innisfil Beach Road are not being taken care of. There's weeds everywhere. I can't get hold of any bylaws and coming to me fast enough. Like, it's just, when we cut back to such a degree that we lose the operational services, it's just going to transfer the problems from one area to another. And I think that's, so what happens if it comes back and we don't agree with the 5.5? What if we said that what do we do if it comes back and says, and we see that we're losing, for example, the police force that we wanted, or the operational services, or the snowplow, or something like, with finances? What options do we have at that point to rectify it?
We absolutely have any option. If staff comes back with a budget and it cuts things that we think are absolutely necessary, we have the option to include them at that time. Anyone else? Questions or comments? Councillor ASE.
So I agree with some of the comments that the deputy made. Being on council when we did cut the increase, that was not a prudent decision. I think we need more in this motion because the service impacts that this cut would bring. I'm thinking of the discussion we just had around ARS. I'm thinking about this discussion that we just had about tax stabilization. I'm thinking about the discussion that we had about debt financing. I think we can get to the 5.5 and maintain the services that we have, but we have to give staff those tools to do that, because I'm not prepared to cut the level of service that we have right now. May I just leave it there?
Councillor Richardson?
I think at that point, that's when we look at things like Councillor George had suggested, to look into the ARS and all that sorts, to be able to still maintain that service, but keep the percentage down lower.
Councillor ASE?
Well, then I think that needs to be in this motion.
CEO Jershell?
So, I mean, this is where it starts to get tricky. I mean, I would take from the conversation we've heard today that council's sentiment is they'd like to generally see a lower tax increase, but not reduce service levels. And you're encouraging us to look at other ways of paying for the services besides the tax levy. At some point, that will become an impossible task. Like, there will be a limit to how much we can do. I think we'll have to take it away and see, how much we can change by, for example, increasing our reserve fund draws, sharpening our pencils, if I can put it that way. But, the way it's just been revised to say without a reduction to existing service levels may not be possible, depending on what that analysis looks like. So, I mean, I think, I understand the sentiment I'm hearing, but to direct us, I don't know. I mean, it's a choice for the mover, whether you want to include that specification.
Councillor George?
I couldn't agree more. I think putting that limitation on you or staff would be taxing at the very least. I do agree that 5.5 maximum. I like that blended tax rate for 2025 and 26. I'm sure there will be some cuts to service, and maybe we might have to then decide to go above 5.5 to maintain those things. But I think this is what council's direction is, and we let staff see how close they can get to that. And if they've cut too much, then we would bring it in at that time. I think that was Councillor Richardson's purpose for doing this.
CEO Jershell?
I know our clerks are trying to be helpful, but we're substantively revising the motion on the fly now. So I guess I'd ask the counselor to clarify what their intent is, and then clerk can reflect it.
So here's what I'd like. I would like the staff to come back with here's 5.5%. Here's how we would have to do it. And range it from like the top 10 of things that would have to be sacrificed or not brought forward type of thing. So that way we can take a look at those top 10 and decide, okay, is it worth it to keep those 10 so that we have that same level of service, and then go from there. But just so that we have more of a list, I guess, of what's the importance, I guess, maybe I guess that's more clarification.
CEO Gershaw?
So in that case, I would suggest deleting everything after 2026 budgets.
Yeah.
And I think in practice, like we're all here listening very carefully. And when we come back on January 15th, we can do that in a way, like we're going to, I think, try and bring you a single proposed budget. But in doing so, we can include, what were the options we consider to get there, so that, to the point that was just made, if you're not happy with the proposal we put in front of you, you'll know what your options are to revise it. So that would be my suggestion. I think we can work with that shorter version of the motion and bring it back to you with some options.
Thank you. And we did this 2 years ago, right? We had a budget in front of us, and we said, hey, we want more gravel. We want the fireboat to be in a slip and not in a dry dock. We made those decisions and we added. So, we've done it before. We can do it again. Any other questions or comments on the motion that is on the floor? All those in favor of the motion? One, sorry, can you hold your cards up, please? That's carried. All those opposed? That's still carried. Councillor, I'm sorry, CEO Gershaw.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. I've been advised our live stream has gone down completely, and this might therefore be a good time to take a break so we can reset, hopefully.
How long do you think we'll need to look at the?
Through your worship, we are just going to stop the stream and start it up and see if that works right now.
Okay, so why don't we come back at 4:10? It's getting late. I'm sure staff are wanting to get home. It's Friday night and it's snowy. So we'll try to be as succinct as we can when we come back with the motions left in the parking lot. Thank you. We're hopefully getting near completion of today. So I think we're looking next. What's next in the parking lot, CEO Gershaw?
So my list was the use of the ARS to offset economic development. And I guess I'd like to request some precision from council on what exactly they wanted to discuss, because my recollection was we started talking about capital project, but perhaps moved a bit more into offset the cost of the economic development department in general. So some clarification on that would probably be the best place to start.
Thank you. That would be Councillor ASE.
Thank you, Worship. I've got Councillor Drodge seconding my motion that I don't even have right now, but after the last discussion. So my intent was to try and make an argument that the way we view economic development all pertains to growth. So it would qualify for ARS funding. I don't think it's appropriate to make a motion around that right now after our last discussion and the fact that that staff is going to review the budget to find a way to fit. But I guess if I would make a suggestion to staff, if they would agree with my analysis, that as the policy stands right now, the ARS policy, I believe a case could be made that economic development fits in there. My other comments I was going to make around that motion was more holistic around where we're at right now. You know, the costs that CEO Jershell talked about at the beginning of the meeting are there, and I'm not sure how we change those costs. A lot of them are related to wages, but those wages are for growth, for preparing for the growth. And I think it's somewhat unfair to ask our residents now to pay for that with the tax levy we were proposing. But again, the previous motion is council's wish to deal with that. The other thoughts I had was around what we spend on economic development. We have an economic development department that is, I think, the envy of other municipalities, but there is a cost to that. And I struggle a little bit when we get all these strategic plans passed previously, but there's really no dollar value put to them. So now we come to the budget cycle, and if we cut them, are we going against what we approved in the strategic plan? I'll give you an example what I could find that other municipalities spend on economic development, just by looking through their budget documents. You know, Aurelia spends about 600,000, Barrie 2.3 million, New Tecumseh spends about 150,000. So it's all over the map. So it was my thought that if there was a place where we needed to not spend money from the tax levy, we could do that in economic development. Those are my comments around that as far as placing it in the parking lot, and I'll leave it there.
So no motion, Councillor? CEO Jershon.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. I'll just say as well, I mean, my advice would be just because it's in the parking lot doesn't mean a motion's required. So that's totally cool. And I guess on the comment about master plans, I just want to speak to that because that's a pretty big issue that the steering group has talked about quite a bit. And, you know, it has been the case that sometimes master plans have come to council without a clear financial plan about how to implement them. And often we've said like, well, we'll come back to you at budget time and let you know. And I think as staff, we need to get more disciplined about that process. You know, and I think that actually speaks to the transit master plan conversation we were having earlier. I think a good transit master plan has to speak to the financing of implementing that plan, you know, and whether we're talking stormwater or Innisfil Beach Park or transit or ECDEV or any other master plan, I mean, that financial lens should be a part of the advice that we give to you. So I think that's one of our goals in the future is to give you more concrete information on the financial aspects of a master plan when we bring it to you, rather than just sort of making that a whole separate decision. So the point's well taken.
Thank you very much. And then I just had one comment on that when you're doing the comparators, Councillor, is I wonder if that includes their BIA, because many of these communities have spent, you know, $600 to $1 million on their BIAs for their downtowns.
Yeah, and I realize like having those numbers need a lot more context. I guess my point is, you can spend a little or you can spend a lot. We're spending a lot. I think council feels we're getting good value for that, but that's a question that does our taxpayers agree with that choice? And it's a place to consider if we needed to cut somewhere.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? No. So next parking lot item, CEO Jershel.
Again, going in chronological sequence was your request, Mayor Dolan, for reconsideration of the 3 IFRS FTE requests except for the contract conversion.
Thank you. And I'm not going to put a motion forward for that either because of the motion from Councillor Richardson and Councillor Saunders that there's many FTE requests, and I'm guessing that staff have a better sense than I do of what priorities are in those FTEs. Unless you want a motion, I would send that back to staff to look at that. Councillor Drodge.
While we're on the conversation of fire, we didn't put this in the parking lot, but I'd really like to have a conversation and possibly put forward a motion about the location of Station 6. I struggle with it being to the border of our municipality, just like I struggle with Station 1 bordering the lake. I'd really like to maybe look at some avenues to putting Station 6 in a more central location where it can service Innisfil Heights and possibly Alcona, and also look at possibilities of maybe utilizing some of the properties we already own instead of buying another property. So if it was entertaining, I'd like to put a motion forward to explore the possible relocation of Station 6 to a more central location.
And do you have a seconder?
Councillor Waters.
Councillor Waters. Questions or comments on this item? Sorry, CAO Jershel.
If I may suggest, Mayor Dolan, I would recommend that council hear first from Chief Thomas a little bit more about the rationale for why it's being proposed in Innisfil Heights in the first place, and maybe that will help inform, motions that you wish to make.
Chief Thomas, I can't see you over there.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Yes, there is a lot of work that was done through E&Y, through the consultant report on station location. I hear 100% what you're saying about being close to a border. I have responses to all the questions that were raised on the session on Wednesday, including during the morning, we've created on a GIS map our call plotting, which shows where all of our calls have been since 2019, I believe, at least 2020, which will give you a great idea of where the calls are. I can also put on that what our response times are from each of the stations, so that will give you a little bit more data. So if you would like those to be sent to you before you make a motion, or make the motion and for future consideration or further consideration, we've got all of that data that we can give you that may answer some of those questions on a tangible visual piece of paper instead of trying to dialogue back and forth and maybe misunderstand each other.
Go ahead, Councillor Drodge.
Thank you, Worship. So that would be great if we could have that information. So I guess that my motion would be to receive the additional information from Chief Thomas and refer back. I'm not sure how I would write that. I guess my intention would be not to make a decision.
CAO Jershel.
Help.
So if I can make a suggestion, that council direct staff to provide additional information regarding the proposed location of Station 6 to council.
I think that works. Does the seconder have a comment?
Councillor Waters.
Just a question. It's that we're only getting one side of the discussion. I think there was some discussion with several councillors around Station 1 and also the station in Stroud, is that would a station in the campus here would we be able to basically get rid of this, dissolve or amalgamate Stroud into this one here, and it would serve Innisfil Heights as well as Stroud, or Councillor Drodge's suggestion about Station 1. So I would like to see the report that we received was a report that was discussing when we were talking about amalgamation, not as Innisfil standing on its own. So it would be nice to know if the response times were that different by placing it here, and we were able to amalgamate, either Station 1 and Stroud into that, because this is, we're looking at the long-term implications in terms of, then we have to staff those. So if we have 6, stations, we have to then staff them and all the equipment that goes along with them. So there's long-term implications here. So it would be nice to be able to have some information to make a decision when not, amalgamating some of the stations into one town campus here. So I would like to hear that piece as well, in terms of, are we just as well served by that as opposed to having the Innisfil Heights, station?
CEO Jershell?
So if I can suggest then a change to the wording, that council directs staff to provide additional information regarding the locations of existing and proposed fire stations in Innisfil. And I think, we understand where you're going with the question. I think if council endorses that motion today, I think we would need to come back to you pretty quickly, because as it stands, as you know, Station 6 is proposed to be funded in the budget. So I think before bringing the budget back to you on January 15th, we'd need to get you this information, and that may be part of the discussion you want to have on January 15th. But that's a suggestion.
I'm not suggesting Station 6 wouldn't happen. Station 6 would happen, so we would still fund it. It's just, if it would be here, and then there'd be some opportunities for savings because we'd be amalgamating maybe a couple of, if the data come back that still said the response times were good. So I guess I'm not saying defund the station. I'm saying we're still going to fund it. It's just we're having discussion in terms of where's the most effective location for it now and in the future.
Councillor Drodge?
Yeah, I completely agree, Councillor Waters. And to add to that, if we did look at possibly dissolving one or the other station, or both for that matter, we could look at the scope of what Station 6 would look like here, as in it might possibly grow because you're going to have, more volunteers coming out of this station than you would if you had it coming out of 3. So the whole look of Station 6 could change. But we are alleviating the costs and maintenance of 2 buildings if we did entertain something like that.
Thank you. I because of the lateness of the hour, I'm going to suggest that this is good. I'm going to say that not all council would have had the E&Y report, so wouldn't have been able to see that work. And the other thing I'd like to understand too is where if Barrie has any station contemplated for that quadrant as well. And also the opportunity, because we know now the paramedics are looking in this area in Innisfil somewhere as well. So I just think there's a lot of moving parts, and I think getting that further information and then possibly, evaluating it further would be helpful for council.
If I may, Mayor Dolan.
Absolutely.
The scope is increasing quite quickly on what you're looking for. We have a lot of that information, but we'll probably need to get some further information. So we will work on this. I mean, it's a top of list, but there are, I just want to remind you, there are some moving parts with our current Station 1, Station 3. We already have partnerships with paramedics, so we have to consider that in station movements or station closures. So trying to use my crystal ball just a little. I will get you as much information as I can gather for that meeting or beforehand. It may not be 100% comprehensive just on the meetings that I have to have with people for what you're asking, but I will do my utmost to get you as much, if not all that information that you're looking for. And And part of that, if I can, Mayor Dolan, your suggestion about what station locations are in other municipalities, that is also something that would have to take some time to unpack, because then we would be talking about auto-aid agreements, either us into other municipalities or other municipalities into ours, which we currently have. We have auto-aid agreements where we respond into Bradford and New Tech. We don't have much that comes our way at this point, other than New Tech in the West Cookstown area. But formulating those agreements are probably where I'm going to be most challenged for time to be able to get that by the 15th, but we'll do our best.
Thank you. And can I, Mr. Gershow, and then I'll go to you. So yeah, I'm not thinking of like agreements signed, you know, I'm thinking more of having that big picture look, you know, based on what E&Y said, and possibly the fire master plan before that, because E&Y, I know that there was a piece in there about station location, but that wasn't the focus of their original study. And yeah, I'm thinking that we could still move forward with the budget, but possibly just have that with a bookmark for the evaluation of the location of the station. Mr. Gershow?
So along the same lines, just in the spirit of making sure we're on the same page about expectations, you know, I would not propose or recommend, you know, or I'm not sure we'll be able to pull off, you know, a whole new analysis and a report on the philosophy of fire station location. But I do think, I mean, what I'm envisioning is maybe like a 3 to 4 page memo that summarizes the stations we have, why they are where they are, the data that the chief spoke to in terms of where our calls are coming from and how response times vary according to location, and then attaching things like existing materials like the master plan work that was done as part of the EY project. And to the extent that you know it, some intel on what's across the border in our neighboring jurisdictions without necessarily having to go have a bunch of meetings with Barry to understand their capital plans. If that's okay with council, I think that's feasible.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking their OP or their a secondary plan should show if there's a fire station plan for, you know, X area. And the budget is capital budget, and it has 6 million in 2025. I want to say only 6 million, but the big bunch of it is in 2026. So I'm not suggesting it should have to hold up the budget either. I'm just suggesting it, you know, council can look at the information and decide, yep, we're absolutely 100% with the way it's written, or we could look at further evaluation. So the motion that's on the floor, Councillor Drodge.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I believe that the 6 million for 2025 is for procurement of the land to buy a property. So, you know, we could still move forward with, there is property that may be purchased or may not be, and that would dictate that cost, but we could have it in the budget and have those conversations after the budget's approved. So I'm okay with the way this motion's written.
Any further discussion on this? All those in, Deputy Mayor.
Just for a point of clarification, because we're dancing around the topic, I believe the property you're referring to is at 7th and 10th near Centennial Park that we're making reference to, that we purchased and land banked a number of years ago. Am I correct in that assumption?
Actually, my vision was that the park or the fields went to 7th and 10th where they were intended to go, and that the fire station would be somewhere here at Innisfil Beach Road and Yonge, possibly across from the RVH.
Thank you. So like, yeah, but we just need to let the data and the science speak for itself and not determine where we think it should go, but listen to the science, but certainly understand it and have those questions. So all those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? That is carried. What's next? CEO Gershow?
So I think we're on to today's parking lot items. The first one was from you, Mayor Dolan, regarding the parade float capital project.
Yes, thank you. So did somebody want to move a motion that we delete that item? Sorry, Councillor Drodge and Councillor Waters. Thank you. I know staff were being really, and I know it's a big labor job for them to put that float together every year, and they do a fantastic job. I think we'll be hung if we come up with a huge increase, and one of the items is a new float for council. I liked walking in the parade, so I mean, maybe that's something, but in any case, we've got a year to worry about it. I don't think we need a lot. Oh, Councillor Gershaw. I mean, CAO Gershaw.
We know who you mean, Mayor Dolan. Thank you. So I don't see the motion on the screen yet. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion? That's carried. One year when we've got like a 1.5, 1.9% tax increase, we'll look at it again. Next, CAO Gershaw.
Next one was from Councillor ASE regarding costs to improve the performance of our stormwater management systems.
It's getting late, Councillor ASE. That was to do with the, what is it, 57%?
Yeah, to me, that's a big deal. You know, the state of fair to, I think the comment was, I should look it up. We're only at a 60% satisfaction rate with where our stormwater management ponds are, and my understanding is they're expensive to rehabilitate. So we're behind on an operational, or sorry, capital project. And it just fits in with so many things. You know, we talk about a sustainability master plan, where we're going to be diligent with what we're looking after environmentally. And I think that's where this is a point where we need to address that. So I'm comfortable sending it back to staff to get an idea budget-wise, you know, what it would take to move the needle on just staying at 60%. And I see CEO Gershaw is looking to respond, so I'll let that happen.
Oliver?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. So what I'd recommend is to have Directors Bowman and Lee speak to your question first before you decide if you need to make a motion, because we can give you some more information on the performance of our ponds today and what it would take to improve them and get that KPI up. So perhaps Director Lee can start.
Thank you. So Councillor ASE, we did take another look at it with the teams during the break earlier. And essentially what you see in the 2025 and 2026 budget is that we had identified about $1.5 million in capital costs. And that you see in 2027, 2028, and 2029, we're actually upwards of 3.2 million, 3.3, and 3.5 million. So the 25 and 26 would keep us at about that 50 to 60%. We don't have staff capacity to actually get us to the 80%, 80 to 100% that we'd like to in terms of the retrofit on program. We're trying to balance the resources in terms of the other capital projects. But that 3.2 to 3.5 million in the future years will allow us to actually achieve that 80 to 100% in terms of what's identified in the Stormwater Master Plan and flooding strategy.
Thank you for that. I know this comes back to, strategic plans. So when we're looking at a window that's only 2 years, I guess this is where the helpfulness of those plans comes into account. And I'm happy that it's still being worked on.
Thank you. Anything else in the parking lot, Mr. Dershaw? Oh, joy.
3 more to go. So the next one relates to the, it was raised by Councillor Saunders, the Fennells Corner parking lot paving project.
I'm good leaving that. I talked to operations, so I'm not going to put a motion for it.
Thank you. Everybody take a page out of Councillor Saunders answering. Next, Mr. Dershaw.
So the next one was raised by Councillor ASE regarding the use of automated speed enforcement revenue to cover operating costs. And actually, if I may, I think Director Bowman's prepared to speak a bit to council about our thinking on this issue. So you can start there.
Sure, I can offer a couple of comments to start. So, we have our current established plan for ASE. It is also possible that council may wish to direct staff to explore other ways to expand that program and potentially use whatever revenues are generated to offset something like community safety more broadly. And that's certainly something that staff could explore and bring back to you in our revisions.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman, for that. I think that's a good way to proceed with this. We are spending money on safety in other ways, and if this revenue source is able to be shifted to address some of those costs, I think we'd all be in favor of that.
Do we need a motion? No? Okay. Mr. Dershaw?
My only other comment on this is that we do expect to bring council a report early in the new year on the performance of the red light camera and automated speed enforcement programs with some fairly specific data on how they're doing and including some financial analysis. So you'll have some more information on this issue in the next quarter.
Thank you. I think, am I counting? Is this the last one?
Last one on my list was from Councillor Waters regarding adding $25,000 to the town's transfer to the Innisfil Community Foundation.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, is that we talk about homelessness in Innisfil, and I know we do have some programs to address it mildly. I just thought that if we could tie that $25,000 to homelessness organizations from the foundation, that it couldn't be used for something else, that we tie it to that we would see some outcomes that would be positive for the community. So I want to put a motion forward that we accept the $25,000 to the foundation that's tied to homeless programs.
Deputy Mayor Fowler?
Thank you, Worship. As much as I appreciate the reason we created the ICF in the beginning was to have no oversight over it. We give them the cash. They, as representatives of the community with no direction from council, see what they need to do in their best ability, to the best of their abilities. Otherwise, it seems like we give them money and tell them how to spend it. And that's not the reason it was created in the first place. What we could do, if you'd be willing, I would say that we donate, we had the 25,000, but we request that they keep their options open to including homelessness, and whatnot, people that, foundations that deal with it. Because we don't tell them what to do. That's the reason we gave them the money and said, you're in charge of it, you have the board, we don't have control over it. Thank you.
Councillor Richardson?
I'm torn because I love the idea of this. I think that I've seen what great work that the Innisfil Community Foundation does. However, we are trying to bring this number down. We're not trying to add more money to it. So I'm sorry, I have to vote no for me. Sorry, Alex. Sorry, Councilor Waters.
Councillor Drudge?
Just for, it's being funded by the OLG, is that correct? Is that the intention? So it wouldn't fall on the taxpayer? Just for some clarification?
Yes, Councillor Drudge. So the money is from the OLG money. If it doesn't go to the foundation, then it gets transferred into our ARS reserve fund.
Councillor Richardson?
The ARS fund that we're thinking that we might dip into to use to bring the percentage down though, right?
Yes, that's right. So I love our foundation. I'm so glad we created it. It was very timely. We created it. They came to our last in-person meeting before COVID. So to introduce the foundation. So it couldn't have been at a better time. We do have funding through the county to all of the homeless organizations because it is responsibility of Simcoe County to do that, to do social services. I will promise to work twice as hard, since I don't work very hard, it's not a lot saying that, twice as hard to get sponsors for the Mayor's Golf Tournament, because 100% of the Mayor's Golf Tournament funds go to the foundation. So as opposed to taking it out of the ARS, I will commit to trying to find $25,000 sponsor for the golf tournament for this year that we didn't have in previous years. So I'll vote no to that, but I'll commit to doing what I can.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. But at the same time, the library does all sorts of social works. Like I even have a comment in the budget book here somewhere. Is it, why are we doing that? That's a county responsibility when it comes to social services. But now we're saying that it's not. We're saying that is their job, but we're still on. We've got hundreds of thousands of dollars of programs which we're offering, which the county should be doing, but we're doing it anyway. So I would rather see that commitment to the foundation. And like I said, it is ARS funding, but I'm good with whatever council decides.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. Well, if this is such is the case, why is it possible that we can have Councillor Waters directed to the library to put it into funding as opposed to the ICF? Because when we can give it to the library board, we have two members that sit on council, and then they could actually have a vote and move the needle itself, as opposed to a third party, which we cannot have any influence over.
Can I just say that the county does give money to the library for that purpose?
The motion's up there.
Yeah.
It's up to you to decide what you want to do.
Absolutely. Your call to vote.
Sorry. Thanks.
Sorry, CAO Jershow.
Just before council votes, I think it's important to clarify the point, what's on the screen written as tied to homelessness programs, because I think the deputy mayor has raised an important point. In my mind, there's a substantive difference between saying, ICF, here's $25,000, you can only spend it on homelessness programming and nothing else, which would be an attempt to tie the board's hands, who makes these decisions, versus expressing a preference that we defer to the board's judgment, but we would prefer that you support homelessness programming. Like, I think those are actually two different directions. So just so we're clear on what.
I'm good either way. If we think we shouldn't be tying the board's hands, I'm good at just making a general request as opposed to tying it strictly to that. So I'm good with relaxing that.
Councillor Drudge.
Yeah, as your seconder, I think then maybe we should say that we're making a suggestion that they could hopefully include or not tie it in specifically to homelessness, but comment that that's what we would like to see it go. So if it can reflect something along those lines.
I'm looking at the motion whisperer to see if he can,
The words are appearing on the screen. I would suggest with a preference for homelessness supports. If that's okay with Councillor Waters.
okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's carried. That's it, isn't it? Oh, the deferred motion, the deferred
The
motion.
deferred motions, exactly.
Sorry, my apologies. Councillor Drodge.
So in light of Councillor Richardson's comments on trying to get the tax rate down to 5.5 or lower, and to Councillor Icy's comments saying that he doesn't want to change the quality of our service, I think we have no choice but to support this motion to give staff the slightest chance at getting it down to 5.5.
I would argue that they could do this, or they could do whatever it is that brought that direction around, however they felt. I think it's moot at this point because we've already given them direction to get there, and how they get there is their, or will come back to us and we can debate that. Councillor Waters?
I think keeping this motion basically says to staff, you can use this to help you get down to 5.5.
Any other comments or questions on this before we call the vote? All those in favor? That's carried. And that brings us down to a revised recommendation. Mover and a seconder, please. Sorry.
Sorry,
Theo,
not to prolong the proceedings, just so we're all crystal clear. So this is a slightly revised wording than what was there previously. The numbers have been removed from the motions in order to allow staff to make the adjustments that council has directed today. So I think effectively what it's saying is that both the capital and operating budgets come back to council at January 15th. And then the two parts are for 2025 and 2026. So from my perspective, this is essentially now a procedural direction to come back in January.
Mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Fowler and Councillor Saunders. I have a question. It says be referred for final consideration. Now, let's say it comes back on January the 15th and council's unhappy with the service level cuts or something. Can we just say be referred for consideration by council at its meeting January the 15th? And then if we're really unhappy, we can bring it to the next meeting? Thank you. And so that's been amended. Can I ask the mover and the seconder if they're okay with that amendment? Okay. All in favor of the revised recommendation? That is carried. We're taking that one out. We're not voting on that one. That's just deleted. We're deleting that motion because we have capital and operating in the other one. So next is the rise recommendation. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Drodge, seconded by Councillor Zanella. All those in favor? That is carried. And consideration to adopt the recommendations from the Committee of the Whole, moved by Councillor Saunders, second by Councillor Ices. All those in favor? That is carried. Just before we adjourn, I want to thank council very, very much for really digging in. And if I compare this council debate to the one 2 years ago, I think you really dug in, did a great job, asked wonderful questions, made some difficult decisions. And I just want to thank you all very much. And I'm proud to be at this table with you. And to staff, I know it's tough. And thank you for hanging in on a Friday night. CEO Gershow, any final comments?
We're just having a bit of discussion around whether there was an appropriate vote on a motion related to the capital budget. And if clerks can go back to the screen with the motion that was voted on, that would be helpful. You were just there. I think. It refers to the operating budget, including the capital levy and the operating impact of the capital budget. I guess from my perspective, this is sufficient direction to make clear that the entirety of the budget, capital and operating, is meant to come back on January 15th. So if council's comfortable that that's how we interpret this, then I think we're okay for today. Clerks, thumbs up.
Thank you to clerks for navigating all that on the fly. I could never sit there and type while somebody's yelling instructions at me, that's for sure. CEO Gershow, any final comments? Seeing none. Thank you all. I hope you have a wonderful, if I don't see you, a wonderful Christmas for those who won't be at the next council meeting, and a wonderful weekend. And thanks very much to all of staff, particularly the finance team, for throwing this all together. Thank you. So a mover and a seconder for the confirming bylaw, please. Councillor Drodge and Councillor Richardson, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everyone.